Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 2023 DelDOT Winter Workshop. My name is John Cariano. I'm the Chief of Environmental and Administrative Support for DelDOT, and I'm going to be your host for the day. We have a pretty packed agenda covering a variety of topics, highlighting some things we've accomplished over the past year, showing off some innovations that we're doing, and looking forward to where we're going in the next year. Also, kind of elaborating on some areas that might need additional explanation. So that's what we aim to bring you today. So we have 24 presenters. We have a break scheduled for around 10, lunch around noon, and then at 2:30 we have the afternoon break. So I wanted to discuss a few housekeeping items. New facility for some of us, so if you're not aware, out that door and to the right and to the left are restrooms. Out the door in the back and to your right is also some restrooms. We are on a tobacco-free campus, so should you need to use tobacco, you're asked to leave the campus. And questions. After presentations are completed, if you have a question for the presenter and time permits, please raise your hand. We'll have someone walk a microphone around to you to ask the question. We also have interactive polling. If everybody got an agenda today, there's a QR code on the back. There's also a website you can go to or a phone number that you can text to participate in the polling. These are built into the presentation so that you can answer in real time and have audience participation. Let's see, what's next? PDHs. I regret to inform you, I can't give you PDHs this year because we have a lovely screen. I couldn't afford it, so that's not happening. No, for real, PDHs, you'll have to sign in out front in the morning and the afternoon session. There's a form to sign in on. Those online, you have to attend the entirety of it, and you'll get an evaluation email sent after the workshop. That's due to be completed on February 20th. And new this year, I see some people have them, the orange and blue bingo cards. So after each presentation, we'll have the presenter draw a word. You're asked to cross it off if you have the word on your card. We're going to play traditional bingo, so that's up, down, diagonal. Don't forget, I think there's a free space on the card as well. If you have bingo, raise your hand or shout bingo, and we'll come around and check the words. And we have some prizes. Bob, do you want to tell them what they could win? You're not on.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Now? Yeah, this year, like John said, we're going to be playing bingo. We have some swag bags to give away. We've got some awesome DelDOT paraphernalia in here, as well as the you may or may not be able to win a $250 Visa gift card. So we got that going for you as well. So I think it's going to be fun. We just want to keep things engaged, and hope everybody has a good time today.
Please note he said may or may not. So we're going to start with the orange card. So after the first presentation, actually Secretary Majeski is going to pull the first word, but after that, you can start playing on the orange card. I think that's all I had. So without further ado, I'm going to invite Secretary Majeski up to the stage to issue some opening remarks and get us started.
It's a new feature this year. Every presenter is going to have their very own walk-up music. Bob and Danny had free reign on what those songs were going to be. So if you're not in a good place with them, I'd be really nervous about what they picked for you for today. Anne is very terrified right now. She's just very concerned. Well, welcome everyone. It is my honor to be able to welcome you to the 2023 Winter Workshop and to be back in person in our fancy new facility. I think this is the largest winter workshop that we are hosting with over 400 people participating. I think there are about 200 of you still participating virtually, also known as the slackers that couldn't actually drive to Dover today. So yes, seriously, folks, it's time to put real pants on and leave your house. It's going to be okay. It's going to be okay. So I just want to take a moment and just thank you all and acknowledge the work that you do every single day. Whether you are a DelDOT employee, a retired DelDOT employee, where there are many of you here today, a consultant, a contractor, the work that you do matters, and you're part of this big transportation family of ours. It is an exciting time to be working in transportation, but it is also a challenging time right now. It's exciting because we are delivering the largest capital programs that we've ever had in the history of our department. 610 million this year, 624 million next year, and those numbers are going to continue for several years. With the passage of the bipartisan infrastructure law, we have the federal funding certainty now for many years to come. We're working on exciting projects within resiliency, with equity, with connecting communities. At the heart of everything that we do are the people that we serve. And the work that you do matters. It is directly impacting the quality of life for the people in this state. Every single day, people rely on transportation, whether it's to get to walk or bike to school safely, to get to their doctor's appointment on parent transit, to travel to and from their job or to their kids' sporting events. They rely on transportation every single day. The work that you do, it really matters. It is also a challenging time. I'm not going to deny that. We are facing the highest vacancy rates that we've had in a really long time. Everyone is having trouble hiring folks right now, whether it's in the private sector or in state government. So we're asking our people to do more with less people. The cost of everything is going up. Supply chain issues are delaying our projects and our schedules. But with every single challenge that we are facing, you all are rising above it. And you're thinking outside the box and rethinking how we are delivering our projects and our services. And you continue to rise to every single challenge that you're facing. Last year was also the deadliest year that we've had on our roads in 34 years. We had 165 fatalities last year. And it's really easy to look at that number and to get discouraged and to think that the work that you do isn't making a difference, that the number keeps going up and more people are dying on our roads. Or I'm going to challenge you to remember that there are almost 1 million people that live in our state. Millions more travel our state every single year. 27 million miles were traveled last year in our state. So think about all the lives that you save. The work you do matters, whether it is installing cable median barrier throughout the state, the traffic calming devices, the warning ahead signs for curbs or intersections, installing lighting, the sidewalk connection, the safe transit access. The work you do is saving lives every single day. The work you do absolutely matters. So while we need to acknowledge and remember the 165 lives that were lost last year, we need to focus on the lives that we are saving and that we will continue to save every single day because of the work that we are doing. It is an honor and a privilege to get to serve as secretary of this agency, and I am grateful that I get to work alongside all of you. Thank you for everything that you do. You have a great day that is planned today. The team in the back that is a little stressed, they have been working so hard on the agenda, on dealing with the new technology of this facility, and of course, the dreaded every time that I stop by and see Bob and Danny and say, I have an idea, guys. They're like, oh dear God, why? So bingo was my idea, all right? I thought it would be fun. I thought it'd be a fun little thing for us to do. So I get to draw the first name, is that right? I get to draw, or not name, but our board. All right, folks. All right, John Sisson, this one's for you. It's DTC. Ooh, DTC. All right, folks. I'm going to turn it back over to John. Thank you all. Have a great day.
Well, thank you, Secretary Majeski. First up, Jim Pappas, Director of Transportation Resiliency and Sustainability, is going to provide us with some updates on the various projects and initiatives that his division is working on.
I don't think everybody heard that. So the young people in the room probably don't even know who or what that is, but I see a lot of smiles and everybody else remembers Milli Vanilli, right? Oh yeah, you want me to start singing like I'll lip sync it like they really did? Oh, I haven't had enough alcohol to dance. And you don't want to see that anyway. Okay, so the technology seems to be, oh gosh, Look at all. So for those who are coming later as presenters, you can look anywhere in here and your presentation is out and about everywhere. So good morning. So I'm Jim Pappas, the one half of the Division of Resilience and Sustainability. For those that may not know, Stephanie Johnson is the better half. So we're going to give an update on some of the things that we've been working on. So this is real quick, some of the stuff. So EV plan, resiliency studies, and then some project updates. Oh, I should have talked about the EV plan because I don't have any slides. So EV plan. So as Secretary mentioned, we have some funding coming from our friends at the federal government. We're getting about $17.6 million over the next 5 years for EV infrastructure. So we're working closely with our friends at DenRec. And yes, the people we work with are our friends, Mark Buckaloo. I know the ones that you have to deal with are not friendly because they have guns and can find us. The group we work with are the good people. So when we say we're working with DenRec, I get people look at me like Mark Lutz just did the exact same thing, shaking his head going, no, there are enemies. There are friendly people at DenRec. I swear. Now they're friendly to us because we have the money right now. That's why. So, but I'm trying to build credit, right, Maureen? We were trying to build credit so that when Mark Buckaloo or maintenance starts filling in wetlands, we can say, hey, remember how we worked together over here? We're one big happy family. Remember that. So we're working with DenRec and we are in the process of doing some modeling right now. And so our friends at the federal government, if you let us know when the definition of soon, when that final rulemaking is coming, if I held my breath back in October when I heard it was coming soon, I wouldn't be here. So I love the federal highways definition of soon. So we're waiting on that. Once we get that, we will be able to roll that out. All right, so that's the EV stuff. Happy to talk, obviously, in greater details. So SR1 corridor in Sussex County, as we all know, that is a critical corridor. And you know, if SR1 gets shut down, to go around Millsboro from a life safety standpoint is, you know, it's just not where we want to be. So maintenance operation, Alistair and his team have done a great job over the years of kind of keeping Route 1 open, you know, 2 inches of asphalt at a time. But we know that that's not the long-term solution down there. So we received a FEMA grant and are working with AECOM to look at that entire corridor. So it's 16 miles long. And so obviously we're not going to be able to do all 16 miles at the same time. So we've broken it into segments. We've had one public meeting back in September. We are scheduling another one that'll probably be in March or April. We have met with the communities of Dewey Beach, Fenwick Island. We just met with Bethany on Friday, and we need to meet with South Bethany, kind of get one-on-one with those community leaderships, and then we'll be able to roll that out and have that. So where we are, so this is a planning study. Our intention is after we complete the planning study, we will go after more FEMA money and get a design grant and then ultimately a construction grant. So very excited about that. And honestly, the community, when we had the first public meeting, we didn't, believe it or not, we didn't have a single person that was reached out to us, you know, that didn't like the idea of what we were doing. And obviously that is totally unheard of within everything that we do, right? Has anybody ever been to a public meeting where everybody was in agreement with what DelDOT was doing? Craig apparently has, but Craig's in his own world, so we know how that is. So this is the work, again, that's ongoing. Again, we broke it up into 6 segments. More than likely, the area around the Indian River Inlet Bridge will be the first one that will be looked at. That's the most critical. As you go along, and then, you know, if you're familiar with that corridor, for good or bad, there are buffers against the damage. You know, there's $1 million homes that are along there. They're going to take a lot of the energy that will hopefully save the infrastructure for us selfishly. But you know, you take a risk if you build down there, in my opinion. But move on. Pilot Town Road, also in Lewis, we worked with FEMA on that and received some funding as well. Maybe doing some road raising on that location as well. DenRec is the lead agency on that one, so we're kind of waiting for them to see what they want to do. They're a little slower in making decisions than we are. So we want to thank our maintenance divisions because we reached out to them, and you know, I think everybody in this room knows that we have challenges with frequently flooded roadways. So how do we identify and then how do we prioritize? So each of the districts gave us kind of a listing and a map of where are the areas in their particular districts that frequently flood. And these could be either sunny day events or storm events. So we are in the process working with Benoni of mapping all those locations. And there's a little over 250, it's like 252 miles, and about 141 of those miles are in Sussex County. You know, surprise, surprise. So having that data is great, but then how do we prioritize those locations and take the funding, whether it's state funding, thank you, Lainey, or federal funding, thank you, Doug, that we receive to go ahead and address these projects. So we are kind of doing a decision lens type thing. So, you know, a black box sticks some data in and numbers come out and voila, we have an answer. So we're looking at, you know, what are these roads being used for? Are they evacuation routes? Do they have emergency responder locations along there, police, fire? Are there schools that may potentially be, you know, locations for evacuees? So we're in the process of doing that right now. And again, once we get that prioritization, we will be able to match the appropriate funding. So that's in process literally as we speak. So this is my pet project. Those of you who have seen this before, you can take a nap for the next couple of minutes. But so South Bowers Road, for those that aren't in the wonderful county of Kent, they tell me there are 2 other counties in Delaware. I don't really recall what they are. But South Bowers is a location just south of Dover. If you're familiar with JP's on the wharf, if you look south, they're not the same community and they kind of don't like each other. One's Bowers, one's South Bowers. So South Bowers Road is a situation where I guess I don't have a pointer. So kind of in the middle upper right there, you see the community. There's approximately 36 houses there. South Bowers Road is their single point of access. So it's one way in, one way out. So there are times that that roadway has up to 2 feet of water on it. That could be storm events, and some of it is just sunny day flooding that they kind of run into. And so that's a concern we have, as obviously of that community is then cut off from an emergency response standpoint. And that's obviously a significant concern. So we decided to do something a little crazy. It's either innovative or crazy. We're 2 months in and it's still surviving. So I'm going to say it's innovative. The day it fails, I retire, and it was crazy. So as long as you keep seeing me with a DelDOT badge and they keep letting me in the building, you know that South Bowers Road is still surviving. So what we did was we decided to put pervious pavement out there. For those that may not be familiar, pervious pavement is you know, Rice Krispie treats, just black or white. And it's designed to allow water to flow vertically, like it's usually used for like recharging groundwater. Well, Delaware kind of literally turned its head and said, hey, why don't we let the water flow horizontally through it? Because if you're familiar with that road, we've got the bay on one side, we've got wetlands on the other, and the water is literally going across the road. So we came up with this idea, and so we put 5 inches, and then there was the concern of pervious pavements and have a tendency of clogging. So if you build a parking lot out of pervious pavement, they vacuum it. They literally have big vacuum trucks and they'll sweep it and vacuum it. And maintenance didn't jump up and volunteer and said, sure, Jim, go ahead and do that. We'll come out and vac it and clean it like weekly for you, no problem. And she's still not volunteering that. So we said, okay, we need to build something that's kind of robust and will kind of prevent our maintenance folks, as they have enough other challenges other than, you know, cleaning roads, other than NPDS. I know you do that, but you're not going to clean a pervious pavement just because resiliency group wanted to try it. So we came up with this idea of, well, let's put some type of a filtering system on the outside edge. And that filtering system did 2 things. One, it hopefully will catch debris and will also provide a safety edge kind of thing so that people wouldn't drop off. Now, this road, the ADT, it said 200 cars a day. I think that's probably about 150 cars too high because there's only like 6 residents that live there full time. Mostly it's, you know, summertime folks that come over from, you know, DC, Baltimore, and places like that. But we were concerned about that 5-inch drop off. So what you see there on the right side of that is it's a geotextile material wrapped in number 4 stone. We did have supply chain issues of being able to get all this. It took them a little bit longer to get than we wanted, but that's what it looked like installed. So this is was the actual paving operation. I'll draw to your attention on the right-hand side. So our road design folks in the room, have you ever had to have a dewatering item for paving? I know, Jason, you have that for bridges all the time. We had a dewatering item for paving. We literally had to pave at low tide. Like literally that was part of the conversation with the contractor is when can we pave when the road is going to be the driest? It's never going to be dry. So, construction, you want to have clean, dry pavement. And we violated that right off the bat. And we knew that. Again, that was part of the experimental nature of this project. So just a dewatering operation before we did the pavement. That one on the right there, again, if you're not familiar with pervious pavement, which I don't know why you wouldn't be, that's the most exciting thing that we do. That's what it kind of looks like. I know for most people, that's just some chunk of black stuff that you ride on, but for some of us, that's really exciting, which says a lot about me. That's just, again, just some paving pictures. And the one there on the right was the final project. So again, we put roughly 5 to 6 inches out there. That's what it looks like. And hopefully, Jansen, when you guys go out and do your final inspection, it looks like good. You guys give it a thumbs up and say, wow, great job, Division of Resilience and Sustainability. So hopefully that worked really well because if you're familiar with Woodland Beach Road, which is right outside of Smyrna, same situation. Beach community, they have a few more houses there, but again, it's a one-way in, one-way out situation. So there's 48 houses there. I'm not sure how many of them are full-time residents. We have traffic had installed. I think that was during the Don Weber tenure, where they physically have water on road signs. So that physical sign out there that flashes, when there's water on the road. So I think it's probably operational flashing all the time. I think that probably deters some of the people that are not locals, but there are locals that have to go in and out. And again, that's the challenge we have across the state. So that's the corridor. And so people, not everybody knows what sunny day flooding is. So I use this picture, and what I say to them is, look up first, nice, beautiful blue day, could be like a day like today, nice, beautiful. And then you look down and like, oh crap, there's water on the road. And so that's the definition of sunny day flooding. That's not a storm-induced situation. That's just kind of what happens twice a day with tide cycles. And this community and other communities throughout Delaware, this is the challenge that they have. And, again, like the secretary mentioned, transportation is our #1 priority. Safety is our #1. There's situations where the school buses don't come and pick up the kids. They can't get mail delivered. They literally have to coordinate their day going to the grocery store based upon the tide cycle. That's the literal challenge that they have day in and day out. So that really brings it home of, what we do matters and what we do does affect a lot of people. So it's super exciting. So money. So fortunately, as of right now, we have money. So we have money chasing after projects, which is a fabulous place to be. Freaks Stephanie out a little bit that I spend more than we have, but there's a lot of rocks around DelDOT to look for money under. So you just don't take no. We have the NEVI funding. Again, that money's coming, the Protect funding. We're working on a carbon reduction plan right now. So the state is required to have a carbon reduction plan by November 15th of this year. So we're working on that. Terrible acronym, but the Resilience Improvement Plan. So we're either going to call it the Delaware Resilience Improvement Plan and call it a DRIP, or we'll call it the Transportation Resilience Improvement Plan, the TRIP. We didn't come up with the acronym, but it's a way for us to interject what we're planning to do, kind of what asset management, what Stephanie and Maureen have been working so diligently and so hard on a really dry topic, but you guys are doing a great job. So kind of taking that into consideration and how is the state going to use our funding in the long term, and then tie that into our long-term plan. And if we do all that, we get 10% extra of money from the federal government. So that's why we're excited to do that. So we are literally getting ready to kick that off right now. And we received a FHWA Climate Challenge grant last fall, where we're going to be getting about $300,000 again from our friends at the Federal Highways. And what we're going to do with that, and this is a little teaser, that for those that may be thinking about coming to the Lessons Learned, which is March 14th. So I don't know if this is going to encourage you or discourage you. I'm going to be giving a presentation there talking about EPDs. So who in the room knows what an EPD is? Okay, got a few here. Okay, so EPD is what's called an environmental product declaration. That might not mean anything to you right now, but it will start meaning something to you very soon. This is basically, I see you, Bob. I got 5 more minutes. Okay, and we're good. I like that high-tech AV equipment that he has that Bob's holding up beside says 5 minutes to go. So this is basically a way for the state to quantify our greenhouse gas emissions associated with the construction activities that we do. And again, you might say that that's not a big deal. There are 6 states right now that have what's called clean legislation that basically require their states to basically buy clean energy or use clean materials as possible. So it's definitely coming. I appreciate the secretary allowing us to do this because we kind of want to be in front of this. So, you know, we none in this room, I think, want to have legislation tell us what to do. We want to be in front of that. So we're trying to get in front of that. So I'll be talking about EPDs and greenhouse gas emissions on the 14th. So either be prepared or run away and be scared. So I'm done, Bob. Do I get a cookie now? Yes.
Yeah, sure you do. We'll make time for one question if anybody has a question. It's not.
I'm bored of my death. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Jim. Can you draw a word?
I get to draw something?
Yeah, bingo word.
One left.
Just one. Yeah.
I love DelDOT. Oh, no. NEPA.
Thank you. Again, we're playing the orange bingo card to start. So the word was NEPA. Next up, we have Maria Andaya of DelDOT's Planning Local System Section and Angie Hernandez from JMT to present on the pedestrian action plan.
I like the, thank you, Phil, for the escort service. I have mobility issues. I still can't believe that I'm here presenting at the greatest winter workshop on the planet. I've been waiting 18 years for this. Every year, I ask my supervisors, Jeff Nisgoda and Anthony Elliott, Jeff, Anthony, can you make me present at the winter workshop? And they kept telling me, Maria, there's a long wait list. And it took Pam's time back to become director of planning for me to be here. Anyway, for those of you who don't know me, my name is Maria Andaya. And for those of you who know me, my name is still Maria Andaya. Unless you're my mother, my Filipino mother, then it's Maria Victoria Rocha and Choque Bautista Manuel Andaya. Filipino mothers are funny, but I'm not here to talk about my mother. Angie Hernandez and I are here to talk about the Pedestrian Action Plan, which was launched in October last year in time for the Pedestrian Safety Awareness Month. Who knows that October is Pedestrian Safety Awareness Month? Oh, I see Sarah. Thank you. Walking is the most basic form of transportation that is healthy, economical, and environment friendly. Unfortunately, walking also makes one a vulnerable road user. As Secretary Majeski said earlier, there were 165 crash fatalities last year on Delaware roadways, tying a 1988 record. 20% of those were pedestrians. As a matter of fact, we have been seeing an increase in pedestrian fatalities for more than 10 years now. At least 20 to as high as 29% of traffic fatalities are pedestrians from 2017 to 2022. And the national average during the same time, according to NHTSA, is 16% to 19%, which makes Delaware way above average, and we don't want that. In 2015, due to the increasing pedestrian fatalities, Governor Jack Markell reestablished the Advisory Council on Walkability and Pedestrian Awareness, also known as the Pedestrian Council, in order to help address the increasing pedestrian fatalities and make recommendations to DelDOT. And they met from January 2016 to July 2020 and made meaningful recommendations to DelDOT. But before then, even back in April 2006, then Governor Miner established, that was the time when pedestrian fatalities were 1/3 of what we have now. We had 11 in 2006. Governor Miner created the first pedestrian council to help DelDOT develop the first pedestrian action plan, which was launched in July 2007. And then the pedestrian council stopped meeting. So these are some of the recommendations from the 2000 plan that were implemented. Adopt the complete streets policy, which policy implement was issued in 2010. Split the current bicycle and pedestrian coordinator position into 2 positions. Now we have a bicycle coordinator and a pedestrian coordinator. Designate a full-time DelDOT Title II ADA coordinator. Modify design process and subdivision process to include sign of approval of Title II ADA coordinator, and of course, review by the pedestrian coordinator and bicycle coordinator. That's Linda Osecki and John Fiore. They review hundreds of plans every year, DelDOT plans and subdivision plans. And then develop and maintain an inventory of existing pedestrian facilities and identify all elements that are not ADA compliant. If you use Gateway, that's on Gateway. And then integrate transportation and land use planning at all levels of government. That is the TID, the Transportation Improvement District, that is managed by Sarah Coke. Where is the pedestrian council now? What's the status? There is a Senate bill in the Legislative Assembly that will codify the pedestrian council, which means they will be existing in perpetuity. I'm sorry, English is still a second language. And hopefully they will continue to help us reduce, if not eliminate, pedestrian fatalities in the future. Now, the poll questions, please. We just want to know your walking habits or preferences. Oh, wow. How often do you walk, whether for leisure exercise or to get to a destination? Sometimes 67%. 68. Next question, Bob. Does the presence of pedestrian facilities such as sidewalks and shared use paths influence your decision whether to walk or not? Wow. Resounding yes, 74%. Thank you. Third question. Which means we need to build more sidewalks. How far are you willing to walk to get to a destination? Less than a quarter of a mile. Understandable. 1 mile or more. Wow. 1/2 mile less than. One 1/2 mile to less than 1 mile. I forgot to give a shout out to my DelDOT Toastmasters Club. I really prepared for this. I joined the DelDOT Toastmasters Club. Over to Angie.
Hi, everyone. My name is Angie Hernandez, and I'm a planner that works with JMT. But I joke that DelDOT's my second employer. I know many of you. I've worked with you over about the past 8 years on various planning projects throughout the state. Been involved in long-range planning as well as corridor studies and smaller projects around the state as well. So if you don't know me yet, that's who I am. And if you do know me, I'm sorry, you have to keep dealing with me. So we were brought on to help Maria and the planning group with this pedestrian action plan update. So like Maria mentioned, this isn't a brand new plan. You guys have had this plan since 2007. So our first step was to take that 2007 plan and kind of dust it off. Look at what was in it. What were we thinking at that time? What were we hoping to do at that time that we haven't done yet? And how do we move forward? So what we did is we broke this plan into 3 different steps. The first step was to work with an interdisciplinary team of different divisions here at DelDOT to talk about what we're all doing for pedestrians. A lot of divisions do a lot of different work for pedestrians in the state, and we think it's important to better coordinate among those groups. So what we did is we took that existing plan, we also carved through all the other plans, the initiatives, the policies, the programs, everything that you all are doing on a daily basis, and tried to organize that all into one cohesive place that we could get a big picture of what's happening in the state. What we came up with was 4 goals to organize the plan by. Those 4 goals did come from the 2007 plan with some quite slight tweaks, the information that we uncovered. We also began looking at some pedestrian crash cluster mapping, which was a recently available data source from the Department of Homeland Security, which is now available to anyone in the public that wants to look at this data. So it was very timely that we were able to undertake this plan at the same time that that public crash data was being made available. We looked at some connectivity as well to really try to find out where there's high crash cluster areas and how that relates to the existing sidewalk network. We developed the project website to serve as a one-stop portal for anyone that wants to learn about what DelDOT's doing for pedestrians in the state and to become engaged in this planning process. There's a great public forum site on there that we're going to keep building out as we keep working through this plan so that we can reach as many community members as possible through the process. Phase 2, which we're just starting to begin now, we're going to continue the outreach that already started. Maria mentioned that October is Pedestrian Safety Month. So DelDOT went out to various members, community groups across the state, and we're promoting the idea of this plan. We're asking people for their input. We're asking them, what are they struggling with as a pedestrian, so that we can take that input back into this process and see what we can do better for the public. We also have been working internally, like I mentioned, with all these different groups, and we hope to continue that effort. So there will be a multi-divisional effort to update this plan and figure out how we can change what we're doing now to better use the resources for better outcomes in the future. We're also going to take another look at that pedestrian crash cluster mapping, overlaying it with some of the equity mapping, which Jim's group is leading right now as well. Phase 3, which will begin later in the fall of this year, will be the implementation plan. So that's where kind of the rubber meets the road. We're going to start looking at what kind of countermeasures can be employed, what new policies or programs should we put out there, and again, working with the public as well through this process. We'll also be establishing performance measures at that point so that we can keep track of our progress, and hopefully those horrible trends that Maria mentioned will start going in the other direction. We are following the Federal Highways process for this safety action plan. Federal Highways has a great guide of a kind of step-by-step process of how you should go through updating these plans, and that is what I just covered in the previous slide. This slide just kind of gives you an overview of where those different phases of the plan that we're doing will come in following that federal process. This plan is being structured after DelDOT's mission statement, but we thought it was important to create a vision statement that really helped us to stay focused on what we were doing with this planning effort. I won't read it to you right now on the screen, but we are looking to turn that pedestrian trend in the other direction, like Maria said. So of the plan of these 4 different goals, we are looking at what we had already, which was the inventory and plan goal, the implementation and education, standards and guidelines, and responsibility and funding. So we're planning to work with this internal group to talk through these goals and the objectives within each of these goals to figure out if this is the same goals that we want to keep moving forward, or if we want to update them as we have further discussions internally. The public involvement for this is going to be pretty robust. We've already started with the online survey and going out and trying to get people to take our survey and just talking to them about what they're experiencing, but we want to step that up some more. So we're planning to do some in-person outreach across the state. We're going to be going to listening sessions where we'll go to community groups that already have pre-established meetings, sit down and talk to them, really find out what's going on. We're going to do pop-up events, which will be at high crash areas. So that mapping we did will really help us to target our outreach. And we're also going to be looking at environmental justice community areas to make sure that we're talking to people that are most impacted at some point by pedestrian crashes. We also will go to community events, tabling events, kind of, sitting up at fairs and festivals and just trying to engage with people that wouldn't typically come to a public meeting. So through all that outreach, we hope that we really do connect with the community and find out some information that maybe we wouldn't find by just looking at our data. We want to hear people's personal stories through this process. We do have this website, which I don't have time to demo today, but I encourage you all to check it out. I think there's a link that's being put in the chat right now if you are attending online. But within the website itself, like I mentioned, the Get Involved tab up on the left-hand corner is for the community. That's where we want them to go to find out more. There's a public survey on there. We have some other information as well for them, and we're going to keep building that out. The county summaries tab, that's where we have linked the pedestrian crash data. So it's a really cool mapping tool that we are able to take that Department of State Homeland Security data, live link it through this website so that it stays updated as they update their data. So none of this is being held on anyone's servers. It's pointing right to that public data source, but it gives people a live picture of where pedestrian crashes are happening around the state with some information attached to those crash points as well. So I know I rushed through, but it was because I was getting signaled in the back that I was running out of time. So if we have any questions, I don't know, Maria, if you want to answer them or if you want me to take them.
Are there any questions?
Got one. Has DelDOT established how many of these pedestrian fatalities are directly associated with inadequate pedestrian access or the structure itself? I mean, just having a lack of adequate public access or whatever. I mean, has that been tied directly to these increased deaths?
So I don't have access to that level of personal data on the crashes. We do have information on if alcohol was involved in the crashes, both for the pedestrians and the drivers, but I don't have that statistic as well to share right now.
The Pedestrian Council, a few years ago, we tried to examine a map of the origin destination of the pedestrians. There were some cases where they were trying to go to the Walgreens, got off the bus, try to go to the Walgreens across, but usually it's mid-block crossing.
Yeah, and that stat kind of feeds back to what you all were even answering on how far are you willing to walk? You see that a lot with pedestrians that they don't want to take the longer route, even if there is a crosswalk a quarter mile down the road, they might not know about it, they're in a hurry. So those mid-block crossings do show up. So I want to leave you all with this QR code. I don't know if you can pull it up on your link on your phone. You just go to kind of the photo app. What this will do is it takes you directly to this website and the public survey that's on there. I'm guessing that all of you are also citizens here in Delaware, so we would love for you all to take the survey as well from your own perspective. And I guess for more information, follow up with Maria anytime.
All right, thank you. Can you draw a bingo word while you're up there?
Oh, sure.
And leave it on the podium.
You know, you can kind of see some of the words in here. I feel like this is cheating a little bit, but. All right. Manhole.
All right, thank you, Angie and Maria. Steve Wright, DelDOT's Water Resource Manager, is going to provide us with an update on DelDOT's Umbrella Mitigation Banking Instrument, or the UMBI.
Nice. Like it. They didn't tell me what I was getting. And that's perfect. So earlier, Jim gave a presentation. He had a nice federal acronym where he got stuff for the RIP. I got UMBI, which is great. One, because it makes at least, it's not bad. But on the other hand, none of those words actually mean anything to literally anybody. In fact, if you were to look at that, you'd have absolutely no idea what my presentation is going to be about today. And so we're fighting the same fight, just in a different direction. So I'm presenting today on the Umbrella mitigation banking instrument. And specifically, that's how we're going to be dealing with wetlands in the future. So this really has to do with wetlands, not my normal world of stormwater. So what is an instrument? And that's a great question. I don't even know why they named it that. But we all have questions, and hopefully at the end of this presentation, I'll have at least some of them answered for you and have it be at least reasonably entertaining. But why do we need to protect wetlands? What have we done so far in order to protect wetlands? In other words, how we're currently operating, why it won't continue to work, and where are we going? Those are the things I'm hoping to have information I'm hoping to provide you today. But first of all, I'm going to start off with the first question. I'm trying to keep you guys engaged. So if Christopher Walken was to ask you for a recommendation for the best instrument for mitigating his percussion needs, what would be a good answer? Would it be the snare drum, a xylophone, the cowbell, or a guitar? What kind of instrument is he looking for? Yes, you definitely need more cowbell. If there's one thing I can assure you is that we definitely need more cowbell. And he feels the same way. So while you finish answering that question, I will tell you, yes, I'm going to have a lot of joke questions in here. I can summarize the entirety of this presentation in about 1 minute. And so there's a lot of filler. It's important though, it is. So why do we need to protect wetlands? Why? Because the law makes us. One of the many questions I asked myself and I learned while making this presentation is that yes, you too can cosplay as the law from Schoolhouse Rock, because when I looked it up, I found the costumes from Amazon. That was the first picture. And so yes, this is a question you may not have known that you needed to ask, and it is. Can you cosplay as Schoolhouse Rock? And you may. So why do we protect wetlands? This one's near and dear to my heart because this is both stormwater and wetlands involved. These are Glenville Estates as of 2005. Over the course of the early 2000s, approximately 140 homes were repeatedly flooded. This led to the Governor Minner report, specifically obligating the various regulatory agencies of the state of Delaware to effectively up our game. This is both stormwater and wetlands. So I've said this is near and dear to my heart because this led directly to the updated DSSR, the Delaware Sediment Stormwater Regulation. This was repeatedly flooded, and we eventually had to buy those homes out. Fun fact about this one, which I learned, another fact I learned while making this presentation, is how old some of our problems can be. This problem was approximately created over 300 years ago when the colonists, because we weren't even America yet, actually redirected what I believe is the white clay and the red flea crakes. I didn't say that right at all, but effectively separated those two water bodies from their wetlands and their floodplains. So as that water flooded, it eventually had to get up to a certain point, and once it got over that point, it went back to where it originally came from, which was Glenville Estates, which is why it looked okay at the reviewers who reviewed and approved this project, but it was not okay because as soon as the flood got to a certain elevation, we had serious problems. And a perfect example of that, I'm not sure you're gonna be able to see this from this picture, is if you look at the disparity between that cut material that we eventually had to cut in order to create the wetlands, to reconnect the wetlands to the floodplains and the dirt around it. Just a massive disparity between those two. It's a clear indication that something was very different as we go through this. But we had to create approximately 20 acres of new wetlands, 24 acres of preservation, 20.3 acres of transitional upland buffer, which is another thing you have to mitigate. This is what it sort of looks like as it goes through. Basically, it looks like a big hole in the ground because that's what it is. It is a big hole in the ground so that we can reconnect the floodplains and the wetlands to their natural conditions. And this is what it looks like from the air in 2020. And these are the much more pretty pictures that I think I'm supposed to be showing you. The other thing I like to show in this picture, and the reason this slide's really in here, is because you look at the age of some of those trees and you look at the water they're sitting in, those trees predate when we did this work, and yet they are completely underwater once we actually managed to connect them to the wetlands. So that's the water elevation where it wants to be at, and that's where the tree was before we started work. So once again, I'm going to have a good question for you. Delaware's own Jimi Hendrix is widely considered to be one of the most influential musicians in the 20th century due to his affinity for which instrument? Now, to be fair, he wasn't born here, he didn't die here, but this is the only place he owned a house. So I'm claiming him. He's ours. And yes, electric guitars, of course. Yeah. And what is our current practice? What are we doing today? This is an example of what we do today. This is the Project 301 project, where basically we have to build a massive wetland in order to mitigate all the little wetlands that we impact as we go through and do a large project. This is what our current practice looks like today. This is what we do. And once again, what does it look like during construction? Honestly, it looks like a construction site. You know, we're digging a big hole. We're making a wetland where one previously did not exist at, which means we need to be very careful how we control with the water elevations. That's what you see is that beaver pond leveler there, and the low flow channel, or to make sure that we have actually successfully got the water elevations to the proper elevation. In other words, it has to be engineered, it has to be designed, and it has to be constructed. And we have to do this for every project where we impact a wetland. Once again, this is what it looks like under construction, and a bunch of sapling plantings. A big fan of this personally. I think we really should be planting more trees than we have the opportunity to out in these types of projects. Mostly because folks don't go where there's trees and we don't have to mow them. Here's what it looked like in 2018, and here's what it looks like in an aerial in 2020. Of all the instruments, which has a name that makes you pretty sure that it's also part of the human anatomy? Is it a glockenspiel, a clavichord, an ocarina, or a vuvuzela? Good news, folks, there is always an E, even if I don't show it. Doesn't matter what you pick, they're all correct answers. Every one of those could be a part of human anatomy. I'm sure of it. So why should we change? And if you want to see how much effort I put into this presentation, you'll see these next following 3 slides. I literally just took pictures out of Gateway. I turn on the wetlands layer. Everywhere you see color on this map is a wetland. I did not specifically select sections of the Delaware. I just took 3 random pictures. Everywhere we do projects, we will be hitting a wetland. We are low, we are flat, we are covered in wetlands. And so why is it really important for us to improve how we do our operations? Because every project effectively will be hitting a wetland. Does an instrument even exist until we make it? Which of these instruments don't exist? And I'm not going to read these because one of these is in Welsh. And I don't know if you've ever read Welsh, but I'm pretty confident they don't understand consonants and vowels because they're just not right. Another spoiler, this is another E opportunity because clearly if I was able to find pictures of all of these, they're all real. So what will a bank do for DelDOT? Control and time. This is a great photograph of one of our, provided by one of our consultants, RK&K. This is an example of what we actually have to do right now for every single project. Where every one of those gray dots is a wetland. Every one of them ones that has a red dot on it was a desktop site done. Every one was a blue dot on it was a actual field visit. In order for us to actually mitigate wetlands, we have to find places where we can build new wetlands. So in order to do that for every single project, we have to start a new search where we go out and we look and we find wetlands that lands we can potentially buy, obligating our right-of-way and our staff in order to do that, as well as our scientific staff in order to study those lands, our engineering staff in order to design those wetlands. It is a long process, and we do that for each and every single project, which is not in a good place to be. It means we lose control of our own time, we lose control of our own projects, and we're obligated to figuring out how we can get this done in a manner that's efficient. And in many ways, it is not. This is the hang up for a lot of projects. I'm not going to read everything to you because it's all here. So what is the umbrella mitigation and how will it work? Effectively, in many ways, it works exactly as we currently do. We have to go find land and we have to acquire it. We have to build a wetland and we have to get approved and we have to get the credits. But once we own the credits, we can then use those for any projects that we need, as long as we're within certain watersheds. Actually, I'm going to go back. I apologize. I missed something in this particular slide. This is my particular favorite watershed. I love this watershed. The reason I love this watershed is for stormwater and wetlands mitigation. This watershed happens to cover a huge swath of Delaware from our perspective in terms of where we do projects. It goes about a third of the way between Smyrna and Middletown, and it goes all the way to Lewis, Delaware. That is all one area in terms of our watersheds if I have to mitigate for stormwater or wetlands, which means I can build a wetland or a stormwater facility anywhere in there, and I can get treatment credits for all of those areas. It's all tradable in terms of that area. So that is a great watershed. That is an area where we can obviously do a lot of work, and it's really important to us that we manage to get this done. I really like that slide for that. And I forgot to say it. The direction. And we're back to where we are. So at first, it's going to work currently as it currently does. When we go and do one of these banking mitigation, we are going to have to find a potential site. We're going to have to undergo a wetland investigation. We are going to then have to append the UMBI, which I didn't really talk about this in great detail at this point, because I told you in the very beginning, I could summarize this in 1 minute. The UMBI is effectively an agreement that we have between the state of Delaware, Delaware Department of Transportation, and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and other regulated entities. So effectively, once we create this document, it is a legal document. I'm not going to sit there and talk about it because it is a legal document. I am not your lawyer. But once we create the document, we will then have the opportunity to append that document to every wetland that we build. We will then get credits from those wetlands after they are approved and constructed. That's the other application. We have to have them built first. Once they're constructed, we will then have the ability to start getting credits out of them. Once those credits are achieved, DelDOT will have the opportunity to utilize those credits to not build and not obligated all our projects from that point forward that are within that wetland. So we have to find them, we have to build them, and then we have to get them approved and get those credits accomplished so that we can add them to the overall bank. Construction of the wetland in this case will occur unrelated to the existing proposed project. This is a big impact to construction. Our construction projects now have to have both the wetland as well as whatever we're building all obligated under the same contract. This makes it much more specialized work and obligates them to such a great degree. By separating them out, we'll be able to get folks who are just wetland specialists building these wetlands. Hopefully we'll get some improvements in terms of that regard. At which point we'll, yeah. There are different instruments for different purposes. What instrument has hard rocker Alfred Yankovic devoted his career to bringing to the attention of his devoted fan base? The accordion, the pan flute, the bagpipes, or the hammered dulcimer? Good job, Al Yankovic, weird accordion. And with that, do we have any questions? But before I do that, I do want to take a really quick minute to give a bunch of shout outs. I am giving this presentation today. I am not a wetlands guy. I'm not a primary wetlands guy. I'm a stormwater guy. We've had a lot of folks who have done a tremendous amount of work on this project way before me. It is currently submitted to the Army Corps for review, the banking instrument. I want to give a shout out to all those folks. So Christine Manuel, Heidi Croft. I want to give a shout out to Jim Pappas, who originally supported and came up with the idea. I'm going to give a shout out preemptively to the folks from finance for hopefully eventually financing this, because it's going to be a pain in the butt since it's not directly associated with a project. In other words, we have to figure out how to get it financed and then eventually get projects attached to it. I want to give a shout out to John Cariano and Maureen Kelly. A lot of folks have worked for a really long time. I'm just the one who happens to be standing here today, but those folks were the ones who really deserve all the credit, and I'm just the one stuck here giving the presentation today. All right, so that being said, I went super fast, and I intentionally did not cover the technical subject matter of a legal agreement between the feds and DelDOT, because I didn't think any of you wanted to know that. But with that being said, if you do have questions, if there is something you want to know, feel free to raise your hand and go at it. Love questions. I got one. Yes, sir. Did I personally? Absolutely not. I was not there. I don't believe so. And I've reviewed that in the past. I don't recall that any hazmat was actually encountered at Glenville. I don't know the degree by which they, oh no, that's not true. Yes, they did. It was not the sort of most traditional. It was the hazmat of the buried construction material. There was a real common problem in the early 2000s. I completely forgot about that, but yes, we did have to excavate out the buried waste, which was unfortunately still legal in Delaware when Glenville was built. So for those of you who are not familiar, at one point in time, they would bulldoze the site, they'd dig a big hole, and they'd dump all the debris into it, and they'd bury it. It would immediately begin rotting and eventually collapse. It was a problem in Delaware. Yes, sir.
Steve, we did encounter transite pipe from asbestos water pipes. Those had to be removed. And that some of the houses had their particular tanks that had to get.
Thank you very much. I was focused entirely on the ground, but you're correct. Absolutely. Yes. Anything else? All right, how did I do on time, folks? You guys still awake? Like questions? Like talking about instruments?
Control bingo.
Done.
Bingo, Steve. Steve.
So I'm really hoping I get a water one, but I'm gonna get something terrible. I know it. Safety. I didn't get something terrible. I got something amazing. Safety.
All right, thank you, Steve. Stephanie Johnson, Assistant Director of Transportation Resiliency and Sustainability, and John Sisson, Chief Executive Officer of DTC, are going to discuss equity in transportation through mapping tools and connecting communities through transit.
Is you got to be free, come together.
Like it. I was worried it was gonna be like We Are the World or something like that. Okay. So in the interest of being equitable, I need to set my timer because John and I are sharing this next half hour. Waiting for my presentation. Okay. So I am Stephanie Johnson, Assistant Director of the Transportation Resilience and Sustainability. And so for the record, we are 100% for our division in physical attendance and presentation. Never gets old. Okay, so last year, the winter workshop, I think it was virtual, at least I was at my desk when I did this presentation. And I talked all about what is environmental justice, Justice 40, the Justice 40 resolution that Delaware passed, and then how all of that relates to DelDOT specifically. And so just as kind of a reminder, EJ, which is what you typically hear, or environmental justice, is a social movement that recognizes that historically there have been significant environmental impacts, negative environmental impacts to disadvantaged communities. And so there's a difference between environmental justice and when we talk about disadvantaged communities in general. And equity. So environmental justice has an environmental lean, where equity, we're really just focused on equity in general. So recognizing that Justice 40 required that we be able to account for the overall benefits received in disadvantaged communities as a result of the federal funding that we receive, we in DelDOT wanted to ensure that we knew how to define disadvantaged communities. How do we define that? There are states that have a specific definition. Delaware didn't. We went to the other resources that are available, USDOT, the EPA, and then there's also another USDOT tool. You can see them here. They all had a different lean. Some of them have different data based on or different polygons and communities that they recognize based on the data. But we as a DelDOT believed that we knew our communities, we know our communities better. And so we believe that we could create a better tool. And so that's what we're doing. Our goal was to be able to create a tool that was more granular. We know our state, and so we know where those communities are. And so we wanted to be able to identify that using the data. We wanted to strip away any lens related to transportation, environment. We really just wanted to focus on the demographics. And then the purpose overall was to assist us in making data-driven decisions. And so that would help us as it would inform us as we made investment decisions, specifically helping us with Justice 40 reporting. It would help us be more strategic with public outreach. And then it would allow us to create a standardized tool for really being able to identify where these communities are, but hopefully be able to be adopted throughout the state.
So what we did was we created this tool. We utilized 2017 residential land use cover data that was provided by the state planning office. And then we also used the 2020 American Community Survey 5-year summary block group data. We also looked around to see what other states and what other tools are available that were trying to do the same thing we were. We didn't want to necessarily create something that was brand new. We wanted to leverage what tools were already available. So WMAPCO has a tool they use for their TJ, Transportation Justice Report, where they identified moderate and significant communities. We really liked that analysis. And as a result of their analysis, they identified 100, well, what we did was we applied their methodology across the state and were able to identify a total of 132 neighborhoods. We also looked at Massachusetts methodology. They utilized a % of median household income. We really liked that methodology. We applied that across the state, and that totaled 318 total neighborhood groups across the state. And you can see WMAPCO in the pink and Massachusetts in the yellow. What both of those methodologies did not include were Indigenous or Native American persons and in their minority group analysis. And so we wanted to ensure that we did fold that into our methodology that we created. And so by picking and choosing some of the things that we really liked about WMAPCO's, about Massachusetts, meeting with executive leadership, the division directors, we were able to create a hybrid tool, a hybrid methodology that is specific to DelDOT, where we use moderate and significant. We also did, and so these are the criteria here. I'm not gonna read them out to you, but moderate is defined in the blue and in the light blue, and significant is in the royal blue. And you can see how they are spread across the state. The green on the map is just where the residential land use is. So these are where the people live, as opposed to like we carved out the commercial land use and other non-residential. So you could really focus on where people live. As a result of the findings throughout the state, where we identified 162 equity focus areas, with 100 being moderate and 62 being significant. And then you can see where they fall across each county. We also wanted to ensure for especially the strategic outreach that we provided additional data. We didn't want to necessarily fold it into the methodology, but we thought that it was important with decision making. So being able to identify where there are language isolation areas, and there's 18 of those neighborhoods. And of those 18, 7 fall in the moderate, and 4 fall in the significant equity focused areas. We also wanted to make the aging population percentage and where there's Delaware housing, where there are public housing available. So you can see at the top, that's just the equity focused areas, and then the blue and the light blue, and then the yellow shows where there are, the yellow outline and the red outline show where the Delaware State Housing Authority, there's public housing there. And then the second, the dark blue changes to like a purple because that has a language isolation. So the blue plus the purple plus the yellow make that purple color. So that community on the left-hand side, that purple community is not just an equity focused area, but it also has, is considered a language isolation. And then the last slide there, you can see that that kind of pink color that has an aging population. The next steps, we reached out to several stakeholders, local governments, other state agencies to be able to show them the tool, get feedback, because we wanted to make sure that we were thinking of, you know, we knew we weren't going to think of all of the things. And so we asked for stakeholder input. We just received that last week. We're reviewing that feedback and may make a couple tweaks to terminology. But the overall feedback was extremely positive. Everyone felt like it would be very useful and they were very appreciative. After we go through the whole review, we plan to add the layers to the DelDOT gateway to make it available. Hope to be able to eventually share it with the public and then utilize it for statewide reporting. Currently, we have a story map that we developed in order to kind of, it would be a presentation that stands on its own. So if you're interested in the equity tool, you can go through the story map to get an understanding of why we did it, how we came to where we are, and you can play with the different data sets within it. We also created just the map, so it's an interactive map before we move it into Gateway. And then there are the data sets that are available in First Map for other agencies and eventually the public to utilize. So John is going to talk about how this data can be utilized in transportation, but we'll do the poll in between.
Thanks, Stephanie. So I'm John Sisson, the CEO of Delaware Transit. So I love Stephanie's tool that they're developing and how it uses data to point us where we're going. And then just listening to the presentations that we saw earlier, it highlights really the chat. You know, it's cool that all of this is connecting. We're talking about pedestrians, we're talking about wetlands, talking about all sorts of areas. So at DTC, we applied for a areas of persistent poverty grant to look at the Route 9 corridor area. This area, oh, I forgot our question. All right, so do you think DelDOT gives equity through enough consideration in those projects, A or B? Yes or no? Interesting. Oh, trying to catch up. Overtaking. Well, it's fairly close, and we still got to do a better job on what we're doing with equity. And in what ways would you use this equity focus areas data set for DelDOT? A variety of answers coming across. All right. People are done answering. All right, so as I mentioned, we applied for an Areas Persistent Poverty Grant connecting the Route 9 corridors community. This area is it's a 3-mile study area south of Wilmington along the Route 9, Route 13 corridor to the west and over to the river to the east. And this area is really interesting. It's a 75% minority population. 27% of the people living in this area don't have a car. 60% are renters, and 31% live below the poverty area. So looking at this map, we have lots of transit in the area, but we're still not doing what we need to do. People still struggle in the area. So you have residential along the corridor. You can see the Simon's Gardens area, some of the other areas in there. As I mentioned, We have lots of transit in the corridor. A lot of it's on the 13 corridor. 3 routes come down Route 9, but we're still not accomplishing what we need to accomplish in the area. And we still have lots of challenges. The better aerial looking at the area. So to the east along the river, you have the port, you have a large industrial area, which means truck traffic. I mean, a lot of uses that aren't necessarily friendly to pedestrians or friendly to people using public transit. We do go through some of the communities on the east or the west of Route 9, but on the east, we do a very poor job of getting to them. In this study area, there's one grocery store at the shop right, just south of the city. There's another one just outside the study area. So if you think of someone who's living below the poverty level, doesn't have a car, and has trouble doing this, food deserts become a problem. Portable food becomes a problem, and this consistently adds to the situation of living in poverty. You're buying food where you're not able to get it cheaply or get it. You're going to places you really shouldn't go to buy your food and do other things, and that's just one of the problems in the area. So the other part is, and I know Matt's going to talk about this with the RAISE grant, a lot of the infrastructure isn't very friendly. So this is Lamson Lane, which is a corridor over to an industrial area. We have bus stops, as you can see in the aerial. There's no ped crossings. It's not very friendly. Our requests all the time are for entry-level jobs in that industrial area. How can you serve that with transit? We can't get a bus back there. The people are walking a mile plus. No sidewalks, no connectivity. We pulled up this is the PED map off of Gateway, where we have sidewalks, where we have curb ramps, and you can see a lot of vacancy, a lot of emptiness into the industrial area where people may be going for jobs, not all complete in the residential area. And so these are all the things that we're going to look at to try to improve this condition for the people living in this area. So in 2000, this all started from a WMAPCO study as well. And so in 2021, we applied for a grant to FTA, and we identified the critical needs and enhancements. Better access is needed. We won a $630,000 grant through FTA. At the same time, DelDOT's going for the RAISE grant. So I guess the federal government really looked at this corridor and said it needs some help. So we're looking at transit planning to evaluate fixed route bus improvements. We're also going to look at microtransit, which I'll talk about in a second, is a better way to get people around, especially maybe in an area there. Talk about the conditions of people walking, getting through the area. There's few crosswalks, not good pedestrian connectivity. Identify the amenities we need to put it out there. There's talk about wetlands and flooding earlier. So this area, I think on the last presentation you saw, there was wetlands situations in this area. Study the truck traffic contributions to making it unsafe in the area. Complete streets, again, working in conjunction with the DelDOT RAISE grant for the other studies that came through here to figure out how we can improve the situation. So we have a 2-month schedule. I won't read all this out in the schedule, but a lot of public outreach using the data. I wish Stephanie's data was available sooner when we were doing this stuff, but we're still grabbing that data as well. With a 2-year schedule to get this out there. I failed to mention RK&K is the consultant helping us with this, and Mark Tudor, I think, is in the room leading that effort. So microtransit. So this is one of the areas I think was presented in one of the winter workshops before, is one of the solutions that we think is applicable here. So it uses a smaller bus. It's like your Uber or Lyft for public transit. It's on demand. You can use an app or you can phone in. We've been running microtransit in the Georgetown Millsboro area for almost 2 years now. It's been really successful. And it's flexible routing and gets people, connect people to places where you can't traditionally do it with fixed route services. Since April of 2021, we've done almost 35,000 rides down there. 54% of the people use the app, and we need to get that number up. But the average wait time is less than 15 minutes to get a ride. People are going about 6 miles. 31% of the time, it's a shared ride with somebody else. So we'll open that up for questions from me or Stephanie. Got someone in the back here. Who's bringing the mic?
My question, I guess, is, are you working real closely with the counties?
Yes.
Okay, the reason why I asked that is I noticed that the county, of course, they're the ones that allow for the development permits and so forth. And I noticed that there's some affordable housing communities that are being proposed that are probably outside of an area that would be easily accessible for doctors and stores and things of that sort. Does that put an extra burden on the DelDOT?
I believe it does. And I see it more in Sussex County than I do in Newcastle County and maybe kind of between, where the growth is happening outside the corridors that we're serving on public transit. I think on the highway and sidewalk side as well, pedestrian access, that development's happening in areas where there hasn't been development in the past. So I think it's a strain. I know we try to work as a team here to comment on those types of things and make sure that we're getting across, but we don't have, ultimately, we don't have land use decisions. So, a couple questions. Who would have thought? Indeed.
My question is about the microtransit. Is there a thought or any thoughts or ideas on expanding that beyond just Sussex County?
Yeah, so we're out for public hearing this week to talk about replacing Unicity in Newark, which is City of Newark has their own bus, it's a free service. And it's downsized from, it used to be 3 routes down to 1 route, and it runs a long, hour-long circle. And I think it tries to do too much and not do any of it well. So we're gonna try to implement that in Newark next. But we're also starting our transit DART Reimagine study, which will look at our whole system. COVID's really changed public transit, and people's commuting patterns have really changed. And so I think microtransit is a solution in a lot of areas, especially a lot of growing areas where we can provide access that we traditionally haven't been able to do going down the main corridor. Any other questions? All right, I think I have to pull
Yep.
I didn't forget. All right. Colbert.
All right, thank you, Stephanie and John. This time, Scott Neidert, DelDOT's HSIP manager and traffic resource engineer, will give us a safety update. Dancing's encouraged, Scott.
Everybody's taking the time.
Nice. I didn't know what I was going to be walking up to, so. Okay. All right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Scott Neidert. I am the department's Highway Safety Improvement Program Manager out of the Traffic Engineering section. And I get the pleasure of not doing just one presentation, but 2. I'm going to give a brief highway safety update presentation, and then we'll talk about the I-95 automated speed enforcement program. So I know the vast majority of you have seen this chart over and over again, whether it's from Secretary Majeski or Shante. You've undoubtedly heard about the record-tying number of fatalities that we've had on Delaware's roads in 2022. I just want to take a few minutes to review those and some of the lowlights that we experienced last year. So last year, there were 146 fatal crashes on our roadway system, resulting in 165 fatalities. This tied the all-time high from back in 1988, over 30 years ago. Of note, there were 14 crashes that had more than 1 fatality, which was a 250% increase from the year before. Also, on any given year, we'll usually have less than 3 wrong-way crashes where a vehicle accesses a high-speed facility in the wrong direction, then causes a crash. Last year, we had 7, and those 7 crashes took 12 lives. As you can imagine, these wrong-way crashes are some of the most severe that we see, and it's imperative that we do all we can to prevent them from ever happening again. So this chart may be a little bit difficult to see, especially in the back, but this is a chart showing the aggregated fatalities over the course of the calendar year. The chart shows last year in a solid black line and goes back to the year 2000. The dotted blue line in the middle shows the average number of fatalities throughout a year, and then the others show actual counts from previous years. Looking at the solid black line from 2022, you see a drastic increase in fatalities starting in mid-February around this time, where we saw 7 fatalities in 3 days. You'll notice the only other year that came close was 2006, which ended up leveling off toward November and December. However, 2022's numbers just kept increasing, and we eventually ended up getting to 165. So I just wanted to give a plug for the strategic highway safety plan. Hopefully most, if not all of you are aware of it. This plan's federally required as part of our highway safety improvement program, and we update it every 5 years. It's comprised of strategies, tasks, projects, you name it, for us and our safety partners to accomplish throughout the life of the plan in order to drive down fatalities and serious injuries on a regular basis. The plan takes a primarily data-driven look to develop emphasis areas, which we're seeing the most frequent and severe crash types within the state, and these allow us to steer our safety dollars accordingly. I highly recommend going to safety.deldot.gov for more information where you can see everything that we're doing in order to achieve these goals. All right, so I'd like to switch gears to a less depressing topic for the morning. We'll talk about the recent electronic speed safety program that we had on I-95. So I'm sure a lot of you have already heard about this program or have seen it firsthand. But for those of you who haven't, just a quick background on it, the General Assembly authorized DelDOT to install temporary mobile speed cameras only within the work zone of I-95 through the Restore the Corridor project in Wilmington. We were seeing incredibly high speeds as an enormous amount of crashes through the work zone limits. These crashes were especially significant because just one crash would tend to close down the entire direction of the freeway. In order to mitigate the issue, something needed to be done, and we needed to do it quickly. Once the notion of automated speed enforcement cameras was brought to light, we entered into an agreement with our existing red light camera vendor, Conduent, and from there, we were able to go live on January 17th of 2022. We wanted to put the cameras within the areas where a crash would most likely close the entire direction, but also we needed to keep accessibility in mind so that the vendor could perform maintenance or move the devices quickly and safely. We also needed them to be out of the contractor's way so as not to impede their progress. We ended up placing the northbound camera between MLK Boulevard and 5th Street, and the southbound camera was located just south of Delaware Ave. So here you can see an example of the camera that we used as part of the program. We wanted to emphasize to everybody that this was not a moneymaker for DelDOT or the state. And in order to promote that, we wanted to provide the public a period where only warning notices would be issued. No fines, no points, nothing. Outside of the warning period, each driver would still receive a warning after their first infraction, and any subsequent violations became citations. The citation period the citation period began in mid-April of 2022. Through our program, a violation was recorded if a vehicle was traveling at a speed of 58 miles per hour or greater, giving them a 13-mile-an-hour buffer over the posted 45-mile-an-hour work zone speed limit. The threshold was established using similar metrics from other states like Pennsylvania and Maryland. The fine itself was $20. However, an additional fine for the difference over 45 miles an hour was also added, along with numerous other fees and assessments. So prior to installing the cameras in both directions, we made sure to inform the public that this was coming through various outlets like press releases, news reports, social media, you name it. As you can see, once the word got out, the program was pretty well received by the public. Our system was about to go online when we discovered that both cameras had been completely destroyed in the middle of the night and coated with an expandable insulation type of foam. Fortunately, we were able to recover from this in a day's time, and the cameras were quickly replaced and the program was off and running. So doing the simple before and after analysis on the crash data, we found a 46% decrease in the total number of crashes within the work zone. We also compared the 2022 numbers with 2019 and found a 19% decrease in crashes. Values and metrics from 2020 obviously were omitted from the analysis because of the COVID pandemic. We did a similar analysis with speeds. We looked at speeds before the system was implemented and compared them to the enforcement period. And the data showed that the speeds were reduced by almost 10% in the northbound direction and a little over 12% in the southbound. Here is question number 1. What was the highest speed reported throughout the duration of the program? Hundred and tens. So here's a leaderboard. You can see we had an individual that was found going 110 miles an hour through the single lane work zone. This equates to a fine of about $347.50. Unfortunately, this particular violation occurred during the warning period, so no fine was actually assessed. We had another triple-digit traveler going 105 miles an hour, as well as some folks going in the 90s and in the upper 80s. So how much does all of this cost? So the camera units themselves were about $36,000 a month per camera. For approximately a year's worth of the program, we spent about $725,000. The majority of that went to our vendor, and a portion of it went to DSP for their role in the program, which was to validate citations. We issued nearly $1 million in fines and fees, and we've seen about half of that be recouped so far. As you can imagine, just about half of all violations came from vehicles with Delaware tags, and a little over a quarter of the violations came from Pennsylvania. Also, we had a good number from other neighboring states. Some of the more frequent ones were Florida, North Carolina, Texas, and Massachusetts. Pretty much every state was represented. There were 3. Hawaii, Wyoming, and shockingly, West Virginia. Didn't get them yet. We'll get them. We'll get them. All right, second poll question. What was the highest number of violations issued to one vehicle? All right, so I'll answer this on this slide, but our data showed a little over 7,000 vehicles being classified as repeat offenders. That is violating the work zone speed limit at least twice. Looking at the table, you can see the number of vehicles with 2 violations was a little over 5,000. And then we go all the way up to 10 violations, which had 4 vehicles. So wait. The chart on the right, it goes even further than that. As you can see, the winner was a vehicle with 23 violations. Again, all 23 of these violations took place during the warning period. So no citations were ever issued, just the warnings. We also had a Pennsylvania vehicle receiving 21 violations, but we got him 8 times with 8 citations. So all in all, we were pleased with the outcome of the pilot since crash numbers and speeds were significantly reduced through the work zone. It's our intent to continue encouraging and pushing for the use of automated speed enforcement in Delaware, considering that speeding is an emphasis area on our strategic plan. We also want to promote the safety of work zones and the traveling public, and we believe that once appropriately utilized and placed, these automated systems really do make a difference in highway safety. Our biggest hurdle right now is to get legislative support and approval for the use of these systems in the future. And as I mentioned in the beginning, we were granted this one-time pilot program by the General Assembly, but anything moving forward would need to be written into law. Questions? Yeah, right now, the legislation's still being drafted. It's still being worked out. Third is Hastings. Hastings, yes.
Where does Hastings? Yeah. All right. Thank you, Scott.
All right.
Alan Martini from Kleinfelder is going to provide us with an update of the right-of-way engineering manual.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you. I thought it was gonna be country roads, you know, that segue from West Virginia. Where's Dan? So anyway, I'm here to present on the most exciting topic of the day, the right-of-way engineering manual. It's why we all came to work and become engineers. First, we'll start out. How do I click? Poll questions. What year was the first legislation enacted in Delaware regarding the maintenance of roads? Timers there. Wait for a second. All right. Well, but anyway, back. It was actually 1656. This is the year when the Dutch administration was the first to initiate the legislation regarding the maintenance of the King roads. Domestic farm animals roamed freely and had so destroyed the roads. The vice director, John Paul Jacquet, was forced to pass an ordinance to control the strays. So at least we don't have to deal with farm animals on the roads right now. Dead deer and stuff like that. Anybody know the significance of the year 1638? That was the year that the Swedes first landed in Delaware. And I'm not even a native. Go to the next poll question. Prior to DelDOT being formed, the counties maintained Delaware's roads, and what year did DelDOT take over the maintenance? And this one I see most people are getting correct. Although 1917 was the year when we entered World War I. 19 is actually 1935 when legislation was enacted. So you see, that's only been about 87 years ago. First legislation was 367 years ago. And in those intervening 280 years, some things happened. That's one of the challenges that we face in figuring out what's going on out there with property rights. So the team support section was tasked with developing the right-of-way engineering manual to standardize the process of creating the right-of-way plans. Today I'm just going to give an overview of the manual, just some of the topics highlighted. The manual is currently being circulated for signatures and will be up on the DRC soon. So just watch for those announcements that you get by email for updates. Did want to recognize all the contributors. Monroe Height and Shanetta Chaudhry were the leads for the manual. So we had a lot of input from the different sections and staff within DelDOT. The main authors from Century were Diane Gunn and Megan Bartlett. They couldn't be here today, but they told me what to say. So not my fault if something's wrong. The manual is divided into 8 chapters, and again, I'm not going to go into it in detail, but the idea is to get you to know that there's this information to be out there and what is going to be in it. Changes. The purpose of the document is to standardize the development of the right-of-way mosaic, proposed acquisitions. It represents DelDOT's practices. It's not to document, to address any design criteria or to address the right-of-way process afterwards during acquisition. This is all the information that we're putting together for those end users for the right-of-way acquisition. Establishing the existing right-of-way mosaic is the first challenge that we encounter. This chapter focuses on the existing property lines, existing right-of-way, the primary for those projects requiring right-of-way plans or acquisition plats that will need to develop an existing right-of-way mosaic. There's a design guidance memorandum 111-1 on right-of-way verification, and that's been incorporated into chapter 2. DGM 1-1 was the one that talked about the tiers, the different tier projects, and what the different tier projects, how they're identified, and what extent of right-of-way plans are needed. There's a chapter on research. So chapter 2 includes 4 suggested ways on how to do the research and provides information on where to find historic plans, how to find the plats, how to find easements such as utility and tax ditches. There are naming protocols in the manual for each document that is part of the parcel file. The documents need to be organized in a specific order. This is important because the documents are stored project-wise. There's also a template on the DRC that you'll be able to use to track the deeds for a parcel. There had been a draft of DGM on existing right-of-way by PE. The question in the past, the draft DGM has been incorporated into the manual. You would apply this right-of-way by PE primarily on the king roads and highways. Ones that fall under statute law, the 20-year laws, and easements that were obtained such as those purchased through the dirt road contracts. Documentation of the mosaic. There are different methods for documenting the resolution. For in-house projects, the DelDOT designers are going to be using the guidance on the CAD wiki to document notes on the existing right-of-way. This level is located on the right-of-way.dgn file. Consultants will still continue to create a survey report for the project. There are guidelines in here on how to prepare a survey report, and a sample report will be on the DRC under the right-of-way tab. So whether you are using the survey notes, the survey report, you need to include the information on how you establish the existing right-of-way and the right-of-way baselines, and how also you resolve the parcels that are involved in your project. The purpose of the survey report and the in-house notes is to help the reviewer understand your thought process and how you established your mosaic. And for archiving purposes, in case things come up, questions from owners have come up during the acquisition project is why you think my line's here, I think it's over here. And just always remember, eventually that can go to court. Chapter 3 covers acquisitions and how a designer will determine the correct type of acquisition to apply, depending upon the use of the lands that are needed. The chapter starts with a simple diagram to describe the decision-making process. Then each type of acquisition and its intended use is described in the chapter. Design guidance memo 4-1 on right to enter was incorporated into the manual in this chapter. And also discussed in this chapter is the denial of access and the process to break the existing denial of access. Partial impact form. This form contains information to assist real estate in the appraisal and acquisition process. This form is now being required to be filled in by the engineer or the practitioner for each parcel that has an acquisition. So if you have one parcel or 25 parcels, each parcel needs to have one. You identify why the impact is necessary and what type of acquisition is needed. Any discussions that you may have had with the property owners should be noted there. Timing, when the TCEs are needed and for how long, are included on the form. Especially go towards things like advanced utility work, and you need the TCE for clearing or the actual access to the utility work or any other kind of advanced work. And that form is located on the DRC. Plan preparation, chapter 4 discusses that. A lot of that is already in the CAD wiki. A lot of our references go directly to the CAD wiki. Example plans, labeling, and the new colorization of right-of-way plan is all discussed. Parcel numbering, another exciting topic. This is new in the directions that'll be in here. There are several examples we use in the manual. It's easy when we're on a straight corridor, but as soon as we get into intersections, it gets complicated. No longer going to use the L and R designations for the parcel numbering. Example, we're going to use sequential numbering or sequence, a series of 100 numbers on the left side and a series of 200 numbers on the right side. Parcel IDs are going to be numbers, no alpha characters, can't exceed 999. Parcel IDs should be assigned at the research stage, and once they're assigned, they can't be changed. They should be numbered whether there's an acquisition or not. Parcel numbering and side roads and how you do that is also discussed. And the best way to get started is to talk with people at team support to get your ID numbering done correctly. Right-of-way data tables. The tabulation sheet is going away. Been working with David Plynott about the data tables and how the information on the tabulation sheet, which is heavily relied on through the acquisition process, needs to be able to be shown. That's our goal, is to provide the end user with the information that they need. So the goal, each parcel is ordered by acquisition type. Finally, the TCEs, the acquisition type is from the baseline outward. The first one is the right of way by PE. You will be acquiring, if there's any remnants there, the new PE, then PE, and finally TCE. So work this way out from the sign out. And there's a new box at the bottom for remarks to be added. The more information you provide, the easier the reviews are and the easier the acquisition process can be. Just to give you an idea of the team support review process, Chapter 5 discusses this. A survey and preliminary plans review is heavily focused on the existing right-of-way mosaic and the proposed concept and the impacts. As we go into the semifinal, the review is geared more towards the proposed acquisitions and the calculations go along with that. Acquisition plat preparation is discussed. for smaller projects that have minimal impacts outside the existing right of way, when these can be used. This would mostly be like tap or paving rehab. And occasionally we'll need a plat for larger projects, for specific projects if they have issues, again, it would be identified. There will be a new example plat located on the DRC along with the update. The as acquired process is discussed in chapter 7. That's this team support process of creating an as acquired plan for archiving. Team support is the lead in the process. They collect information on the right-of-way plans, revisions, the deeds, make sure everything agrees with each other. Corrections done in the PDF format. And final as acquired plans to be archived on Project Wise, Gateway, the DelDOT Record Center, and the State Archives. If you've done work in DelDOT, you know that there are a lot of other agreements that go along with the project. These are discussed in chapter 8. Gives you a general overview of the different types and where the things can be found. More common ones are the town agreements, the tax ditch agreements, and other environmental agreements, such as MOUs or conservation restrictions, covenants that have been reported. For information, there will be training modules once the DRC the manual is uploaded. They can be listened to if need arises for new employees, and also for existing employees if you want to update your knowledge, correct all the bad habits that you've developed over the years. And with that, all the exciting stuff. Any questions? Comments? And the next one is Middletown.
All right, thank you,
Middletown.
Ellen. Middletown. Tim Stanchula, Central District's maintenance engineer, is going to share with us about the successes of the tar and chip program.
Alrighty. Good morning. I'm Tim Stanchula, the Central District Maintenance Engineer, and presenting on the tar and chip program here in Delaware. Topics I want to talk about today are what is tar and chip, how is tar and chip different in Delaware, and the challenges DelDOT has faced in our tar and chip program, and finally I'll discuss the successes we've had recently in the program. I'll start with the question. My questions will be more like poll questions, so there's really no right or wrong answer. So you know what the DelDOT tar and chip program is? Good that most of you do, which makes my life easier here. Start out with that question, I guess, will lead me in my first topic. We'll start out with a little tar and chip 101. Tar and chip is another name for a chip seal. A chip seal is a two-step process, which includes first an application of asphalt emulsion, then a layer of crushed stone to an existing asphalt pavement surface. The chip seal's purpose is to seal the road from water, which can shorten the lifespan of the road. It also provides a durable high-friction wearing surface for traffic. Chip seal is a pavement preservation method to extend the life of the hot mix pavement. Delaware mainly uses it on existing prime chip roads. This is what makes us different from most states that mainly use it as a pavement preservation method. I'll now cover things that make DelDOT's tar and chip program what it is today. Most of the tar and chip roads started out as dirt roads. Base was stabilized with asphalt or cement, and that was topped with a layer or two of tar and chip, which was referred to as prime chip since it was put on. It was not put on existing pavement. These roads have been tar and chip every 4 to 6 years, giving us the roads we have today. This process kind of created the poorly riding roads with high crowns. Every time we tar and chip, we overlap the middle, building that up more. We've made recent improvements to fix these issues, and I'll get into those later. Here are a few archive photos to show the history of the transition of the dirt roads to the surface treated roads we have today. One shows the condition of the rural dirt road prior to grading and alignment. The other one shows the after for the when they're just kind of grading and aligning the dirt roads. These roads are tar and chipped. The third picture shows the problems of freeze thaw of these roads. So that led them to do the base stabilization to fix that problem. To finish up the history, this picture shows the finished product. Throughout the years, the roads are chipped with a single layer of tar and chip with 3/8 aggregate. As I said, this was done every 4 to 6 years. With many years of this, we get to where we're at today. There is approximately about 4 inches stabilized base with 1.5 inches to 2 inches of chip seal layer after layer out there today. And this pavement is classified as a surface treated road in our pavement management system. These are the only roads that were really permitted to resurface treat in Delaware. Here's a video to show the process and how quickly and efficiently our DelDOT crews can surface treat a road. This is Calmarsh Creek Road in Kent County. I didn't include any audio. I didn't think you guys needed to hear the engine of the trucks. This particular road, we did an experiment because of the excessive bleeding. Instead of the 3/8 stone, we used a 1/2 inch stone to give more void to for that excess asphalt to go into, so it wouldn't basically bleed over top of the chips. I'm only going to quickly touch on cost. These numbers are for the materials only since we do the work in-house. I have $45 per ton for the AASHTO number 8 stone and $2 per gallon for the CRS 2P emulsion. I'm sure these numbers are going to go up just like everything else, so that's why I'm really not focusing too much on the cost. I have another question. This one's more of a poll question too, but if I did my job, I think there's only one wrong answer. All right, that'll lead me into the next topic, our challenges. One of our challenges is public perception. Most people don't like tar and chip, and a quick Google search will turn up many stories like this one out of, I believe, Pennsylvania. My concern with this one is the potential to lose the program. I do have experience with other surface treatments and that people don't like in Delaware. I gotta say, microsurfacing is a good product when it's used properly. So we've also had challenges with the materials. Stone, the biggest challenge is the fact that there's no quarries in Delaware. So all the stone needs to be hauled in. The ideal stone for surface treatment is a single size cubic stone. We tried to change our stone spec to get the perfect stone, but that limited the number of quarries that could make it. Also, the ash stone #8 stone that's used for tar and chipping is the same that's used in hot mix. So if you're competing with the hot mix plants, they're going to get their stone first before you guys, or before we get it. With the emulsion, we've had problems with the compatibility of our stone. This picture here shows a strainer that's inside of our distributor truck. All of the yellow material is the latex that has separated out. The latex is the polymer modifier that, makes our emulsion better, help with stone retention, chip retention. One big problem when you're trying to figure out problems with the emulsion is the producers are very reluctant to share information. I always call it the emulsion brown mystery, because most of the producers won't give you too much information about what's in it. Our equipment and how it gets used is another challenge. Most of the equipment used for tar and chip is only used for that operation. This means it only gets used a few months a year. Modern diesels that have diesel exhaust fluid systems don't like to sit. So this makes more work and problems during startup of a tar and chip operation each year. Another equipment challenge that we ran into is getting new equipment to work properly. We got a chipper a few years back and just struggled all year with the gates opening late. Just basically couldn't figure it out, had the manufacturer send representatives out. Ultimately, in the off season, one of our mechanics completely tore it apart and put it back together, and it's been working great ever since. So that was a huge effort on the part of the mechanic, but definitely helped us out in the end. So I'll finally get to the title of the presentation, is success of the tar and chip program. I'll start with on the material side. After a lot of research on emulsions, we made changes to our CRS2P emulsion spec to improve chip retention and decrease the amount of time before sweeping. We wanted to, a lot of the complaints came from loose chips on the road, so the quicker we can sweep them off, the better it would be. This did help with complaints. Also, with better emulsion, we were able to go back to using a standard #8 stone. We kind of stopped our trying to get the perfect stone. The cubical stone that is just too difficult and caused too many problems. We also were working on rideability. We wanted to address the other complaint we often get, and that's surface treated roads just ride bad. So years ago, we started using some equipment we had, which would do a 4-inch strip, and we were focusing on the edge of the road. Then South District, they used a medium-sized paver that they rented to do a wider strip to try to improve some of the cross slope problems. Now they're been using a full-size paver for at least the last year or two to basically pave most of the lane and correct a lot of the rideability problems. This has been working so well, Central District will be planning on doing that in the future. Last change we made is that was very successful with fog seal. This is a really nice looking road, and we initially started doing the fog seal to improve chip retention, but we got a positive response from the traveling public and even the bicycle community. So we now intend to fog every road that we chip. So the final question is more for me. If you can type in a response, what is the biggest problem you see with pavements in Delaware? I do like the pavement preservation stuff, so kind of trying to find what the people think the problems are, kind of focus on where we put the efforts to their pavements. I see we've got a lot of potholes, so we'll get on that. So we've had success with the improvements that we made in the past few years to our tarnship program. But the continued success depends on the continuation of the program. This is the main reason I'm here today, to try and educate more people on this, on the importance of this program. I am not good at giving presentations, but you know, this program is pretty important to our maintenance of these roads. So that's all I got. And we got road.
Thank you, Tim. At this time, Shanta Hastings wants to make a quick announcement for us.
Thankfully, there's no song for me because this is a little impromptu. Good morning, everybody. Thank you all for being here. It's so awesome to see a large crowd gathered together to do our annual winter workshop again. So I just wanted to make some brief remarks, I guess I'll say. So many of you know that Jeff Van Horn's daughter, Marin, she is a little under 2 years old, has been battling cancer. They found out on Christmas Eve. And so she's a couple months into an 18-month treatment plan. So we've been keeping in touch with them, trying to support them however we can. His mother-in-law actually has had bracelets made, Mighty Marin. And for those of you who are friends with them on Facebook, there is a private Facebook page where you can track what's going on with Marin, and they're doing a lot of good updates, but the page is titled Mighty Marin. So I have about 100 of these bracelets that I would love to give out to folks. So I'll be at the table over there. She would not let me pay her for them. And we're hoping to probably get more because I know that our DelDOT family is large and we probably need more than 100. And so if you want a bracelet, come back and see me. If you want to help contribute, we've been doing Wawa gift cards, DoorDash gift cards, just to help them out. They're having to make a lot of trips back and forth up to Nemours. And so just trying to help them in that way. And I know that George Pierce and others are planning for a larger fundraiser sometime this year. And so more to come on that, but please be in prayer for them and their family. They've got a lot of great support. They've got friends doing meals for them. They know that we are there to support them in any way, but would love to get these bracelets out to folks. And I would love to take a picture maybe before the next break with us holding up the bracelets so that we can send to them. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Shanta. At this time, we're going to take a 15-minute break. So we're going to start back up around 10:25. Thank you all for coming back. Now it's time to talk about the importance of corridor preservation. Please welcome to the stage Alayawala Okesala, DelDOT's Kent County Review Coordinator and Corridor Capacity Preservation Manager.
And the music that would bring me up too, but this is cool too. So let's actually start with the poll questions. Can we get those up, poll questions? All right, we'll come to that. So CCPP, objectives and goals. So like I said, this is the quarter, well, that was one of the poll questions. So you guys got that one for free. What are the objectives of the CCPP? Maintain the road's ability to handle and safely manage traffic, minimize the impact of increased economic growth, preserve the ability to make future improvements, prevent the need to build an entirely new road, because we all love doing that, sort local and through traffic. And it's a tool not only for internal customers, DelDOT, but for our localities and those who do business on our corridors within the state to understand how to better manage all the people that are involved, which is developers, landowners, the traveling public, as well as the legislators and prospective businesses. So there are actually 4 corridors, another poll question. So the first one is up in Newcastle. It's actually SR 48. It's a 2-mile stretch from Hercules Road to Route 41. Then the ones you're more familiar with, US 13 from Milford down to the Maryland line, and then US 113 from Route 10 in Camden down to the Maryland line, and SR 1. And I'm going to focus mainly on SR 1 for a number of reasons. The other corridors are pretty much built out, or the development is pretty well established in those areas. The SR 1 is the most visible corridor in our state. It handles a lot of the traffic that goes to and from the beach. There's a lot of ag land preservation along those corridors. So it touches pretty much everything that DelDOT and the state of Delaware in the whole does in general. We are currently doing a plan update, and we're working closely with our consultant Century. Drew and his team have been very pivotal in that effort. And the last time that this plan was updated was 2007. So you can imagine there's been quite a bit of development and changes along the SR1 corridor since then. And you'll see one of the slides, all the progress that's been made since then. I do have to highlight this, and I did highlight it in the slide, that the plan is not intended to encourage development or economic growth. This is purely to maintain the transportation network. And this is something that I constantly have to tell when we do public workshops, and developers, they contact us because when they see a new road or a plan for a new road, they get excited, but that's not our primary objective here. So the uses of the CCPP, again, to ensure consistency within Delaware state strategies, policies, and spending on the county and municipal comprehensive plans. So whenever the counties and the municipalities update their plans, we encourage them to integrate our language, preferably word for word, so that there is no gap, and it's a seamless transition. And they've been very amenable to that. We haven't had any issues. Identify specific access management strategies. So along SR1, there's multi types of use there. We have commercial, we have residential, we have farmland, and not every strategy is going to work in every section of the corridor, and you know that from experience. Identify strategic interchanges that are needed, connections between the local road and SR1. I'll show a map later on of the interchanges that have been completed from the 2007 update, as well as those that are in development and construction right now. And provide direction for new development to determine access on SR1. Just because you want access on SR1 doesn't mean you get access on SR1. And if you have any interest, you can sit in on our meetings when we get with developers, and they can be very interesting. But we try our best to maintain the integrity of the network, and SR1 is very important to that. So project background. So there was a pilot program from 91 to 95, kind of exploring what this program could look like and what the objective would be. Legislation was passed in 96, putting into law that these 4 corridors were established in 97. So like I said, there's one up in Newcastle, and the others are within Kent and Sussex. So 2007 was the last time that this update took place. So there's been a lot of development and changes since then, and we've tried to capture all of that. There are already some things going on along the SR1 corridor. DelDOT has a median crossover study. And as you saw from the HSIP slide, there are a lot of angle crashes in those areas, and those are usually fatal because of the speeds and the geometry of what's going on. The GSIs, many that were in the 2007 update have been completed, and there are those that are in design and construction currently, and the map that I'll show next will delineate that. TIDs, so DelDOT has a couple of TIDs, transportation improvement districts, that have been established, and those that are in the planning, and those are, that's a whole another item. If you want to know more about that, please reach out to Sarah Coakley in our planning. She can tell you all about it. Changes in land use. These are things that, again, we stress to the counties and municipalities not to go about this in a haphazard way, but they are the land use agencies, and we encourage them to follow what we have laid out in the plan. And you know, sometimes that happens and sometimes that doesn't. We also work with state strategies for spending OSPC to make sure that we're in line with what they have planned for the state in this specific area. So SR1, as I mentioned, it's a unique roadway. It is somewhere between a freeway and a major arterial. There are portions of it that are fairly rural. There are portions of it that are fairly well built out and developed. This update is meant to improve upon the 2007 plan, which had quite a bit of GSIs that were identified. And many, like I said, many of those have been completed and built out. But it was meant to get more down into the weeds or granular, as Drew likes to say. And we have 31 plan sheets. So every parcel that is identified on the corridor, you see what the plan would be if there was development there. And again, I want to stress that the plan is development triggered. I mean, most people, and we ran into this a bit during the public workshops. They see a proposed road and they think DelDOT's coming and they're going to build across my farm. And we have to encourage them that this doesn't happen unless you try to develop or you sell to a developer. In that case, it'll be the developer. It's to improve upon the tool that we have. So the 2007 plan is already up there, but we wanted to make it more robust and more useful because, as you can imagine, quite a bit has happened in the past 16 years since 2007. And an update to the manual will also follow this endeavor. So as you can see, this is the SR1 corridor from just south of Dover Air Force Base down to Nassau. And the red circles or ovals indicate the identified GSIs along the corridor. So the ones that are annotated in white, those have been completed. And those were, again, mainly updates and identified from the 2007 update. The ones that are in green are in the project development phase. So you see SR1 Cave Neck, SR1 and minus Conway. The one in orange, SR1 at 16 is currently in construction. And the ones there's two in blue that haven't been done from the 2007 update. So it's an encouragement, this is what happens when you plan well and you can see your plan come to fruition. And there's an additional GSI, Barrett's Chapel overpass was identified in this existing update that we are working around there, as well as trap shooters, which will replace the State Street connector. So corridor strategies for preservation. So again, our main focus is access management. As you know, more access points onto the highway decreases efficiency and also increases the opportunity for more crashes. Crossover modifications. I mean, as I mentioned, DelDOT has already done a median crossover study, and these type of events are typically triggered whenever there is development. So oftentimes when we are meeting with a developer that's proposing access along the corridor, sometimes they're surprised when we ask them to include modifications or full closure to the crossover. And they don't necessarily know that these things are just in waiting. Again, once the development comes, that is the trigger for all these improvements that we like to see. A network of backage and frontage roads. We're trying to sift the local and the through traffic, especially in peak season when people are going to the beach and other events, as well as new service and frontage roads. If people don't need to access SR1, that is the goal, to keep them on the local network. Again, that will increase the capacity of SR1. Accommodate the third lane widening phase based on forecast volumes. There was a study done that SR1 actually does need a third lane all the way, I think, up to 95. And that is something that we have to accommodate in the plan. Again, this is a plan. It's not going to be implemented right away, but we want to have these things in plan if they do come along. More TIDs. There are 2 that have officially been started. There are others in the development and planning. And if we can integrate those instruments and those tools, that'll be helpful as well. Additional grade separated intersections. It's always best if you can create a situation where people don't have to stop, and the GSIs help with that. So they're very expensive, but sometimes the data supports that that's what needs to be constructed there. And we also work obviously with our internal DelDOT partners and the other divisions, Department of DenRec and Department of Ag as well. We've met with them. So this is a sample of the sheets to show you the detail that we've gone through. And obviously you can't read the legend, but each of these colored portions along the roadway delineate what is the plan here. And again, these are all triggered by development. And it's difficult to wrap our heads around that this is not a DelDOT project in the traditional sense. This is just a concept of what could happen should these parcels that front SR1 come up for development. So as you can imagine, we have 30 of these that cover the entire section. And if you want to know the specifics, you can go on the external DelDOT page under programs, CCPP. You can look it all up. It's exciting stuff, I promise. So as I mentioned, we are currently in the process of updating the 2007 plan. And we had a series of public workshops that we held last November. One of them was right here at the DelDOT admin building, and the other was the next day down in Lewis. You can see the numbers of people that attended, the comments that we received, and we're in the process of tabulating all that information and to make a report for the DelDOT Advisory Committee. So this effort, as far as I've been involved, we started this back in 2001. We created the advisory committee, which consists of senior leadership in the other DelDOT divisions to get their input and feedback on what we should include. Then we met with the local land use agencies in the different counties and the localities along the SR1 corridor. Then we also reached out to the other partners in the other state agencies, DenRec, Department of Ag, OMB as well. We also held an elected officials briefing just to let them know this is coming so they can be ready to field questions and inquiries from their constituents. It's usually a good thing. The workshops were held in November, and now we are gathering that data and compiling it in a way that we can make a presentation and a recommendation to the advisory committee. And if all goes well, the new update can be implemented as early as April. So keep your fingers crossed. There we go. So everybody should get 100 on these. What does CCPP stand for? Oh, always a few. Like I said, you got in there. How many identified corridors? Interesting. It's 4. I said 4, but it's okay. Although there is a potential for there to be more, there's a process for that. The counties would have to make a formal application to DelDOT, and upon that we would review it and then maybe add it to the program. What year was the CCPP formally adopted? It was mentioned. So the answer is 1997. Who has jurisdiction over the identified corridors? Kind of a trick question. But yes, it is DelDOT who has the jurisdiction, and then we would make a formal application to the General Assembly, and they would follow our. Right, thank you. Any questions? First is IRIB, and the second one is flood. Bingo.
All right. Thank you, Eliawa. Mark Buckaloo, Chief of Construction and Materials, is going to share with us some of the successes that we've seen from a construction perspective over the last year.
Thank you. Not really my style. Good morning, everyone. You know, I feel like there's, after last night's bit of a somber undertone here. I want to kind of bring it up, bring some positive vibe and talk about successes in 2022. This is just my perspective, so you might have a different perspective on construction successes. And we've had quite a few, but I only have 15 minutes. So the first one for me was e-ticketing, ripping the Band-Aid off of paper tickets, putting it in our specs that all hot mix delivered on projects need to be provided with an electronic ticket. We really need to get away from paper. Unifier is a big part of that. Unifier is really increasing our capabilities, and going electronic with our tickets is going to do the same thing. We're still working on trying to develop something on the concrete side. We've had some pilots that have gone well, pilot with Heritage Concrete. Now, some of our issues is, unlike the hot mix side, we can go to individual plants and talk with those folks. They're really interested in getting away from paper. Concrete, we're dealing with some old plants that may not even have computers that you can get online with. So it's been a bit of a struggle to get concrete. We're going to continue to talk with the plants until we get concrete involved in the ticketing. From there, we'll go into borrow and stone and all those things. Our DelDOT portal, anybody can get on the portal if you like. Once you get logged in, whatever project you're assigned to, you kind of click your project. If you have multiple projects, if you're an area engineer or group engineer, you can click on any project and see any ticket at any time. But we're in the process right now. It's in test environment right now. Is the button that you would just push on your app, and that would take the ticket and send it straight up into Unifier. Inside Unifier, all those tickets would be inside of the file. And when you create your IDR, you can kind of reference that ticket file. And we're running ticker tapes anymore, no more. I ran the tickets through the laundry because they're in my back pocket. Yes, I've done it. I'm sure others have. There won't be any more missing tickets, which happens a lot on these projects. So this is really a big effort for us to get away from paper. With ticketing as well, the other piece is we've been trying to get the plant inspector view loaded and completed. It's been a bit slow going for me. There were some other initiatives that kind of jumped in the middle before we get this finished. So we're hoping to have this piece done within the next month or two. That'll allow the hot mix plant inspector folks to be able to go in, put their information into the ticket as they're doing the material testing, and that information that they load on the tickets will also show up in the inspector's view. So we're hoping to have that finished in the next month or two. My second success is Route 24, and some of you may not know what Route 24 is. Sussex County is getting a lot of love today. And you're going to start seeing Sussex County get a lot more love. There's a lot of construction projects coming out in Sussex County, and rightfully so. There is an expansion of our population down in Sussex County. If you haven't driven down there in a while, check it out. There's a lot of new developments. There's a lot going on. Route 24. I know when I started many years ago, I was working on Kogo for Steve Sisson. Yes, it was that long ago. And I didn't know where 24 was. Now, Route 24, there's a lot of projects coming out. I'll tell you why this is a success for us. We started doing plan reviews and saw all the projects with overlapping work zones, overlapping detours. This is going to start being a big deal. Talking to Jerry Kaczynski, the famous line to me was, "It's going to be bad, bro. It's going to be bad." Take your word for it, January. I still don't know where 24 is, but I'll take your word for it. So why is it going to be bad? So if you look at some of the ADT numbers, it's just several projects, several construction projects, right off the plans. You see the ADT of 18,000, 19,000, 20,000 vehicles. And if you look at some of the projected volumes in 2040, I think it's going to be there a lot sooner, by the way, from what I've seen down there. Our ADT is looking at around 33,000. So we're seeing a lot more vehicles traveling on 24, a lot more beach vehicles down our beach areas. Everybody wants to live at the beach. We're one of the best states to retire in or something, which would account for a lot of this. When I talk about the projects coming on 24, again, this was 5 years ago, we were looking at this map. The projects in orange, there's 21 of them. These are actual DelDOT projects. Some are in construction, some in maintenance, some in bridge. The projects in green is private work. If anybody knows anything about private work, they now have to do infrastructure improvements. So those infrastructure improvements are going to cause disruption to our roadways. It takes a vast amount of coordinated effort to talk with private developers, talk with our construction projects, make sure everybody's on the same page. The last thing we need to do is have overlapping detours or send somebody on a detour down a road that's closed. This was a big deal and something, construction partnered with traffic safety to make sure we are all on the same page and we're all talking the same language. Another thing that we added to the 24, and it's a program that's been expanding over the past several years, is Smart Work Zone. In the past, we ran Smart Work Zone systems that kind of just said construction ahead. Well, that's kind of outdated now. No one really, everybody knows construction ahead in Delaware. So this new system kind of provides accurate traveler data through the work zone. And we can use that by using Wavetronics, capturing driver data, capture vehicular volumes going through a work zone. We could track their Bluetooth readers. We could track their duration through a work zone. We can take that information and post it on a message board. So as people are have to drive through the work zone, they see a message that says maybe, hey, 30 minutes through the work zone. It gives them the option to maybe take an alternate route. All it is taking data that we know, and giving it to the public that they can make better decisions for them and their families. Maybe they have to go somewhere and they're in a bit of a hurry, and they know if they could take a side road, maybe they can cut some time off. We also deployed a similar type system up on the viaduct. It's been very successful. The message board is actually taken from a message board that we used up there. So talking about 24, this was a standalone contract because, as I showed you in the previous slide, there's a bunch of state contracts, there's a bunch of private contracts. We couldn't really attach it to one singular construction project because it only captures a small sliver versus the 5 years that this is going to take, that all this work is going to take. We are not finished. We're a little over a halfway point. The reason why I call this the success of 2022 is what we thought was going to end up being a really tough time for the department down there has really been mitigated. And that's a credit to the staff in construction and safety that's kind of talked through this and coordinated together to really make this not as bad as it could have been, or even that bad at all. We have 2 DelDOT officials that drive this corridor daily. So if there's any issues, they let us know immediately, problems that we can get them fixed for them. So, so far it's been going well. I'm not spiking the ball here, but we're going to continue this effort, and I believe it's going to be a success for the department moving forward. My last success I'm going to talk about, and you may be sick of it hearing about, is the viaduct. I'm going to give you a slightly different spin on the viaduct, a slightly different story for the success of the viaduct. When we started, this job started in the winter of 21. And the first thing we had to do was shift traffic into a contraflow pattern. So northbound 95, and we shifted over to southbound 95 in a contraflow pattern. This would close all of northbound 95 to reconstruct. So it's broken up basically 2 phases. I mean, there's multiple phases. We're going to call it. So first phase was push traffic over to southbound side so we could reconstruct northbound, which in order for us to be successful and get this project finished in under 2 years, phase 1 is going to have to be completed in 2021. At the end of 2021, our goal is to shift northbound and southbound 95 over to the northbound side. That way we can reconstruct the southbound side. Phase 2 will be doing that in 2022. In order to shift traffic, a normal traffic shift takes maybe a night, maybe 2. This being trying to manage 100,000 vehicles a day, it's going to take us 2 weeks to shift traffic. Pull up my calendar for February of 2021, counting for 2 weeks to do the work. We started planning for this back in, say, October of 2020. And every stage, every activity had to be phased out so we can do some traffic shift work and then reopen the traffic the next day. So it was a massive coordinated effort. We knew it was going to take us 2 weeks. Anybody who's been around construction knows the worst possible time to do a traffic shift is in the middle of winter. In order for us to get into this phase and have a chance to finish phase 1 we knew we were gonna have to get done very soon to give us the maximum amount of duration, the maximum amount of days available in 2021 to reconstruct northbound 95. When we started looking at this calendar, you're looking at the weather calendar, the weather for every single day. Our best shot ended up being the last 2 weeks of February, and it didn't come without inclement weather, freezing rain, snow, cold temperatures. You can't really strike the cold temperatures. There was a constant communication with maintenance who helped us clear the roadways quickly, kept the roadways pre-salted. So when freezing rain or snow did hit, we can get it cleaned up quickly. It would dissipate off of the roadway. We actually were able to do the traffic shift Friday the 26th, right because that whole weekend, the 27th, 28th, ended up having a lot of snow, which gave us the opportunity to start work March 1st. Now, remember that date because it's very critical. Starting March 1st, by the way, as cold as the temperatures were from the 15th to the 28th and the snow and the rain, I think March 1st that year ended up being like 70 degrees or something, but it allowed them to start working. Fast forward to the end of 2021. We had to shift traffic. Now we finished the northbound side. We were in good shape. We actually finished the first week in December. We finished reconstructing northbound 95 first week in December, which gave us the opportunity now to shift traffic to the northbound side so we can reconstruct the southbound side. Now it's very critical that we finish the traffic shift prior to Christmas. As you can see, to finish prior to Christmas, to start the traffic shift in 2 weeks, it takes us 2 weeks. That puts us ending on the 19th. Christmas is the 25th. Can't shift traffic over the holiday weekend. New Year's is the 1st. Can't shift traffic over the 1st. If we didn't hit this date, the 6th through the 19th, you're going to be pushed into January, which who knows what kind of weather we would have hit. We wouldn't have been able to get into that phase and start the demo work throughout the winter, which is really the main goal. If anything happened that year in 2021, we ran into problems. We ran into a lot of problems reconstructing northbound 95. The staff that worked out there attacked every single problem that we had, and we had answers quickly. We had engineers on staff. We had our inspectors work days and nights. Our materials inspectors work days and nights and weekends. The people that were involved in this job attacked every single problem. They're proactive, looking for problems that may come so we can have a solution quickly. If we didn't hit these dates, if everybody wasn't on board, and I'll go back to this one, if we didn't switch traffic by March 1st, we don't finish on the 19th to shift traffic. We get pushed into 2022 with a traffic shift. And the viaduct is a completely different story at that point if that happens. So when we get into construction and we push, and sometimes we're rude, and we're pushing them at times, I get it. This is why, because sometimes we're dealing with really razor thin margins for error. Because if we don't hit this date, it's a completely different story for the department on a job that was really high risk, high reward as far as I'm concerned, because we were able to deliver something substantial for the public. It's high risk because of the community we're working within. It's high risk because of potential claims. The costs of this job could have really skyrocketed, and none of that happened. We worked with the community to deliver a job that we can all be proud of. So thank you to everyone that worked on this job. Thank you, consultants, state inspectors, state engineers, materials inspectors. All of you made this a success. And that's really all I have. Any questions? Guess I'm supposed to give you a word, John. I'll just give you a word. Defensive holding. Am I allowed to? No. All right. Easy pass, my favorite. Easy pass.
One more.
One more. And then, you know what? Wilmington, shocker. Good one. And I guess I'm supposed to introduce Laney. Laney's going to show us the money. Show us the money, Laney.
Thank you, Mark. Laney Clymer's coming to the stage to talk about funding and other finance initiatives.
All right, so good morning, everybody. I just wanted to provide you with an update for the department in terms of where we stand with our financials. So just the Division of Finance is to enable the department to fulfill its mission of excellence in transportation by ensuring financial stability, accuracy, transparency, and accountability. So we'll start with our Transportation Trust Fund. So good news to share with everyone. If you were not aware, we went to the bond market last fall, and in doing so, we're required to go through a credit rating process. And the department did make out very well with that, in that we were reaffirmed by both of our credit rating agencies with a AA+ and AA1 credit rating. And if you may not be aware, the reason for going to the market was so that we would be able to have sufficient state funding to match the additional federal resources that we receive through the bipartisan infrastructure law. So just to go over the flow of funds for our Transportation Trust Fund, we have revenues that are deemed as pledged revenues. So we pledge those to our bondholders, so they're somewhat restricted. And then we have non-pledged revenues. Both of those revenue sources flow into our Transportation Trust Fund. From there, allocations can begin. And first thing that we are required to allocate towards is our debt service payments. So as a terms of our trust indentures with our bondholders, they come first in terms of who gets paid. We have our DelDOT operating budget, and as well as the subsidy that we provide to DTC or DART. The remaining state resources, after we've taken those three items into consideration, are resources that we'll use for our state capital program. For fiscal year 24, believe it or not, we're already looking at 24. We're talking about fiscal year 24. This is something we've been working on for several months now. Here's our sources of funds. So into the trust fund, we'll receive a little bit over $1 billion. We have I-95 tolls and SR1 tolls, DMV revenues of almost $240 million, motor fuel tax. We have some interest income. We are using the last of our federal stimulus money that we received as a result of the pandemic. We will be using some of those bond proceeds from the sale last fall. We have our DTC farebox revenues, the federal funding, as well as other revenue. And then how are we going to use those revenues that are coming into the Transportation Trust Fund? 82.2 million will be for debt service. 200.2 million will be for DelDOT's operating budget, and 131.2 million will be for DTC's operating budget. The remaining funding, or 60%, will be budgeted towards our capital program, that being 299.5 state and 325 million federal. And then US 301, we do track this roadway separately. For fiscal year 24, the revenues that we anticipate will be 24 million, and that will be used towards debt service, 16.7 million, operations of US 301, so any operating costs associated with that roadway is 3.2 million, and then we will put $4.1 million into the toll stabilization account. A question that we get very often is US 301 paying for itself? So gladly we can say yes, as of right now, it is. The roadway is performing very well. There's a toll stabilization account associated with that roadway. That was a requirement of the TIPIA loan that we received through Federal Highway. And that account needs to reach 35 million. And at that point, we can begin revenue sharing. The original projection for the roadway anticipated that in 2026 we would be there, but we're tracking well ahead of that projection. This is a performance measure of the department and also the Division of Finance. So we track our debt service as a percentage of our revenue. So our goal is to maintain that percentage less than 20%. So you can see we had a minor blip with 301 in 20 and 21, but we're well below that threshold. So performing well in that perspective. So moving on to our operating budget. For fiscal year 24, we have a $385.1 million operating budget for the department. DTC subsidy will be 88 million, debt service 82.2. The department's personnel costs are 115.3 million. Our operating budget is 69.7, and then we have that $10 million storm emergency contingency, and then US 301 as well. Moving on to our capital budget. Just to kind of give you an overview again of the updates in terms of bill. So there were new programs added for resiliency and sustainability, the EV, the protect, the carbon, increased funding for our bridge program. We did receive an increase to our FHWA formula allocation, which will be, which has been kind of incorporated into our 23 to 28 SIP. And then our FTA formula funding, we did receive an increase in that year over year as well. For our 24 state categories, it just shows you where our funding levels will be for fiscal year 24 in regards to state capital. Road systems of 209.8, support systems of 58.4 million, grants and allocations 38.7. That does not include a $20 million general fund contribution that we'll be receiving for that program. And then 15.4 million for transit. Highlights of our capital program: investment in multimodal safety, continued investment in state of good repair, focusing on connecting communities and resiliency and sustainability. Just some finance updates that we wanted to share with you. So I'm very happy to share that we have contracted with Origo, and we will be replacing the fax application. This will be an 18-month project that we are undertaking that we just started this month. It will affect a lot of you in this room. I think you'll be very pleased with the outcome. Origo is currently being utilized by several other DOTs. It's a software application that's specific to transportation, and it'll have a lot of enhanced features when compared to the fax application. We're hoping to have that in production early calendar year 2025. Wanted to provide you a few procurement updates. So there were updates that are going into effect tomorrow, actually. Wednesday, for the thresholds that you need to use in terms of procuring goods or services. So material non-professional services procurement, the threshold for formal RFP or for formal bid is being increased to 100,000. Professional services procurement up to 150,000, and public works up to 250,000. So it's important to note that wage requirements have not changed. So you're still required to comply with all wage requirements, as well as purchase order requirements for the state. Project closeout. So we just want to talk to you a little bit about project closeout, not too much. So as many of you in the room are aware, 2 CFR, the uniform guidance from our friends at the federal level require us to have end dates or period of performance dates. So this essentially for all of your capital projects specifies your first day of work and your last day of work. We've worked really hard as a division as well as a department to have a comprehensive process and work through a bit of a backlog in project closeout that was present a few years ago. We've initiated a project closeout working group. So this group is looking to define and deploy a department-wide project closeout process by using various reports, checklists, and they're providing recommendations in order to facilitate that department-wide project closeout process. Our goals, we're required to have less than 2% of our projects as inactive projects. So we ensure that we are under that threshold. We also want to make sure that we are meeting the requirements of our audit plan each year. So our friends in audit come up with a plan of projects that they are going to review, and the finance team works with them to ensure that we're closing out those projects upon a successful audit. We are required to close out projects within 20 days of the period of performance date. So that's something that we've been working on and trying to make sure that we're complying with that requirement. And we're also looking to simplify the process because there are a lot of people that are involved with this process. There's a lot of hands in the pot. Things can get confusing. We've been working on this for years and years and years. And it's not something that's going away. So in order to simplify the process, there's a lot of terms being thrown around specific to this project closeout group and a lot of confusion between what construction should be providing as their date, what finance is using as their date. Some of our friends at the federal level, they call it an end date. Some of our friends call it a period of performance date. So we wanted to simplify things as a group, and we are making the recommendation that at a field level, this is red. So this is going to be our new acronym for the field end date. So that's all that everyone here hopefully needs to know. So this is the date in which you are going to be completed with a particular capital project phase. This should be the date you should incorporate time needed to pay your final invoices, but this will be your date going forward. You don't have to worry about anything else other than Fred. And then here's all of our contact information. If you have any questions about the presentation or about finance division, we are happy to come out to your units and provide specific presentations in regards to any type of process that you may have questions about or subject matter in terms of procurement or a financial process, how to fill out budget forms. We're happy to help you with any of that. So at this time, I'm happy to, well, let's get my questions. I can take any questions if you have any. Yes. Okay, Drew asked when we think the excess revenues will begin coming into the trust fund. So right now I have it projected for 2026. So in our base financial plan, we actually will benefit from revenue from 301. Good question. Rob? So as part of the financial plan, there are maintenance reserves that are accrued on a monthly basis in order to account for future reconstruction or renovation that's needed for that roadway. Any other questions?
It's bingo.
Oh. Ian, do you have my card? Okay. Transportation. Majeski.
Thank you, Lainey. PMD Director Janice Simpler is now coming to the stage to provide us with an agency update.
Good morning, everyone. How are you? It's good to be here. Thank you so much again for asking DMV to be part of the 2023 DelDOT Winter Workshop. 2022 was a busy year for us, and 2023, it doesn't look any slower. I'm happy to have the opportunity to showcase some of the things that we accomplished in 2022 and what's coming up over the course of the next, say, 9 months or so. The common theme that you'll hear from me is about customer service. We are obviously a customer-facing agency. Many of the enhancements that I'm going to talk about today are directly related to the way that we connect with our customers day to day. The first thing I want to talk about is our medical tint waiver. So again, I want to focus a little bit on some of the things that we accomplished last year. Last August, we implemented tint waiver changes, and they were very well received across the state. The bottom line is what we're able to do is accomplish an online process that would allow someone with a current valid tint waiver to be able to add it to a number of vehicles. And if you were to purchase another vehicle, you wouldn't have to go through the process of getting another tint waiver. You'd be able to add it in online to the current vehicles that you own. So those are the two things that happened last year. We're implementing phase 2 over the course of the next couple of weeks. What you'll be able to do is not have to come to DMV with your completed tint waiver. You'll be able to download it, take it to your doctor, have it signed, and be able to upload it directly to DMV for review. So that's the second phase, and that should be out in the next couple of weeks. The next thing I'll talk about quickly is CDL self-certification. This allows a CDL holder to upload a medical certificate to his or her driving record. And again, that's through the MyDMV app. I'll talk about that a little bit more in just a moment. Keys to convenience. So you've heard all about our kiosks and you've heard about MyDMV. Those are the opportunities. Kiosks are obviously in our lobbies at the DMV. The MyDMV app, the MyDMV online opportunity for you to conduct probably more than 20 or so transactions so you don't have to come to DMV. Those we've had in place for quite a while. I want to spend a little bit of time telling you about our plan and scan. This is your a mobile lobby. And if you've been to DMV in the last year, you should have seen all kinds of signage at all 4 of our lanes. What you do is when you, and this was really borne out during the pandemic, but we put it in play again about a year ago. We did a press release early in the year to advise more people about it. But the bottom line is what Plan and Scan allows you to do is arrive at DMV, any of the 4 locations, scan a QR code from the parking lot. So the parking lot will have banners, they have sidewalk clings, we have signage all over the parking lots. So you can scan the QR code. And at that point, you're placed in the virtual lobby. So you can wait in the comfort of your vehicle and you're going to get a series of texts based on the type of transaction that you're looking to conduct once you get into the building. So you'll receive, your first in line or your 5th in line, your 3rd in line, we're ready for you. And we'll tell you exactly which station to come to and which staff member will be assisting you once you get in. So again, so I talk about those keys to convenience, just ways to meet the customer's needs in a different way. The next thing is DMV on the go. So 2022 was our first season out and about with our truck and trailer combo. You're familiar with the bus that we used to have. So it replaces the bus that was retired, I think, in 2019. So we spent the time during COVID building the new truck and trailer combo. Last year was our first year out and about. We had static locations across the state. We were located in Wilmington on Tuesdays at the Beach Street location with DART. And we were at in Seaford at the Big Lot Shopping Center. Very, very well received at that location as well. Over the course of the year, we had almost 1,000 transactions. And the reason that that's important, again, because in talking about convenience, keeping people out of the DMV lobbies is really important, finding a way to meet their needs in a different way. And so having them come see us at at the DMV on the go was a tremendous success. And for 2023, what we're looking to do, so as I noted, they were static locations 2 times a week through from April through October of last year. We're looking to add 1 more location, hopefully in the Lewis area. So we'll have 3 locations throughout the state coming in April through October this year. So we use current DMV staff, we pull them, and we have 2, typically 2 on the driver's side, 2 on the vehicle side. So we're able to conduct nearly every type of transaction that you'd want to come to a DMV for. We can conduct a DMV on the go. The only things we can't do are road skills testing, knowledge testing, and of course the inspection lane. Everything else you can do right at the DMV on the go. Last year, during the legislative session, we passed legislation on veterans indicator, adding a veterans indicator to the driver's license or ID card. So this is important for our veterans to have that veteran status, but if they're able to provide the required documentation, it does take away the need for them to have that separate veterans card. We used to offer a free veterans card. So that is no longer necessary because we imprint veteran on the front of the driver's license or ID card at this point. Specialty plates, we added several new plates to our list of plates after the last legislative session, including combat infantry plate, suicide prevention, Boy Scouts, and attack addiction. In 2023, so far, we're looking at white tail plate as well as a plate for retired legislators. So those are the things that we're working on now. So what's coming in 2023? Dealer consolidation. So as we work to significantly reduce backlog in processing dealer paperwork, we're working toward consolidating our dealer section in the Dover DMV. So right now we have staff in all 4 of our locations that conduct transactions related to dealer paperwork. So we're looking at consolidating that. I would anticipate that's going to happen this spring. I'm just hoping to we will create efficiencies based on consolidation of that process and increase consistency too in processing of the paperwork. So that's happening this spring. DENREC emissions regulations in late 2022, DENREC prepped new emissions regulations to adjust how DMV conducts emissions checks throughout the state. So I'm not sure if you're familiar or not, but Sussex County used to conduct and currently does conduct inspections a bit different than the other two lanes just based on regulations from DENREC. Those regulations were updated late last year and they were put in effect in January of this year. What we're doing is going to take us approximately 9 months. That's 9 months from about last September. So we started working on this. So anticipate a completion date by about July or so of middle of this summer. What we need to do to be able to prepare for those emissions is essentially update our system. The changes are significant in Sussex, not quite as challenging in Kent and Newcastle, but includes not only an outreach component to the public, and working with DENREC on that, but it also includes training for staff. So we have system enhancements, training, and outreach that's going to happen between now and July 1 to be ready regarding that regulation. CDL third-party testing. Currently, DMV conducts all knowledge and skills testing for all CDL applicants. We're working on a process to contract out the testing component and with a third-party organization. Currently finalizing the regulations and agreement, and we're looking again for a summertime implementation for that. What that's going to do for us is it's going to allow us to free up DMV staff to focus on other areas within DMV. We have all of our driver services staff are trained in CDL testing, that is road skills testing, as well as knowledge testing. So if we have third-party organizations conducting that testing, our staff can be freed up to work on other projects. A few more things for 2023. While working with DelDOT, DSP, and the Office of Highway Safety on a motorcycle safety working group. We met throughout 2022. We met sporadically, I think, in 2021. But this is an opportunity for us to collaborate with partners on transportation safety. So we're focusing on, our office is focusing on, of course, our classes that start in March. Looking for instructors, encouraging the motorcycle public to take one of the classes as necessary. And one of the things that we'll be doing is doing a lottery for a motorcycle tag. So, you know, obviously plates are very important in Delaware. And we had a very successful plate lottery in November and December of last year. So based on the folks that sign up and successfully complete the motorcycle class, we'll put their name in a drawing for a low digit motorcycle plate. So that's happening. So I think we're going to lottery off. Anyway, 500 plates or so, 250 in the spring and then 250 in the fall, again, for folks that complete the class successfully. So that's coming. Truck parking, we're partnering with DelDOT on allowing large truck parking in our overflow parking lot, or our large truck lot on the Dover DMV campus. So we've worked over the course of the last couple months, identifying the location and identifying signage and striping, et cetera, but that's been a priority of the department, and we're happy to be able to assist with that. And finally, legislation. A couple of pieces of legislation that we're working on that are specific to DMV, and then of course we're always looking at other pieces of legislation that impact the division as well. But the two that are ours are extending temp tag. So currently temp tag is 60 days, and we're looking to extend that to 90 days. And then finally, we have a couple of cleanup bills related to our medical advisory board. I think that's everything I had that I wanted to share. And I didn't get a sign that I'm over time. A thumbs up. Okay, good news. Let's see, poll questions. When was the first driver license issued in Delaware? Wow. The answer is C, 1911. All right. When were lap and shoulder belts first required in Delaware? A strategic highway safety plan, folks, I'm calling on you. Again, even split between 92 and 68. The answer is A, 1968. When did the first color photo first appear on a driver's license in Delaware? It is D, 1970. How much did it cost for a car to go through the Newark Toll Plaza in 1963? Many of you are expecting a trick question, apparently, but the answer is actually B, 30 cents. Long way, long time ago. All right, that's everything I have. Any questions for me?
Yeah, there's one in the
I
back.
have a question.
Yes.
Is anything being done about illegal vanity tags? Like, for example, any tags that are old letters that are printed out on black and white tags?
Yes, actually, that has been an interest of legislators over the course of the last several years. And last year, there were enhancements made in terms of enhanced penalties that were added to the state's illegal tag law that already existed. So yes, there is more that's being done in that there are enhanced penalties now where I don't believe there were actually any penalties at all. And now it's a misdemeanor with a fine. Yes.
Do you have to do the plan and scan when you arrive at the
Oh, no.
DMV?
No, you do not have to. You can come in, you can visit our greeter, get a ticket, and you'll be entered into the queue. I didn't say it earlier, but, and I don't want to assume that it's obvious, is when you come in for plan and scan and you use the QR code, you're entered in the same queue as everyone else that comes in the building. So you're not out, you don't, number one, you don't jump ahead, but you're not at the end of the line either. You're in the same queue. So your scheduled time to visit someone at one of our stations is the exact same as whether you came in or not. You just get to hang out in your car and listen to music. Anything else? Okay. Thank you. Oh, I got
You
to
have to
draw.
do the bingo. Yep.
Sure thing. Resiliency. And GABC. Thanks again,
All right,
everyone.
thank you, Jana. Gary Lovell, Group Engineer, Project Development North, is going to present on a new project to help us get around on our bikes in Newark.
I want to ride my bicycle.
Start for me. Turn it off. Put it back on. There we go. So, good morning, everybody. I know Maria said she's been trying 18 years to get to do a presentation. I've been trying for about 15 not to. And the reason I am is because when the draft agenda came out, I think Matt sent it to me, told me to look at it. My name was on it. So that's the way it goes. And then after that, I find out it's the day after the Super Bowl. So excuse me, I got a sore neck, a sore throat, puffy eyes. And I guess to look on the positive side, if I wasn't up here now, I'd still be at home, rolled up in a ball. So, okay, on to the project. So I didn't do an online poll, but I just want to do the old-fashioned poll. Everybody know where U of D is? That's how many people went to U of D? How many people have kids at U of D? Okay, so everybody's pretty much familiar with the area. That's good. So and everybody knows where University of Delaware, so we'll go through that quickly. So pretty much this slide shows really the need for the project that we did. Everybody knows Main Street's very busy. It's crowded with pedestrians, cars parked everywhere. To ride a bike down Main Street, you either got to be crazy, I guess, or young and foolish, right? And it's a one-way street. So Delaware Avenue is the eastbound leg. Is a little bit more bicycle friendly. It was because it had a shoulder, but you know, Delaware law says, and pretty much everywhere, the bike is like a car. So you can't ride your bike opposite of traffic or you're breaking the law.
So anybody wanting to go east to west on the UD campus either had to kind of, we'll say, take their bicycling lives into their own hands or ride illegally on Delaware Avenue. So, so for the project, what we wanted to do is provide a designated and predictable two-way bicycle route on a one-way street. Now, this is a little bit different than a multi-use path where everybody uses it. This is actually pretty much a road for bikes. You know, I've been a highway engineer for a long time. Lots of roads, lots of intersections. We've done bridges. This is the first, we'll say, road that were built for bikes in Delaware. And there's not a whole lot of them in the United States. You go to Europe, they're around. And we wanted to do it in a way that would reduce stress for the bicyclists and also make things compliant ADA wise on Delaware Avenue. And it was done in coordination with the Pave and Rehab Project. So, so that got, you know, that was a big part of it. And there was a lot of public participation to put it together because, again, never been done before. So we needed a lot of help. Now the details, I have JMT folks, but before I can't turn it over to them, I want to say thanks. This really was a unique project. It was a true team effort. Construction, Katie and Brian Locke, you know, it definitely wasn't your normal pave and rehab project. And there was a lot of stuff changing even as we were building the project. Traffic section, we have signals out there that they don't exist in the MUTCD. So we went through special studies and process to get these approved. So if you go out and ride your bike, you're seeing something that's not even in the book. Mark Lutz was a big proponent all along the way, from when you were in traffic all the way through the design, coordination. The PD North team, along with JMT, Angie and Laura are going to come up and give you some details about the project. They were with it from the start of it to the finish. Also great cooperation from the City of Newark, University of Delaware, and the bike community as well. James is here. Thanks, James. What we did, springtime comes, you know, you'll see some details today, but go and ride it. So it's definitely pretty cool to have your own road inside another road. So it's good for you. It's healthy, right? Okay.
So as Jerry mentioned, this project will have spanned 9 years by the end of our post-construction monitoring that's going on. So we started with the planning study with really big hopes that we could do this as a pave and rehab, but we quickly found that that was not true. We had to take this one a little bit of a different course. So for more information on kind of the project history, check out the project website. There's a lot of information on there that goes back 9 years with this project. So during the planning study, we tried to take kind of a step decision process to this project. So we looked at the corridor as a whole, looking at the existing transportation system, the land development plans around it, the transit data, traffic counts, crash history. And what we found is that we felt it'd be better to break this corridor into 3 different sections. Mainly land use was a primary contributor to that breaking the corridor into sections. We broke it into those 3 sections. We started looking at, can we do 2 one-way bike facilities or should we do 1 two-way bike facility? All with the hope of having these facilities be protected in some way for motor vehicle traffic, particularly for the contraflow movement. When we started looking at that, we decided that the two-way actually made the most sense. A big factor in this was the width constraints. We were trying not to move the curb. Moving the curb would have been costly, would have been expensive. We had utilities. We had a lot of buildings that fronted right up against the back of the curb. So a lot of reasons not to want to move the curb in this project. We also looked at maintenance requirements. If and when it snows, that the city would be able to maintain this facility if it were a two-way facility. Because of the width, they could use some existing equipment to clear it. If it was only the one-way facilities, it would take some special equipment to get that bike lane clean. We moved forward looking at which side of the road to put this project on. So again, looking at the unique characteristics along the street. turning movements was really one of the determining factors there, was that we decided that the left side or the north side of the road is the better placement because it would eliminate any right hook turns. If the facility had been on the right side of the road, we'd be looking at restricting right turn on red movements to protect people in the bike lane from get those right hook crashes. It would also cause kind of delays in the traffic patterns as well. We also were looking at cyclist visibility and predictability for the contraflow movement, and decided that there was some evidence showing from similar case studies that the left side of the road was more predictable for bikes becoming oncoming into traffic because it's more like a typical road where you're looking for oncoming traffic from the left side. So something interesting happened though whenever we were working with the focus group during our one-way and two-way discussions. So as I mentioned, we had a very narrow right-of-way width we were working with. The leading federal guidance on doing these types of two-way facilities says that you should have at least 12 feet for a two-way facility, with 10 feet getting down into your very constrained areas. But the best we were going to get, we saw, was 10 feet throughout the whole corridor, going down to a constrained width of 8 feet. This caused some concern in the focus group of, is this going to be too tight? Is there going to be a safety issue? Is it going to work? So we decided, you know what, let's go out and try it. So we used the existing bike lane, measured it off, working with the city of Newark and UD to put up a temporary demonstration of the project. So we used traffic cones. We had a lot of safety signing to warn the motorists that there was a demonstration happening. And I think the demonstration only ran for about an hour, maybe 2 hours one day. We advertised it to the public. We wanted to get as many different users out there as we could so that they could experience a small section of this project. We wanted people biking side by side, contraflow, passing each other, really testing, is this going to work? Are you comfortable? We documented their thoughts and feelings. Right after they wrote it, we asked them to fill out a survey, which helped us give us some really interesting data to look at. That survey also pointed to moving the bike facility to the other side of the road, which was the left side where we ultimately put it, that people said they would feel more comfortable biking towards oncoming traffic if there was a little bit more space. So having that contraflow movement against the curb instead of right next to adjacent traffic was also preferred. The planning study ultimately resulted in 2 different alternatives. We called the one on the left side of the screen, the low impact alternative, with the one on the right being the ideal. So low impact was not moving the curb. How can we build this within the existing space? We didn't want to add any more curb to buffer it either, just because of drainage concerns and some other impacts. So we called that kind of the low impact. This can be done relatively quickly, as compared to the ideal alternative, which would have widened the roadway, would have constructed a continuous curb barrier out there, would have given us more space, but it would have been more costly and more difficult to deal with utilities and all the other constraints we have out there. So leaving the planning study, we moved into the concept development. And this is where I say everything changed, not really everything, but we got a lot more information at this point. So we did a traffic study to look through this two-way facility. We knew that there was going to be impacts to the intersections. We just weren't sure how we were going to handle those signals until we had the traffic information to really uncover it. So it did solidify the need for bicycle signals for that contraflow movement particularly. But what we found was that the bicycle signals that the FHWA has approved were not actually going to work for this facility because they would cause significant traffic delays because the requirement is basically you cannot have any turning movements on a green bicycle signal. So that means bike turning movements, that means pedestrian turning movements, that means vehicle turning movements. So what it forces you into is having a protected bicycle only phase. When we would model that out at the intersections, we saw really bad failures throughout the corridor, and we said, this just isn't going to work. So we kind of went back to the books, found out, looked around what else is being done in the country. And we found these flashing yellow permissive bicycle signals, which are being experimented with in Hennepin County, Minnesota. So we worked with city and county partners out there, and they were very willing to share everything that they were doing and learning from it. And it was really opportunistic for us because we were able to use a lot of what they were looking at for our project as well. We also looked at the transitions and connections at the end of this facility. And we identified there was a better opportunity to split this facility into 2 one-way bike lanes at the Pomeroy Trail. That existing crossing just gave us a good point to split the facility, but it also simplified the intersection at Library Avenue to have bikes going in a more logical transition. At the other side of the project area, looking at Main Street, We didn't want to have bikes heading onto Main Street into oncoming traffic in the wrong direction. So at that side of the project, we did transition the facility down Orchard and onto Ainsdale. So another opportunistic thing that happened at the same time is that the Dutch cycling ambassadors came to Delaware. They participated in just different design charrettes and were offering their expertise to many of our projects, Delaware Avenue being one of them. So the ambassadors came, they biked through the existing corridor, nothing was built yet. We showed them some plans that we were looking at, and they were very adamant that we needed to do more than the stripe buffers with the flexible delineator posts. They said, you know, these concrete barriers, that's what you really should do. Don't worry about drainage, leave gaps, the drainage can get through. And in places that it's too constrained to put that buffer in between, you can raise the bike lane. That raising the bike lane, we kind of said, well, what do you mean raise the bike lane? What's that look like? What if, you know, there's a crash, that the bikes crash, how do they get out of it? They said, oh, no problem, just bevel the edge of it. So what to them was just kind of common, you know, practice was different for us. So we worked with them through those design details, and it ultimately did impact the design that we carried forward. So on that, I'm gonna turn it over to Laura, our engineer, to talk more about the final design of the project.
Hello. So as Angie mentioned already, the major change that happened from the planning study to the final design was that we eliminated the delineators and created a curb buffer. And the main reason was the concern that vehicles will still enter the bike lane and use it as parking or enter the exits and entrances to the parking lots in the wrong location. So as she mentioned before already, there's two general sections, which is one is two-way separated bike lane up to the Pomeroy Trail, and then it turns into two separate 5-foot bike lanes all the way to the Library Avenue. The construction started, the project was advertised in the fall of 2021. It started in December of 2021. And because we have two major educational facilities on the site, we could not do construction in the front of those campuses. So the contractor started between them, which is the S-curve where the existing pavement was replaced. So they built also the barrier that was at the S-curve. And one travel line was maintained at all times and pedestrian access as well, because of all the living facilities around for the UB students. So the one challenge that we had was that we needed to reconstruct South College Avenue as a raised tabletop intersection. And it was split in two phases. We constructed south side first and then north side, and that meant that the South College Avenue was closed. This closure could happen only when the UD campus was out of session, so which meant in the summer, and which meant that it was a tight time frame. On top of that, in the spring, before this construction started, it was discovered that there is a collapsing drainage vault underneath this intersection. So we had to coordinate with City of Newark, contractor, DelDOT, look at the plans, come up with a solution. And still with all that, the contractor was able to finish and open up this intersection before the school came back. UD came back at the end of August. This is a raised tabletop intersection, which means that the roadway goes up to the curb and sidewalk section, and there's no traditional curb ramps. This is also a scramble phase intersection that's very, very busy. So this helps to put more students in a shorter time across the intersection, you know, where they need to go, and helps the capacity. The other issue we had was that we could not close the road in the front of high school because the high school was, you know, functional all year round. So this closure also happened in the summer months. So there is only about 8 weeks time frame to remove the existing concrete pavement and reconstruct the entire frontage of the school. There is no redundant access to the school, so the contractor created an emergency access through the Christina School District's parking lot. Vehicle detours were through South Chapel Street and Fire Avenue. The school got new lighting. We upgraded also the street lights on the left side. You can see because of the Yellow Jackets being their school mascot, the buffers were created as honeycomb to coordinate with the theme. We coordinated with DART because there was 3 modes of transportation there. There's pedestrians, there's bicyclists, and there's also bus riders. So we came up with a floating DART bus stop that avoids many points of conflict there. And then the GRU came in picture. So our project initially ended at the Library Avenue, and then when the developer submitted their plans to develop their site, we coordinated with them to create a continuous bike connections there. All right, Angie will come back.
All right, so the flashing yellow signal that I mentioned earlier, this is what it looks like in real life. So if you're out there and you're sitting in the bike facility, this is kind of your viewpoint. So you can see the bike signal is on the left, that it starts flashing yellow. And that means that it's okay to move, but you need to be aware of your surroundings as well. At the same time that bike signal is flashing yellow, there is a yellow flashing left turn signal to the vehicles. And there's a sign right there that says left turn, yield on flashing. So essentially everyone at this intersection, whenever the flashing phase is activated, needs to be aware of each other. So the pedestrians get right of way, then the bikes, then the vehicles. This was a first of its kind, so we had to experiment down here in Dover, figure out how to make the signal cabinet work. It passed the test, it worked, so we were able to definitely employ these throughout the corridor. There's also some signs out there that say what the bike signal means. These are put at the intersections so that bicyclists see it and see what the different signal phases mean. There's also some public outreach materials that we've developed that we've been working with the city and the university to pass out so that people see all of the new infrastructure along the corridor and understand what it means. And there is ongoing monitoring and evaluation of this project as we have to report to federal highways on the experiment that's going on, show that it's had success and that there is improvements being made. So I don't think we have any time for questions, but I'll defer.
If there's any questions, we have time for one question. Or you can see them at lunchtime. Can you draw a couple words?
2?
Yep.
MSE walls, guardrail.
Thank you very much. No bingo winner yet, huh? Okay. So at this time, Mike Howsky, Canal District Maintenance Engineer, and Ashlyn Jubb from Canal District's Maintenance Design will be presenting on the Silver Lake Dam Repairs Project.
Hello, happy almost lunch. We're the last one. I'm Ashlyn Jubb, and behind me I have Kevin Lindell and Mike Howsky. And today we're going to share a little bit with you about a dam repair project that we recently completed on Silver Lake Road in Middletown. Shout out to Josh for this great video, which provides an awesome overview of the site. At the top of the video, you can see the Appoquinimink River. At the bottom, you can see Silver Lake. And then over to the top right, you can see St. Andrew's School. For those of you who aren't familiar with the area, this might help to orient yourselves a little bit. In the center of the video, you can see 3 major structures. Those are the structures that we're going to be talking about today. This video was actually taken during construction of the most recent project. So you can see the crane on site. There's some of our cementitious grouting materials staged there as well. So for those of you who are from the MOT area, I am sure you are familiar with Silver Lake Road, and quite a few of you had a lot to say about it. My personal favorite is just a coincidence the sinkhole waited to appear after all the lengthy previous work was done. It is a coincidence. an unfortunate one. So for those of you not from the MOT area, what's the big deal? It's just a road closure. Well, Silver Lake Road is a common cut-through road used for everyone in the MOT area to try and avoid 299, which is Main Street in Middletown. When we had to shut down Silver Lake Road due to the emergency repairs that needed to be completed, this was the route that people were forced to take, which sent them directly down 299, straight into the middle of the 299 project that is still ongoing. During the 299 project and the Silver Lake Road closure, the 299 project was in phase 3, which happened to be coincidentally right near the intersection of 299 and Silver Lake Road, which was very unfortunate given we had Silver Lake Road closed, detour signs everywhere, they had construction signs everywhere, and it was very confusing and caused a lot of frustration for motorists. It's also important to note that during the 299 project, there was a short 2-week period where the Middletown High School entrance off of 299 was being detoured onto Silver Lake Road to enter through the back entrance of the school. So it was just mass frustration from the public, and it caused a lot of angry residents, as you could see from the previous slides. So why did we need to close the road? Well, let's start with a site overview of the 3 structures that we're going to be talking about today. You can see over on the left, we have Bridge 407A, and in the center, we have 504 and 407. The one over to the left, 407A, takes on the least amount of water and is the smallest of the 3. And then 504 and 407 are the 2 main ones that caused the emergency shutdown of Silver Lake Road. As a brief history of the structures, you can see they're pretty old. And in 2018, we had significant heavy rains that caused damage to the sluice gates of the structures. So that led to a rehab project that was done in 2021, where they had to replace those gates and they needed to cast a new bridge deck and parapets. But one of the most important things to note is that when the sluice gates were damaged, a sheet pile cofferdam was installed to protect the structures and keep the water out. And during these repairs in 2021, the sheet pile cofferdam was removed, which right here, you can see the placement of the cofferdam was around structure 504. And in the top 3rd picture, you can see the placement of the cofferdam around the structure. And that area circled in red is important to note because when this cofferdam was removed, it altered the hydraulics entering 504 and ultimately led to the development of a sinkhole in not even a year later in July of 2022.
I'll jump in here. This is day 1 of the 6-month journey we took to kind of repair this dam. So I remember this day well. It's actually on a different high priority on US 13 northbound over Scott Run. Got an email from Jason Hastings that we needed to immediately mobilize Area 9 to open the gates and relieve from water pressure on the dam, since it was obvious that we had a boiler. Just kind of, here's another slide here, kind of give you orientation for that previous slide. The sinkhole in green, picture on the right, and boil on the bottom. So when we arrived, we used a really scientific method to determine there was a seepage path. Basically put a standpipe in the ground, put some material in it, and it came out the other side. So at that point, we were certain there was a path through the dam. And what we were uncertain about is how long it had been there, how much undermining had occurred. So we collectively made a decision to shut down the road and kind of investigate further and come up with a long-term fix. So during that same day, we also tried to do our best to cut the flow off. That was the most important thing, that turn the faucet off. So we decided to get some sandbags, tie up some filter fabric, and drop them along the retaining wall in hopes that would cut the water off. Unfortunately, we were unsuccessful in using sandbags. Did not cut it off. So we then met with our contractor and Schnabel Engineering and Bridge Maintenance and came up with a more robust short-term solution, which included a filter fabric tied off a 2 pieces of wood. Our goal, is another side view here, is to really get that as close as possible to the structure in order to prevent water from intruding. You saw before, we tied it off with the guardrail, keep it tight at the top. And then we also towed it in the lake with sandbags and some sandbags on the side. That was successful. Picture on the left there, you see what we were dealing with in the interim. Center picture is why it's so important. We did cut that off. That's the material that we're losing on a constant basis. And then finally on the right is what we got the temporary solution installed. So I'll pass off to Kevin, kind of talk about what bridge maintenance came up with.
Okay, so once the issue was noticed, so we had, obvious sinkholes. We knew that there was going to be some voids in the lake bed as well as under the two existing culverts out there. One of them a double cell, the one on the left, and a single cell box culvert, the one on the right. So what they did, the designers went out, they basically drilled holes in the bottom slab of each box culvert. They verified the slab thickness at the bottom, as well as what they anticipated based on what they could best measure in the field, what the void depth was. And so these values at the bottom here, what they came up with. So here's a plan view showing the two structures. So this job was pretty, as far as the items of work, is pretty simple. Drive sheeting, grout, put some riprap down, sounds pretty easy, but the sequencing of the work was key with this. Everything had to line up, and we'll kind of get into that later with some of the issues. But the solid black line with the circular dots going across the top, that is the permanent sheeting that was going to be driven. And you can see over to the left side of the screen where it kind of curves down. We anticipated a conflict point with an existing gas line there. I don't think I have a pointer to show it, but the existing gas line is shown there as well. And we actually cross it at some point. So it was anticipated that we would hit it. And we tried to game plan accordingly. I think coordination with the gas company started in August, I believe, or even sooner. So the first item of work in the sequence we had to do it was do the polyurethane grouting here. So they used polyurethane grouting there to fill in the voids. And keep in mind also, you have the lake here, everything's done pretty much underwater. So they're filling in the voids in front of the culverts. And then they're gonna come in and drive permanent sheeting, which also had to be done in the sequence. And then here in this color is the cementitious grouting. So the reason for the two different grouts, the blue shaded area was, I guess the yellow shade of the cementitious grout is kind of more flowable. So it's going to go out and it's going to fill up better. The blue shaded area is more of like, think of like an expanding foam, right? Those two had to be done and then drive the sheeting going across. The green shaded areas are, we'll show a detail on the next slide, but our cap plates and retaining walls that were built up. And then this is our cap plates across the spillway and grout. So the sheeting actually goes from one side of the project to the other, from the south end to the north end, all the way across. So they're just so different routes. So this is where we actually build up the thickness of the retaining wall. And there's our grouting underneath. These are the details at the retaining wall. So you can see the solid line, vertical solid line is the permanent sheeting. And they basically ran that up against the toe of the footer, which you now have a void in between the sheeting and what was the existing retaining wall. So we fill that in with grout. And then on the right side is our spillway cap plate. So this is right at the inlet of the culvert. With the main idea being we're driving sheeting to a depth that the water can no longer undermine the structure in the way that it did, which caused us to come out there. And to fill in the void between the sheeting and the existing structure to not allow water down in between it. Again, it's just the shading of the grout. That's the poly grout, the permanent sheeting. And there's our grouting to fill in and the cap plate.
So I'll jump back in here to kind of talk through the construction aspects. This was obviously, as Kevin mentioned before, it was a multifaceted approach to make sure that we can kind of fortify this dam from water going through it. First step was polyurethane grouting. The two main reasons we went with this way first, obviously first is to cut off the pathway, which starts at Bridge 407 towards the top of the picture, kind of runs along the retaining wall and then dives underneath the spillway at 504. That sinkhole and that one that slides is at the bottom of that picture there. So obviously step one, fill that voids in, but we also want to use it to contain any cementitious grout from trying to leach into the lake, which could potentially impact our sheet pile. So this was done with a 4x4 grid using these sacrificial tubes here on the right. They were driven at 3 different depths, 4, 8, and 12 feet, and each was filled into section. Got another slide here on the construction. You can see they used laser leveling to monitor if there's any uplift in the soil. If there was any, obviously the voids and it would be filled and it would stop. But I think it's approximately 4,500 tons of material we installed. So the next step in the sequence was cementitious grouting. We were falling behind schedule, so we did indeed actually start the sheet piling in containing with this. We met up with the designer and we determined a certain area we felt that the sheeting wouldn't impact this grouting because we need to get this grouting installed and need to set before we would put in sheet piling in front. So this was mainly the main driver of what water schedule is so wishy-washy. It was somewhere in the order of about 50% more material that we installed than when we originally guessed, which was really what all it was. We weren't exactly sure how big the voids were. And the reason we went with the cementitious underneath the structure rather than the polyurethane is just so because we could contain any uplift. You can see the pressure gauge on the equipment there. We were able to see exactly how much PSI uplift was on the structure. So that's the main reason we went with that, but obviously it was just very difficult because we were mixing it on site. It wasn't like it came from the plant. And with our estimate being so off, we actually ran out of sand material and it was very hard for the contractor to get more. So we actually, I think we changed at least once the material we used. That was something we just, constantly with trying to get that material. But the overall process, like we said, it was we core drilled through, capped them, and then we basically fill up one porthole to clean up the other on the right-hand side. So we sampled that. We just kept on going until they're all filled. And so another part we could do was also cap the boil on the bottom side, get a backstop for that grout. So we did fill it in with 57 stone and multiple layers 57 stone fabric. So a common theme of this whole project was just adapting maintenance. We're obviously not scared of doing that for a regular basis, but project this whole profile probably would have rather gone a little more according to plan. But this was one of the first items that we dealt with when this is 407A. We dug down the riprap to install the sheet piling, the apron that we were going to put the cap plate in front of, one of the details that Kevin showed. The apron was in as far out as we anticipated. So we actually had to extend the apron to our sheet pile, basically using all thread anchored into the apron there and then rebar and cast concrete in there. Communicate. It's cliche to say, but communication was absolutely key for this project. I was talking to Kevin almost every single day. I was talking to our contractor, his project manager, every single morning. Just there's nonstop issues and other things we were dealing with, and just trying to keep as best we could on what our schedule was, because it was just so hard to really lock down. And a hard deadline with Thanksgiving that we didn't exactly fit, but we were pretty close. So a lot of the other items I can't really show. A lot was underwater. Like we cut off sheet pile underwater. We installed a cap plate underwater. But this is one I can show. This is the concrete cap of the retaining wall we showed. This in particular was definitely remember because there was about a 40 to 50 yard pour there. Cap they were using the sheet pile at the front form and we tied off against it. And we had to do it on one pour. We didn't want to have a pole joint where water can potentially get through. And that's just a massive pour. So we thought we were mostly concerned about blowing out the sides. We had sandbags and whatnot to try and protect that. But what ended up happening is the front of the sheet pile started rotating. That actually cracked the head wall that was existing there that we tied into. We, on almost emergency basis, used the bucket of the excavator to brace the front to try and prevent it from rotating any further. Okay, cracked. It's all getting in tune, but it was just a very stressful pour to say the least. And this is the final product, honestly, all things considered. A little wavy in the front, that's going to happen. Sheet piles at front form, but little to no honeycombing, and honestly, all things considered, it turned out really good. So another main issue we ran into, this was actually morale, definitely kicked the morale, because I think we were on track to maybe hit the date that we had promised August, whatever, right around Thanksgiving. And a contractor had to excavate out behind this guardrail or to put the hammer down to get the sheet pile in depth. And you have a heavy crane, next to unsupported edge, a lot of vibration. You know, the picture on the right is what's going to happen. So that was not something that we planned on doing. Ended up having to pull some favors in with the guardrail contractor, the contractor there, and the paving contractor out there and box it out. E-bar, C-bar, there's no picture on top right, existing cracking. We kind of had one small win I wanted to mention here is that we saw a depression next to the sewer main there on the bottom right, and we were concerned that we would potentially open their line. They came out, videoed, they confirmed there was a blockage, but thankfully it was just they call it grit, I guess, from the vibrations blocked it, and we were clear it, and thankfully the pipe was sound. So that was the one thing we did have. Just the final product, just armor the banks with riprap, and we're all pretty happy with it. So Kevin's gonna talk about all the different things we're doing.
All right, so with any construction job, there's always going to be problems that come up. Communication is always key. The one difference is this job was not planned because it was an emergency and we get a call, and then we have to go out there and make things happen and fix it as quickly as possible. So again, the items of work aren't that difficult, but lining everything up and doing it in the sequence that it needed to happen was. So this is just kind of, there was times out there where it seemed like it was a perfect storm of everything going against us. One thing after another some days. So here we just have a list. I mean, even the coordination between Mumford that Mike started off with early, the grouting, you had the urethane grouting and the cementitious grouting, that was done by two different subcontractors. So the prime contractor had to find someone to do this grouting to even start the work. And then the gas company was wanting to know when the work was going to start because they didn't want to cut off their gas main earlier ahead of time or earlier than they needed to. So it actually took a while to get our subcontract agreements in place with Eurotech and Mar Allen to be able to start, as well as we ran into issues with the actual hammer breaking. The hammer that drives the sheeting. We had a day that we were making some progress, driving. We were working our way up from the north end to the south end. The hammer broke, so Mumford had to then have another hammer shipped up from Florida. Made a call, they drove it up. I think we got there the next day and a half. But things like that. And because of the sequencing of the work, we also had a lot of the work was underwater, so you had divers. So it was another subcontractor, a diving company. They had to do some of the underwater grouting work, cleaning work, as well as guiding the sheeting in place that went in front of the spillways. So when one little thing goes wrong, it impacts all of the work that each sub is doing if there's any type of delay. As well as even it's such a tight work. Tight access in that, because I mean, it's a single roadway. We have a big crane out there trying to set sheeting. It has its outriggers. So you're limited to only come in from one side, as well as both of the structures, bridges 504 and 407 that we showed earlier in the slides, you were not able to drive the crane over them. We actually brought the crane in from the 299 side. It could go over the first structure, 407A, but they had to set all the sheeting that they could from the north end of 504, then break the crane down, take it over to the other side from the south end of bridge 407 and set the sheeting. All that takes time. You have to get permit. And so there were some days it was just one thing after another. People were saying, what the hell are you guys doing out there? What's taking so long? Well, this is the type of stuff that you run into. I know people don't want to hear it all the time, but it really does have impacts to schedule. Mike did a great job with all the coordination. With the gas companies, with utility, environmental, getting all the permits. So overall, I thought it was a fun project. Sorry it took so long. And the main thing again was the gas line. It's kind of like, Mumford's not going to start driving sheeting until they know that the gas line is purged. And then Chesapeake Utilities doesn't want to cut the gas line off until they know Mumford is ready. I think we finally got notice that the gas main was purged on October 31st, I believe it was. So we were not able to drive sheeting in that area until that point. Again, a lot of coordination with Genrec and Army Corps. That even changed the type of sheeting we had to use. Normally we'd use like a PV shape, but we had to go to flat sheeting to minimize even that small little bit, minimize the footprint of the impact so that we didn't have to go back and get a revised statement. Some more comments. I don't know if it's- Oh, and then we're now open. I think, what was it, December 8th? Oh. This is a photo of the old structure. I forget what year this was, but this is when it actually washed out. So it could have been worse. We got in there, we fixed it. And what the fixes that we just did will prevent that from ever happening. So, any questions? Yes, sir. Bingo. All right.
Bingo.
Oh, you have bingo. I don't care, Gary. All right, so I don't need the pool.
So we have a bingo winner, right? All right, we're gonna confirm that.
Good job, Jerry.
Thank you, Kevin, Ashlyn, and Mike. So before we break for lunch, Nick Dean, if you could come up here. I understand you want to make a brief presentation. I know it's right before lunch, but as a reminder, if you didn't get a bracelet yet, see Shantae. She has some left in the back. And then we're going to take a picture at 2:30.
Yeah, so for those of you who don't know, I'm one of the people that heads up the Delaware Bridge Design Competition. We've decided to bring it back again in person this year. So this is my very short plea to all of the different sections throughout DelDOT to jump in and help out in any way possible. So we're going to do it this year at the Chase Center in Wilmington on April 27th. And what we're looking for from the different sections is maybe like some demonstrations or, like a table with, some sort of visuals that kind of explain, what the other sections of DelDOT do. We kind of want to use it as a chance to showcase everything that DelDOT has to offer. We're a pretty big entity that's, a lot more than just bridge design. So yeah, it was just a quick little pitch. And then to our consultants, we are now able to accept donations through our nonprofit. And we are also looking for judges and, proposal graders, all that kind of stuff. So if you or any of your colleagues are interested, everyone except for Barry, you're not wanted. But yeah, any sort of, involvement or volunteering would be greatly appreciated. So yeah, if you guys want to reach out to me, feel free to give me a call or shoot me an email and I'll figure out how to get you guys involved. Thanks.
Thank you, Nick. So at this time, we're going to have lunch. It's going to start on this end of the room. They will serve you as you walk through the line. And let's plan to meet back up at 1 o'clock just to try to keep this on schedule. All right, thank you. Okay. Want to make one announcement. The registration or the sign-in sheets available at the desk out front if you want to sign in for the afternoon session. We're going to get started back in 5 minutes. Don't feel like you have to rush your meal. You can sit there and keep eating. We're just going to try to bring the next presenter up, keep things on track. All right, 5 minutes. Thank you. All right, if we could try to find our seats here. We're gonna get started soon. Me? I just wanted everybody to see I'm putting all the words back in the basket for the afternoon. Mixing it up. We're gonna go to the blue card. I mean, we played the orange, right? Yeah, blue card for the afternoon. Sorry, Todd. Also, I want to shout out to the survey team. They provided a lot of the drone photos that you saw at lunchtime. So, Josh McCloskey prepared that presentation for us. So we didn't ask him to present this year, but we figured we'd give you a shout out anyway. Yeah. All right, so now we're going to turn things over to Todd Revis, the Director of Technology and Innovation, who's going to share with us the current state of public workshops.
Thank you. I will go ahead and get started. I think I am really going to try to stay inside of my window here, so this won't take long. So we are, as John mentioned, going to talk about the current state of our public workshops and what has changed more recently. I'll define a project or event owner as someone that may be running a public workshop. It could also be a council meeting, so it's not just a public workshop. What we're talking about really is what FOIA rules apply to with respect to the public. Sometimes we have a little bit of confusion around who's doing what, hence the shrug emoji. We do appreciate if you need our involvement, advance notice and or coordination. But what we found, I think, is that we're a little inconsistent because certain people handle theirs differently and that kind of thing. We're perfectly fine with you being self-reliant, and wanting to do things yourself. Sometimes there's outside assistance involved, from an engineering firm, that sort of thing. So I think hopefully we're flexible in that regard. We're open to questions if you have any. A lot of these things happen without our involvement, not all of them. What can go wrong? I think there's a number of different things that can go wrong. If you have a single host and they have a bad internet connection, you can lose your entire event. So we do like to set up, if we're in the virtual space, redundant host. We got to make sure we're sending out the right link. We've had folks share panelist links to the public. We've had a wide variety of the what can go wrong, unfortunately, but that's how we learn at the same time. If you are partnering if you're DelDOT and you're partnering with an external firm, to help with these types of things, that's great. But if you get to where you want to use their Zoom link, for example, it will not necessarily connect to our systems because you have to have special licensing to connect to conference room system. So just those are the things that we need to let you know about and kind of think through. And then community relations, is involved as well. And I think they're a smaller team, but they do have an important role in these types of events. And I think really they're mentioned here because they handle videos after the fact, get them on our YouTube channel, things like that. All these things, if you need additional assistance, we are asking for that advance notice and communications. And I want to say thanks to the Deltech IT folks and Delaware Audio Visual. They're here helping us out today. It was interesting working on this event because the lead up to it, I had a lot of conversations with IT people. And really what we're all realizing is that when you have these types of systems in your facility, it's going to take more involvement from IT. And I'll get into more of that on the next slide, and I'll go ahead and move on. But I did want to say thanks to those folks because we really worked hard to get all this stuff working. This is actually, as I understand it, the first time that the system has been used here, so that's great. Worked with George Lees on interpretation of the latest code. This is related to FOIA law, and I tried to bullet down. It's pretty long to read through the whole thing, but basically, as you can see, 100% virtual is no longer allowed, and so you are now required to have a physical anchor location, and that's a little difficult, I think, for us because that means that the location. It doesn't mean that everybody has to be at the location. It just means that someone from DelDOT has to have an anchor location to host any members of the public that may show up. So if you're putting something to vote on a council everyone on the council can still be virtual, but you still have to have the anchor location. And it needs to, of course, accommodate the same type of functionality for public comment and those types of things. Hence the like experience. And then, moderator, I'm using that term here. If we have to join the conference room system and folks aren't comfortable with that, it might be IT, that's hosting, the anchor location. A lot of these things occur at night. And so, I'll be the first to say it was certainly more convenient to sit at your kitchen table, after a day's work, to handle one of these. We do like the hybrid model because it brings a lot of extra participation due to that flexibility provided. I'm gonna look at my watch here. All right, and I think that's it. If you have any questions about this, I don't know how often it changes, but I think George has a presentation later where he's going to talk about some of this. But if you have any questions, certainly do reach out and let us know. But I tried to boil it down. I believe so, yes. Anything with public involvement. The public as a part of it, it has to have a physical anchor location at this point in time. Really? Just for voting events? Okay. We'll check. Let me check and follow up. And get off the stage. Thank you.
Thanks, Todd.
Oh, I gotta do bingo too,
Yeah,
right?
2 cards.
Okay. Get my glasses. Sorry. These things are tiny. All right, number 1 is hazard elimination. Hazard elimination. And the second one that I have is blue rocks. Again, blue rocks. Bingo.
Thanks,
Let's
Todd.
go back on.
No, on the side.
Inside. Gotcha.
All right. It's time to talk more money. Matt Vincent, Chief of Project Development North, is going to share with us his experience with the RAISE grant on SR9.
Sounds about right. All right, so yeah, I'm going to be talking a little bit about grant pursuits on, and when I was asked to present on it, this was kind of the first thing that popped into my mind. Jim, I think earlier said that forest pavements are the most exciting thing that we do. I would probably disagree. I think the grant pursuits probably rank right up there. So Jim, I'll argue back and forth with you at some point on that. Yeah, I'm going to talk a little bit about, again, grant pursuits, in particular, RAISE grants and our grant pursuit for the SR9 corridor, which we coined the SR9 redefined. So like everything we do, mission statement with every trip, every note, every dollar, and every one. And I think that's particularly applicable to what we're trying to do here with this grant. Starting off, what is RAISE? It's rebuilding American infrastructure with sustainability and equity. Competitive discretionary grants and public entities go for them. They're typically for projects that have local or regional impacts, and they focus on projects that improve a lot of the things that we look to improve anyway: safety, sustainability, community connectivity, and ability. And you can also apply for a couple of different versions of it. There's a planning grant as well as the larger construction grants. In this case, we went for a planning level grant. We're not quite at the point where we know what we're doing what the full scope of the project is. So the planning grant gives us a little bit more of an opportunity to flesh that out a little bit more, and then hopefully be in a position to go for some of those the larger construction level grants. Why SR9? John Sisson in his presentation touched a little bit on a lot of the issues that are hampering the SR9 corridor. It's heavily used. It's an urban corridor. There's a lot of issues with mobility, safety, particularly for lower income households. So all in all, it's really it's an area that's in need of some revitalization. And so, yeah, that really kind of fits the bill for what RAISE grant was.
again, like I said before, this has regional and local impacts. It's a heavily used, it's a local artery. There's diverse land use with residential, commercial, industrial development. There's a lot of opportunity for multimodal improvements that's kind of born through the MAPCO study that I'll touch on in a little bit. And it's got close proximity to several major highways within a chain, I-295 and I-495, as well as the Port of Wilmington. So again, a lot of commercial traffic that comes through. This project and in terms of the raise grant pursuit, it's kind of born through the SR9 master plan that the MAPCO developed. This map here is kind of just a project map of the results of what came out of that study. It's a 3-mile stretch between Newcastle and Wilmington. They analyzed the existing conditions, economic development, and community coordination, and the transportation needs throughout the area. They came up with 12 potential projects that we're going to kind of take the ball on and run from there. The projects are kind of grouped into several categories. There's a couple of road diets and streetscape type of projects. There's intersection improvements. There are a couple of roundabouts, and then there's some multimodal improvements that we're looking into. So part of the raise grant, we're going to look at those 12 potential projects and develop those a little bit and try to prioritize which ones we want to pursue in the near term, and then which ones will continue. Our grant writing team, as anybody that's written a grant knows, it's a massive effort. It takes a lot of people and a lot of effort. Andrew Short and Jared Lovell were our in-house team leaders. They put in a lot of work to get the ball rolling, especially as I don't know, I think this was their first effort in going after a grant. So they did a great job in leading that effort. We did have a lot of help from Pannoni, Horsey and his engineering folks, as well as their grant writing staff. Gave us a lot of guidance and provided a lot of backup information, and they were vital to being able to put together a really solid grant package. And then we had a lot of other support from DelDOT Finance. They worked her magic with developing, the kind of the spend plan and how we're going to utilize the money. Engineering support sections gave us a lot of input on how the project can be put to good use and give us a lot of support on that. And again, MAPCO from doing the initial SR9 study, providing some backup information and support. They were very vital in the grant proposal itself. It's fairly straightforward. It was essentially a project description, a description of our funding sources, how we were going to utilize the money. Again, we had a planning grant that's, again, lets us lay the groundwork when we don't have a full project scope laid out already. That was a minimum of $5 million. For those planning grants, we have to obligate by FY26 and then expend those funds by 2031. There were a number of merit criteria that were laid out in the notice of funding opportunity. You can see them here. It's a lot of the type of things that we look for in all the projects that we do, making the road safer, being environmentally sustainable, improving quality of life. Again, with this corridor, a lot of low income folks that live in the area. That's a big one. Mobility and connectivity, especially on the multimodal end of things. And then toward the bottom, looking at partnership and collaboration, how we can work with other entities to make this a complete project, and innovation, trying to look into new technologies, new techniques. And we also got a number of letters of support from our congressional delegation, from the governor, Wilmington, Newcastle County, so all the partners that we're going to work with as we move forward with the project. Picture you can see here is the I-295 and 9 interchange. To the left is the existing condition, and the
right is, is a potential concept for what we may end up. It's nice, pretty planning picture. So the engineers will get into it and tell them what we can't do. But you can see we've always got some multimodal options through the center of the interchange with roundabouts on either end. So again, just some of the streetscape things that we can do to kind of the overall quality of life for folks. Next step. So like I said, the minimum was a $5 million grant. We received a $6 million grant. So currently we're working on finishing out, putting together the grant agreement itself. We've started on some public outreach. We're going to be reaching out to key stakeholders. There's an SR9 steering committee that meets periodically. They're very vocal. They're going to be a big part of our public involvement. So we're doing all those initial steps along with some of the initial engineering, doing some survey, utility investigation, again, laying the groundwork for what's to come. And again, that's going to put us in a position. The end goal is to do all this initial work, bring at least some of these 12 projects to fruition and complete design, and then laying the groundwork to be able to bring the rest of them to a full design once we have more funding available. So again, the ultimate goal is to start this work now. Hopefully we can get ourselves in a position to go for a future grant, a construction grant down the line. We'll be in a good position to pursue that and to be in a position to build these projects. So that's all I had. Any questions? Thank you very much.
Yep.
So I've got Easy Pass. Two, John. Easy Pass and Bypass. Either number.
All right, thank you, Matt. I'm going to shift gears here now. Jeff Leonard, DelDOT Hazmat Program Manager, is going to educate us on DelDOT's Hazmat program.
I was wondering what the song would be. That's good. All right. So as John said, my name is Jeff Leonard, DelDOT's Hazmat Program Manager. We're going to go over basically like a Hazmat 101 today. First off, though, I was going to start with a poll question. And I got to give credit. Danny helped me out on this one. I provided the question and he provided the fine answers that you get to choose from. So some people need help if you don't know what a Super Bowl is. That's all. So since your options are yes, I'm with you. Today off would have been great, especially in light of what happened last night today. All right, so we'll start out with DelDOT's mission statement. Excellence in transportation, every trip, every mode, every dollar, every one. Hazmat has a mission statement. Basically, to do our very best not to delay, hold up, or otherwise completely derail your project schedule. We're not bad. We could be better. We're working on it. Next question. This will be my last one, I promise. Should have probably made that a yes or no. That's my fault, guys. I was hoping I'd see like an overwhelming yes. I was going to tell everybody, thank you for your time. My job is done. Hazmat, yeah, that works. That works. All right, we'll move on. So this is what we do. I'm not going to go over all of these. This is not a comprehensive list, sadly. This is what was coming to mind as I was putting this together. But basically, we'll start out in pre-construction. We can do anything. I mean, you know, and really most of it, we pick up, plan review, but we can do anything from, creating contaminated material management plans, working with some of the folks at Benrec that people don't tend to like so much to try to get projects through. Everything that we do through 2 environmental consultants that are on board, because those are the expert folks that know exactly what they're doing with this stuff. So anything from, voluntary cleanup agreements, development agreements, a lot of that's with the railroad trails. And then during construction, everything that we identify ahead of time, we come out and we'll either clean up for you, test for you, tell you it's okay, move on. Post-construction, that's where it gets interesting. So when you guys everybody's done designing and building it, it's pretty much where we kind of start. We have obligations for annual inspections, 5-year evaluations that we have to do and submit to DENREC and to basically stay in the good graces. We put environmental covenants together for deed restrictions for future use and things like that. Right now we own, so like under DENREC's what they call a remediation program, where it was something a little bit more intense of a site. We own approximately 35 of those, and we own about 65 former leaking underground tank sites. There's actually a layer on Gateway. It's called DelDOT owned DENREC repaired sites. If anybody's curious, bored, or you want to look and see what, for an upcoming project. So in addition to that stuff, we also get to go to hazmat incidents on the roadway. We respond to spills and maintenance yards. Remove quote unquote hazardous materials from DelDOT yards. I don't want anybody to get scared and never go to a yard again. I'm talking like maybe a drum of oil or something that they use that they don't know any longer need. We also assist in the relocation of urban campers. So a lot of times, as I'm trying to work on all this stuff simultaneously for everybody in DelDOT at the same time, I usually feel like I'm on the tracks and waiting for the train to come. So we'll get that back to that slide in a little bit. I'll let you know if it's actually the train or not. So incident response was a couple I picked. Start with the one on the right. This was actually in Newcastle County on Brookwood Highway. Tractor trailer hauling gasoline was doing a U-turn. Gentleman in the car fell asleep. Managed to hit him directly into the dispenser valves where he would supply fuel to a gas station. They have safety valves in them that when that happens, it shuts them off, except for the very one on the far left. It broke that enough that he was starting to leak a little bit. We attempted to move him and to a safer place. We were actually taking him to a fire station parking lot where we're going to do an offload. We did not make it. The brakes failed on the truck. So we ended up right on, I guess, Library Avenue in Newark, right in front of the McDonald's by Main Street. And we did the offload there. DENREC, I don't think I got any shots of the DENREC guys actually doing it, but they offloaded from the truck on the right to the one on the left. This was like a Saturday night or Sunday. I think I started about 10 at night. I got home like 8 or 9 the next morning, I think. That's when it was done. The one on the left, this one is my favorite. So the very far left picture, that is not a bad drainage problem that DelDOT needs to address. That is actually 2,500 gallons of number 2 heating oil. So it's a T-bone intersection accident down in Bridgeville, sent the truck flying. I was actually on the phone with the DENREC guy on the way down. And he's like, from what I'm getting, it's a puddle of diesel fuel. It's this. We pull up, we get out. I looked at him, I was like, puddle? He's like, all right, it's a lake. I was like, yeah, I'd say. Yeah. So we actually brought a contractor in with a back truck, sucked all that up and actually just cleaned up the road and everything. What's so favorite about this one for me is we got 2 incidents out of this same truck. So 2 years later, the insurance finally clears. Somebody goes down to pick this thing up for salvage. They start towing it up the road up 13, and DENREC gets a call for every intersection. There's a puddle of diesel fuel sitting at every intersection. They finally catch up, find a truck, get the phone call, and the DENREC person that had that particular one said, hey, this is like a beat up heating oil truck. And I'm like, what's it look like? And they sent me a picture and I went, holy crap, it's the same one. So the DENREC had put a plug in it. The plug fell out in the 2 years that it sat there. And as he went to every intersection and stopped, it sloshed out. So we had to clean up. So like I said, that's like my favorite one. So we actually got 2 for the price of 1 on that. So incident responses, we usually average 90 to 100 a year. 2021, when we were kind of still dealing with COVID, it went up, which was kind of odd, probably sitting up. Last year, we came back down. Project remediation work. One on the left, that's my favorite project. James Street, Bridge 159. I don't know if anybody knows where this is located. It's in Newport. It's across from the former DuPont pigment plant, which is also an EPA Superfund site. They started drilling shafts for abutment A, and they hit groundwater. A couple minutes later, the groundwater started changing several lovely different colors. The reactive barrier wall that DuPont had put in place wasn't doing its job right. So that set us back a while, and we're still fighting with it. But we're getting there. We're actually getting ready to set up a groundwater treatment system for this project. So. One on the right, this was actually before my time. It was probably one of the better pictures I had of like an orphan tank, fuel tank that was in the ground. They took this out prior to the 301 tank. And then costs. So construction is everything where I said like plans, things like that, putting together contaminated material management plans, testing soil, removing groundwater. That came to about 6.3 million and change over the past 3 years. And then other like maintenance, operations of maintenance yards, illegal dumping, maintenance yard remediations, or urban encampment was about 250, a little less. So over the past 3 years, I was actually shocked when I saw this number. I managed to spend about $6.6 million over the past 3 years. So, reading you on to this will be our recurring theme. I call it hazmat. Now, before I get too far into this, we pick most of this up on plan. Point I'm just trying to get across is the more you folks can tell me, the earlier on, the better off we're all going to be. Because some of this stuff going through DENREC takes time. So, are you digging, aka excavating, going to encounter groundwater, working anywhere remotely close to a rail line? That one's important. I remember. Removing a portion of an old line. That's even more important than the first thing. Removing creosote timbers. Need to remove sediment from project limit. Quick note about sediment. The disposal facilities will not take it if it's wet. So probably some of you have been seeing on plans that I've been putting in there, you need to come up with a staging area for this stuff. We need time for it to dry out. We've come up with a couple emergencies. We've come up with a couple solutions. That's not that I want to kind of keep doing, but we have some tools in the toolbox if we need it. Just something good to keep in mind. Firing right away. Some of these sites that require a brownfield agreement ahead of time, we need to do that before we actually purchase the land. So just remember, I call it out. Please. Oh wait, there's still more. So I told you I'd get back to that slide. The light at the end of the tunnel wasn't turned out not to be the train, at least so far. See how things are going. I want to welcome Bobby Johnson as our new hazmat specialist. Craig Stevens was kind enough to give me some help, and Bobby was a successful candidate for the job. His first day is actually today. So between the two of us, we're hoping that we'll kind of do a little bit better. We'll get things moving a little bit quicker, and two heads are better than one, so to speak. Take some questions. I still have a slide after this one, but I'll take, and then if not, there's all my contact info. So, like I said, we get a lot thrown at us now. Now Bobby's here. I'm hoping things will get a little bit better, but get a lot of things thrown at us. So a lot of times I'm running around like a chicken with my head cut off, which is actually kind of fitting for this story. But just bear with us. We're working as fast as we can. We're trying to do everything, keep everybody's projects on schedule, not totally derail them, like I said back in the mission statement. So this is my good friend Matt Higgins from the DENREC Emergency Response Team. We were out on this was up by Deltech and Stanton. So it was a chicken part spill. When I say chicken parts, it's every piece of the chicken that you folks don't want to know about. And if you've ever had the displeasure to smell it, it's not good. So the company that they lost their load, we were out there to wait for them to send a cleanup crew. When they sent them, their cleanup crew consisted of 2 guys, a pickup truck, 4 Rubbermaid trash cans, and a couple shovels. Matt needed a minute after that. So, like I said, bear with us. We're doing, every once in a while, I'll be in my office doing this, sometimes out on the road, but, like I said, bear with us and thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Jeff. Jeff.
Bingo. Bingo, forgot about bingo, sorry. All right, DART. DART is the first one. And highway.
Thanks, Jeff. Dave Kleinot, DelDOT's CAD resource engineer, has another video release this year to provide us with some CAD updates.
This is WCADD News with David Cleno, CAD Wiki, reporter in the field David Cadman Klein, Kyle Hiller, Civil Resources, special co-anchor Susan Dye, and five-time Davey Award-winning anchor David Kleinot.
Good evening, I'm David Kleinot, and this is what's happening in CAD today. Sue, you do realize you don't have to wear a mask anymore, right?
Oh, yeah, right, sorry, yeah.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, right, so, listen, no one's had to see this for 3 years.
It's okay, Sue.
Okay,
It's okay.
thank you. Yeah, 1 minute.
Tonight we'll start out with ProjectWise, where we have automated several internal aspects of the project creation and permissions management processes. We expect this to increase consistency and substantially reduce the turnaround time for creating new projects. As part of this, we have updated the ProjectWise project creation and access control form located on the CAD Wiki under ProjectWise guidance. Please be sure to download the latest version before submitting your next request.
So wait, does that mean I can't just reuse the same form that I've been using? Because it seemed to work just fine.
No, Sue. And here's why. The primary change to the form is more tightly defined access groups, both internally and externally. We are limiting internal access groups to either bridge or road, and these groups will include both managers and designers. Please note that this only pertains to design and does not affect the standardized access that support sections have. For consultants, we are limiting to the following 7 groups: project manager, design, bridge, road, survey, stormwater, and traffic. Please note that consultants are not required to use all these groups. The groups are provided as a means for those who want to more tightly control the access of their users. The revised form explains in detail each of the access groups, but basically the PM group has full access to the entire project, while subsequent groups have increasingly reduced access. Also note that the design group is provided for firms that do not wish to differentiate between road and bridge users. As a reminder, all access or permissions requests should be communicated to the DelDOT project manager, who in turn should reach out to CAD support. Any requests received that do not conform to this will be disregarded. And now over to Susan Dow for an update with the hybrid work environment and some exciting new technology to combat the echo problem we all know and love. Sue?
Thanks, Dave. It turns out that after 3 years of working in virtual work environments, lead researchers finally figured out a way to eliminate the dreaded echo problem on virtual platforms that some people are still plagued with today. You simply have to...
I'm sorry to cut you off, Sue, but I'm getting word about some breaking news. I've just been handed a startling new report claiming that there have been multiple revisions, updates, and even new content on the DelDOT CAD Wiki site. For more, we are joined by our Wiki correspondent, David Cleno. David? Thanks, Dave. I feel I must warn you, some of these are truly shocking. First up is BB2201. Bluebeam QCQA Resource Guidelines was created in response to the QCQA manual that was recently released. This provides direction on how to access and use the QCQA Bluebeam resources. BB2301, Bluebeam Resources External Access, has been created to provide instructions for gaining access to our Bluebeam resources. This has been separated into 2 parts, set up for individual users and set up for organizations. Please note that these instructions are for external users. Internal users should continue to use BB2101, Bluebeam Resource Guidelines. Next up, PL2201, creating a graphics-only design file for planned production, was created to provide documentation and instructions for how survey is to prepare the FS files for delivery to design. There should be 2 files, a terrain and a graphics file. The terrain file contains the graphics, fieldbook, and existing terrain data, and is intended for use in modeling. The graphics file contains the graphics only and is intended for use in plan production. Next up, RW2201, Existing Right-of-Way Mosaic Creation, covers the new process to create existing right-of-way mosaic using Open Roads Designer. Originally, this process required folders for each parcel in the DelDOT Side 280 folder, which could only be done by internal DelDOT personnel due to firewalls. We have updated this process to use a single PDF file for each parcel. These single parcel PDFs, which are still stored on the DelDOT Side 280, are similar to the folders of the previous method in that they contain all data for the parcels and have the deed information associated as attribute data. The main difference now is that the consultants can create and upload these files. As a reminder, the parcel information stored in the attribute data on ProjectWise is the gold source of information. MicroStation and Open Roads Designer both pull from ProjectWise to display the information on the plans and in the data tables. To do this, a link between MicroStation, Open Roads Designer, and ProjectWise is created in the form of an Excel file titled project_parcels. ProjectWise will check for this file approximately every 30 minutes. If it does not exist, it will be created. So, to force ProjectWise to regenerate this file, all you need to do is delete it. You may need to delete this file after initially entering all parcel information or after updating the parcel information on any existing single parcel PDF. While this process currently works for both files and folders, folders will take precedence. We will be reaching out to the PMs of projects using folders and work with them on converting over to single parcel PDFs. Next up, RW2202, Proposed Right-of-Way Acquisition Creation, covers the new process to create proposed acquisitions and the right-of-way deliverables. We recently made some changes, most notably the addition of Section 4.5 additional deliverables. The designer is now to deliver the data sheets in Excel format as well as the parcel description in Word format. GG2201, Plan Annotation in Open Roads Designer, was created as a replacement for the legacy station offset commands from inroads and covers generating annotations for the GG sheets in Open Roads Designer. CR2102, DelDOT Connect CAD Standards Installation, has been updated with the latest primary and secondary version support. Specifically, we have transitioned to ORD 2022 R1 and MicroStation U17 as the primary version. ORD 2021 R1 and MicroStation U16 are now the secondary version, with all other lower versions no longer being supported. As new versions of Bentley Civil software comes out, we will update this wiki when we have implemented the change. The department will always utilize the latest version of Bentley Civil software as soon as feasible. We understand that it is not always easy for consultants to upgrade software, and there are a lot of considerations that need to be made. This is the reason we support the secondary version of the software and is intended to give consultants a buffer while they get their software updated across their organization. Please be aware that the secondary version support is intended to be a snapshot in time. While some changes may trickle down from the primary version, the secondary version resources are not explicitly updated. So it is recommended that all users upgrade as soon as possible. Thank you, David. And now we go to our reporter in the field, David Cadman Kleinert.
As you can see, Bluebeam has released a new major version of Bluebeam. It's being called Review 21. The department originally went with Bluebeam so that outside users could review our plans at no cost. While this is still true with the new version, we're now significantly limited to the review tools available in the free version. To fully utilize all tools and the DelDOT Bluebeam resources would require a licensed version. Due to these changes, the department will not be upgrading to Bluebeam Review 21. I'm getting word that users are not recommended to upgrade to the latest version. Officials are recommending that external users stay with version 20.2.85 or lower. We will continue to monitor as the situation evolves and reevaluate at a future date. All right, back to you, Dave.
Wow, okay, well, stay safe out there, CADman. Next up, we have an update to the CAD manual from our CAD guru, DK.
DK, we're having difficulty hearing you. Can you adjust your microphone or... No, we still can't hear you.
Sorry, everybody. We appear to be having technical difficulties. Looks like we'll have to check back with DK later on. We would like to take this opportunity to remind everyone that DelDOT CAD support, by necessity, is focused on support of the department's CAD resources. It is infeasible for us to support all aspects and operation of CAD software. external users are expected to utilize their organization's internal IT support for troubleshooting and resolution of general software problems. If you can determine that there is an issue with the department's CAD resources, please do not hesitate to reach out so that we can get it corrected as soon as possible. Okay, moving on, we have an update to the upcoming 2022 datum. As you may know, it has been pushed back and isn't expected until 2025. As part of the 2022 datum, the U.S. survey foot is being made obsolete, and NIST has set a cutoff for using the U.S. survey foot as of December 31st, 2022, replacing it with the international foot starting January 1st, 2023. The department will not be transitioning to the use of the international foot at this time. Everyone is expected to continue to use the U.S. survey foot until otherwise instructed. An announcement will be made when we make the decision to transition, at which point we will have more information on handling existing projects as well as require all future projects to use the international foot. And now we have some heartbreaking news. A Delaware man clings to life tonight after he heroically updated the DRC with the new electronic file sharing release forms, available under the Forms section of Project Management. The new forms for in-house and consultant release of electronic documents are accompanied by a memo detailing the availability of design model, electronic content, and delegation of signature authority. As part of the department's continued commitment to improving our use of electronic content, based on coordination with the Delaware Contractors Association, we have modified our standard practice on release of digital models. For projects that have a 3D model developed, DelDOT began providing digital information to the contracting community during the advertisement phase of the bidding process beginning in January 2022. The files that we will be providing upon request include ASCII data files with coordinates and elevations for proposed points as selected by the engineer, existing terrain in design file format containing the triangulated mesh, and proposed terrain in design file format containing 3D feature lines representing the top surface elevation. These files will be for information purposes only at this time. We want to make sure that the product we deliver is useful to the end user. To accomplish this, we are looking to set up meetings with members of the contracting community to discuss format and method of delivery, so stay tuned for more info. This just in, we are getting word of another update to the DRC. For more, we go back to our reporter in the field, David Cadman Kleinot. Cadman?
Yes, Dave. As you can see, we have updated the consultant invoice cover page and checklist, and wanted to remind all consultants to download and use the new form. Excuse me, sir. What do you think of the new form?
I like turtles.
Well, there you have it. All right, Dave, back to you. The department is evaluating the use of role plans as an interim step towards digital delivery of projects. This has a variety of benefits to internal plan production and plan review, but will also acclimate users to zooming into specific areas of interest. If this goes through currently as planned, the department will only provide role plans after an announced date.
But what really are role plans?
That is an excellent question, Sue. We are defining role plans as any plan sheet that must be separated or otherwise cut to fit a standard 22-inch by 34-inch piece of paper. The scale will be 1:30, north will be straight up unless it's not practical to do so, and no side will exceed 200 inches at 30 scale. All other non-roll plans should continue to be 22 by 34. Currently, roll plans include the following sheet types, but may change as the process matures: construction, profiles, grades and geometrics, stormwater management, environmental compliance, construction, phasing, MOT and erosion, detour, landscaping, lighting, utility relocation, siding, striping and conduit, right-of-way, and cross-sections. Due to technical limitations with Bluebeam, roll plans cannot exceed 200 inches at 30 scale in any direction. Any roll plan exceeding 200 inches at 30 scale should be cut into multiple roll plans. The department sent out a review session via Bluebeam to DCA, internal and external groups, and agencies to get feedback on the concept. The review period has been extended to March 3rd and is available to all. The session can be accessed by using the session ID shown on the screen or by contacting CAD support. The CAD section's primary goal in 2023 is to further prepare the department for digital deliverables, and to accomplish this, we have a variety of changes and projects planned. One notable change is the addition of Kyle Haler to the CAD team as our resident CAD manager. Welcome aboard, Kyle.
Thanks, Dave.
Anything you want to say to the folks at home?
No, I'm good.
Alrighty, moving on. We plan to begin incorporating item types into our CAD resources. Item types are basically metadata or data that describes data. Right-of-way monument cells, for example, will have the ID, type, station, offset, northing, and easting properties embedded directly into the cell.
Some of this information will be automatically filled in, such as northing and easting, while others will need to be manually entered. Our goal is to start with resources that are part of a schedule and expand from there. This will go for many other resources such as utility test holes, curb, and guardrail. All item types will be embedded into the CAD resources, so when you place a new resource, the item type will already be there. Because the elements will contain information about themselves, the user will be able to select an element and get all pertinent information about that element. This will also allow us to automate schedule placement on plans, or even get rid of schedules from plans and have the user generate them on demand from the elements themselves. We are also looking at generating the sign schedule via item types, and as part of this, we are looking at replacing our current cell library with a much larger selection based on the MUTCD. These signs are full color and will be available in 2D and 3D. We have 2 interns working on this currently and hope to have more on this by the summer. Another major push will be to incorporate the hydrology and hydraulics aspects of SUDA. And now for an update on SUDA.
Oh, thanks, Steve. I wasn't expecting to talk about this. I guess I'm doing okay. You know, it's been a rough couple of past years with the whole COVID situation, unprecedented times and such.
No, Sue. I said SUDA, not SUDA. We're talking about the program Subsurface Utilities, Drainage, and Analysis, which is actually just called Drainage and Utilities now, oddly enough.
Well, this is awkward. That makes way more sense.
It's okay, Sue. And now for an update on SUDA, we go over to Kyle. Kyle?
Thanks, Dave. I'll be working on incorporating the hydrology and hydraulic aspects of SUDA into our existing resources to assist designers with their drainage design, as well as preparing a wiki for setting up and using our SUDA resources for clash detection.
Thanks, Kyle. And as we continue to develop our CAD resources for digital delivery, we are also looking into adding support and enhanced methods for our end products. This will include the use of IFC classifications and digital iTwin reviews. All right, well, that wraps up our broadcast for tonight. From all of us here at WCADD News, I'm David Kleinert.
Oh, come on, people. Who put a question mark in the teleprompter? You know he will read whatever you type in there. Really. And in other news, if you want a wig that looks like roadkill, please order it off of Amazon.com.
It does look like roadkill.
Yes, thank you.
So if that was what they were going for, excellent job.
Yeah, I don't think so. It wasn't in the description. No.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that.
That's okay.
Thanks, Dave. Are there any questions for Dave while we have him up here? Other than what were you thinking? Yeah.
Yeah, I was hoping to avoid all of this, but I guess I gotta pick
Please draw.
Yeah. All right, we got horseshoe crab. Sorry, crushing period is over, I'm sorry. That was horseshoe crab and drainage inlet. We can fix that. Yeah, give me a call.
All right, thanks, Dave. Going from one Dave to another, I'd like to invite Dave Gula, Principal Planner from Old Mapco, to the stage to discuss the I-95 capping feasibility study.
Afternoon. How am I going to follow that? That's so many levels. Well, I'll just go with what I got. And I'm going to apologize in advance. This wonderful graphics package that was sent to me by my consultant team doesn't transpose perfectly to PowerPoint. So I'm hoping that the slides will be legible as you see them. But I'm here to talk to you today about a feasibility study that was conducted by WMAPCO, Wilmington Area Planning Council, for those who don't know who we are. We work very closely with DelDOT on lots of different projects, lots of different planning projects. And in particular, we were asked to look at this and decide, to help you decide if it's feasible to put a cap over I-95 through Wilmington. So the study goals were to reconnect the neighborhood that was divided when I-95 went through in the 60s. Our study area, you can see outlined in pink, is Jackson Street, Adams Street, the Delaware Avenue Bridge, which is to the north, top of the screen, and the 6th Street Bridge is at the south at the bottom of the screen. We worked very closely with the neighborhood, so we were talking about the neighborhood's character and how that a process like this could improve it. Certainly, the multimodal piece of this is really important. In an area that's really dominated by auto traffic coming on and off of the interstate, it's really important to have the options for biking and walking in a neighborhood that does meet a lot of EJ criteria. So we've got folks who don't have cars in this area, but also wanted to create a new environment, a new space. This is also an area that they have one really nice park to the north part of the study area, but not a lot of others throughout the study area. So the idea was also to create an outdoor space, not a regional space necessarily, but a community space. We did have a few givens, not going to look at property, not going to relocate property, not going to propose to relocate properties. We have to maintain traffic flow. We do have on-ramps to I-95 and off-ramps to I-95, so we have to make sure that we don't mess that up. And no significant reconfiguration of I-95, because just spent a whole lot of money through this stretch, putting it together and putting people with a lot of, it was the minimum amount of discomfortation, I really, but it went for a while. So we had to make sure that we're not looking at any changes to that, and we had a few people ask. We put together an advisory committee. One of the things WMAPCO does is work with the public, the beginning of the process, middle of the process, end of the process. Even before we start the process, we're working with the public and the community. So we put together an advisory committee that had a lot of community representation. A lot of our agency partners were going to be there, and had a bunch of project meetings that were held on site, or as close to on site as we could. There's a church, there's a school. We used both of those right adjacent to the corridor. We also had some virtual workshops, which worked very well, and then caught the people just coming out of COVID. We started this basically in 2021, so we really had to have a virtual piece to make sure that we attracted as many people as possible. But we also did a lot of community outreach within this as well. There are some very active neighborhood groups in the area, and we did our public workshops. We again had to facilitate as many, a couple of virtual workshops. One in particular, but we did a few that were with different civic groups. We also had in-person workshops, again, held right within the area. The idea was in an area that's called a sort of a tech desert, we want to make sure that folks could get there and see. If you have a virtual workshop and you're looking at a phone, you don't really get to see the information as well. So we had some presentations off corridor for other groups that are right in that area. And we went to a lot of community events. Bottom picture, there's a group up there called United Neighbors, and they've actually painted, put murals along the bridges, 6th Street, 7th Street, 8th Street. This past year, they did 9th Street and 10th Street. So we attended as many of their bridge painting events as we could, just to make sure that folks knew about this project. And our public process really, again, was designed coming up with a vision for the area, helped have the community come out and talk with us about what should go into the area. And then as many times as often, we gave them choices. We let them come to tables and basically show us, what they liked, what they didn't like, comment directly on some of the concept plans that we had. Just to give you an idea of the scale here, we're not the first to look at capping over an interstate highway. Lots of places have done it. Some have done it really well. Clyde Warren Park in Dallas has been in place for a number of years, a couple of decades, I think. And our area is considerably bigger than what they've done. They have an expansion that's coming in. I think that 5.2 acres shown, that's an expansion of their park. But the idea is we have an enormous space here to work with. So after numerous community workshops, November 17th, 2022, literally the day, 1 year later than our first workshop, we were able to bring them what we consider the preferred concept based on all the things that we'd heard from them. And so you can see the top image shows you what it could look like. We understand that I think as Matt said, once the engineers get into there, it might look completely different, but we need to give the community an idea of what this could look like. And then you see that bottom image gives you an idea of the things that we're trying to add to this community. These are the things that we heard through our process that they wanted to see here. And so there's images that you see up here we used at numerous workshops showing them, basically letting them vote. When we did the virtual, there was online activities. When we brought them in to the workshops, we basically gave them 3 dots and said, pick the top 3 you like, and here's 3 red dots for the ones you don't want to see at all. Retail never came up as much of an issue. I think farmers markets were a lot more popular. And development was certainly also not something that came up as something that they really wanted to see. So this is the southern section. To your left is 6th Street, and then 7th Street no longer has vehicular traffic in this particular option. 8th Street still going, that's basically westbound traffic. This gives you an idea of how these things work. Each section, since we think it might be a phased project, you'll see when we get to cost. You want to build areas planned for that can be a standalone. So this particular one actually has a playground in an area where there isn't a neighborhood playground. And it also has an amphitheater, so you see a stage with restaurants. So if you're going to be in an area, in a park with your kids for some hours, you're going to want restrooms. This stage area is not, I wouldn't call like field level lit. The whole park needs to have good lighting. We really never looked at this as a regional draw. One gentleman pestered me repeatedly. If anyone remembers the Big Kahuna and the backstage they had back there, and you could fit thousands of people and have great concerts, that was on the riverfront. This is basically in the middle of a neighborhood. So the idea that this would be a big concert venue, it might be a small community concert venue, but really the idea that you're going to draw people in here and hold big events did make a lot of sense. Plus, when we talk about parking, you'll see that that's also could be a concern. Center section has dog park, has another open field area. It's got an active water feature so kids can get out, because it's going to be years before these trees generate enough shade to really cool you in the summer. So water feature would be something to be very helpful. You can see here at the bottom of the image, we have the I-95 exit ramp that comes out to Adams Street. And so that's something that we had to deal with. The other thing that you can kind of see here is that we have removed traffic from 9th Street. So this section goes from 8th Street to 10th Street. 9th Street has been removed. That's another piece of this that we're going to talk about it later. But the idea is it actually simplifies the intersection of 9th Street a little bit. And if we start talking about traffic calming, that's something we need to think about. The northernmost section runs from 10th Street to Delaware Avenue. Delaware Avenue has the preponderance of pedestrian traffic existing in the area right now. So we wanted to create a nice plaza area to walk through, could also support food trucks. You have a little cafe potential here. Big challenge with that is this is the air rates over I-95. There are a lot of federal regulations. We do have a model going in north of us in Philadelphia. Penn's Landing is going to expand. They were able to wrangle with the federal government to have nonprofits operate cafes in their skating rink. And so potential here is, again, maybe there's a nonprofit group we could put together that could provide a cafe. Again, restaurant or restrooms here and some shaded seating areas along the water feature. Again, if we're phasing it, this is basically another area. Now this area is also adjacent to Cool Springs Park, which is great. So maybe not as much active stuff. Maybe we don't need a playground here, but in terms of just areas to sit and relax, it's important. And you also see we have numerous ramps. We've got the on-ramp from Jackson Street to southbound I-95. We have the on-ramp from Adams Street to northbound 95. We have a southbound ramp from I-95 that curves around and drops you off at 11th Street. So there's a lot of challenges with this particular one as well. This just gives you an idea. One of the things that we really appreciated our consultant team. They were fantastic. Some of them are here today as a sub-consultant, but the team that did most of the graphic work wanted people understand how big this space is. And really, you could show it the way I've shown it, but it's hard to figure out how many people can fit in an area and how really beautiful it can be. So these images that they put of the perspectives really helps with that idea that you've got some really massive spaces here if you do this, and it really will add a lot to the neighborhood. So now the fun stuff. Traffic calming. This area, again, we've got these ramps, so we know we can't just remove traffic. However, Jackson Street has a lot more traffic there are a lot more lanes than it needs for the traffic that it does accommodate, especially south of the ramp. So the consultant team did traffic studies with data both pre-I-95 construction, pre-pandemic, and current levels to decide if we could actually do that. It is very feasible to traffic calm on Jackson Street. I think there's a team looking at how we can do that, but the idea is doesn't need to wait until we get to the project. Similarly, on North Adams Street, there's a section where we think traffic calming can go in, but we're not sure because you do have, again, more ramp activity here. And so we have to make sure it's, again, not major impacts to traffic flow through the area. We also, you don't show it on, well, you can see it here, 7th Street and 9th Street will probably not be carrying vehicular traffic. So the challenge there is make sure that we can still have circulation around the area. The goal again is you don't want to create congestion with what you're doing, but you also have to slow traffic. If you're going to build something like this, it's such wonderful community space, you got to have people safely able to get across the streets. And those streets do operate because they are wider. 2 travel lanes on Jackson Street, 2 to 3 travel lanes on Adams. Speeds are higher, and people are racing to and from the I-95 ramps. So that's a big challenge. We're looking at the intersections as well as the corridor itself, and we want to make improvements ahead of the construction schedule, which we don't have yet for this cap. Now here's the fun part of what this cap could look like when it comes to constructing it. We've got what is called the closed. You can see my translation problem here. Closed. That would be one way to build this. This shows retaining walls at just outside the travel lanes and shoulders on I-95. There could be fill dirt in there with I-beam spans in the middle. The bottom section, I think is maybe better for us, is an open section, open plan. Basically, it matches the way the current bridges are built. There's not as much fill, there's not as many retaining walls. The idea is it'll look very much like it looks now. The next slide will give you a better idea of how it would look. You're underneath it. So to the left is the closed section, to the right is the open section. You do have some retaining walls for the ramps on the right, but the idea is there's 2 ways to do this. One is going to look and feel like Delaware's first tunnel. Not super popular with some of the good folks from the bridge section that I met with back in November. And more maybe of an open section could work better for us. There are a lot of pluses and minuses to how those things would work and the costs involved with that. One of the pieces of this that we did look at and borrowed from Penn's Landing and other places, there are ways to structure this as you're building the structure so that you have deeper sections for tree pits. So you can see with your I-beams can be steel or concrete going through there, but you can kind of stage how you're going to make that connection for the platform. And so you can have areas where you can have tree pits, so you can have some taller trees, but you're going to need, you're going to have a lot of dirt on here. You're going to have a stormwater management. But the goal is to make this buildable and actually, beneficial to the community. That tree cover is really needed in this area. Magnitude of costs, everybody's favorite. How much is it going to cost? It's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. We looked at 4 different parks that were done around the country. I think we looked mostly at Dallas, but we also did look at Philadelphia's costs. And you can see the costs here. These are proposed. This is why we suggest it's probably a phased project. The other piece of this, we suggested again that first phase be the southernmost portion because again, that's the neighborhood. There's the least green, the least accommodations for parks for the neighbors that live there. But this gives you an idea of what we're talking about in terms of cost, and it ain't cheap. But it's feasible. So our job was to prove that it's feasible to do this, which we did prove. We proved that you can go through a community process of the project of this magnitude, get a lot of positive feedback in amongst the negative feedback. The community members were very happy with the process all the way through. The advisory committee would love to continue to serve if this project continues to move forward. But at this time, what we've done is handed over the results of our feasibility study and the conclusions that we reached that this could be a really wonderful amenity for both Wilmington and the neighborhood around it. There are some potential parking issues, but if we start looking at traffic calming, then we could be adding on street parking. We do know, as Vincent pointed out, that grants are going to be a piece of this and they're going to be no fun whatsoever, but they'll be less fun if we try to build parking over I-95 with grant funds. That will not make it a competitive grant. So we are looking very much at the streets that are bordering the park, The bridges over the park that will remain could also potentially have some parking. So the idea is this is a local to community draw. This is probably not a huge regional draw like the state park is north of Brandywine 100. And so the goal is not to build a whole lot of parking with the money that you're spending, but to find parking where you can. And so that's pretty much what I got for the I-95 cap. I will take any questions that you have. I will not volunteer to pay for it. All right, and I guess I got to read. All right, ready for bingo. I'm gonna need glasses for this too. My favorite DTC and GABC. All right, thank you very much for having me today.
Thank you, Dave. Dean Donaldson is here to share with us the current efforts regarding artificial intelligence and ITMS at the department.
Good afternoon, and I'm between a break, so here we go. I asked a group of PhDs to put slides together for me. So they did. It's 40 slides, so buckle up. Here we go. All right, I'm going to speak on artificial intelligence. The dumbest guy in the room is going to speak on artificial intelligence, machine learning, and it's our enhancements to the integrated transportation management system, which we started 20-some years ago. AI, ITMS is what we're calling ITMS now. The program and where we're at, short-term traffic flow predictions, couple of models, really boring, and example applications, traffic simulation, so on and so on. AI enhanced integrated transportation management system. About 3 years ago, we applied for a grant. Grants were mentioned a lot earlier. We were awarded a grant. Federal Highway put up $5 million, we put up $5 million. And it was to automate and optimize our advanced transportation management system. How can we build a system that detects incidents, advises on how to respond to them, and so on, and develop automatically solutions to any problem? Over the last 20-some years, we have thousands, literally thousands of devices that we're connected to. We're connected, we're watching the weather, traffic flow data, Bluetooth data, high resolution data from signals, all of our traffic cameras, which are a big hit, travel restrictions, anything that's coming in. Plus we're getting Waze data now and social media data. And all of that's going to be and is being processed. Again, there's the list over there. This is the staging of where we're going and where we're at without going through a lot of that. How do we detect where something's happening? It's through a variety of detection, a variety of inputs, Waze, and a variety and others. And this is all automated. There's no human being involved. And so through artificial intelligence, machine learning is the other big part of that, where the system learns. And I'll hit some other things. But as you can see, we're tracking data throughout the state. We're right now working on 3 areas of the state, the 4095 corridor, the Smyrna area where the TMC is, down to Dover, and then the beaches, of course. Those are 3 different types of traffic patterns that we're having the system understand and learn. Traffic anomaly, reasoning, and classification. What is the type of incident and the cause? This service classifies each incident as, is it a work zone incident? Is it an incident? Is it severe weather and so on? Incident localization. By looking at all the data, we can pinpoint really pretty good where the problem probably is. Right now, the system is actually operational in its first stage. I get text from the system saying there's a possible problem at a location. A few minutes later, I get a message from the TMC where they have gotten information. So the computer is a little bit ahead. Short-term traffic flow prediction, what I'm talking about, there's a model that does the freeways. There's a model that does the rest of the system, surface street system. The study area, CAD arterials are calling it. And so through connected automated vehicle type of information, we're getting information, and I'll show you this shortly, that my state car has been equipped for a couple of years. So when you see me driving around, the system is watching where I'm at, how it moves and everything else. Without getting in all of this, prediction models need to update and accommodate seasonal and long-term pattern change. So it's constantly learning, and then it updates automatically how it responds. Rapid predictions. Without me going through everything, it's traffic congestion and the incidents and so forth. We're also working on the system will automatically advise the detour. It's pretty amazing. So right now, we're watching how traffic moves 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And traffic prediction is extremely effective handling non-incident related traffic. So the normal ebb and flow of traffic moving through the system. So what we really want to come out of here with a variety of data from our fixed location, from vehicles. We now added 4, I think 6 more state vehicles. What we put into them is a data logger. It's tied to the CAN bus, and it provides real-time information on that vehicle, the brakes been hit, and so forth. This is an example of the graphs we get of traffic moving over the detectors at an intersection. It shows where you have delay. It shows how the progression is. And the system is monitoring them. If you're in the traffic engineering business, oh, here's one of those 20 questions. What is that? Anybody tell me what that is? Time space diagram. How we find those coordinate traffic. And so vehicle trajectory data. We are getting WeGo. DelDOT just started working with NREX. And this data is like 4 to 8% of the vehicles driving the system. It's collected by the automobile. And then companies are getting that information. So if you got a brand new car, you may be getting traffic. We plan on it, everybody. And so you can see how the vehicles are moving through the coordination. And so taking that data, along with the CAN bus data, like out of my vehicle and others, we want to put more DelDOT vehicles in. So you can check coordination automatically. And then the system would take that data and adjust the signal. So I visit this road a lot. I live in Fenwick. So every time my vehicle comes through, then we're collecting data how the signal is. And we're adjusting the floor, and the system will adjust automatically. Recommendation flow chart. Incident and congestion mitigation decision support. Watching so much data. All of you are probably using some of the data we have during planning. All the data we've been collecting for multiple years. We use for planning purposes and operations. Over here, collecting a range of data, detect significant anomaly, reason the cause of it, predict traffic flow and conditions, generate recommended response plans, evaluate effectiveness, and accumulate knowledge, so you keep learning and learning and learning. So I'm sorry. I'm a loudmouth. I thought you could. All right, so this is an example. If a couple of years ago, is it now? Yeah. Where Route 1 southbound was closed down with an incident up by Smyrna. And all the traffic was diverted off at the ramp. You can see where I've circled the detections picking up the data of showing that where the delay is, how traffic is moving and so on. Management timeline, you can see where the system is seeing that there's something going on. You can see the other charts here showing the problem. And as you watch this, this is when the system detected it. This is when the TMC notified. We got information here. This is when the system started its thing. This is when we actually manually changed the signal. And so on and so on until the system, until it was over. The system determined it was all back to normal at that time. We did it from the TMC at this time. So that's an example with the earliest work we're doing on what's happening. We're looking at individual intersections. And with the work we're doing, you can see the travel time delay of the current plan versus the recommended plan. I'm sorry. Stand still, Gene. All right, I won't get into signal controllers. We don't have all day. Machine vision. You'll like this. We actually have cameras out there now. We're putting more in that is actually watching traffic. And so the machine vision can do a variety of things. It can do re-ID. It can pick out an object and say it sees it again, it sees it again, it sees it again. That'll give you origin and destination and the travel time. We put in cameras at 313 in Smyrna, and it is collecting all kinds of data. Machine vision will even tell you what type of vehicle it is and the model and the make. Pretty amazing how it looks at a database. And there you can do turn movement counts. You can do counts and classify what type of vehicles are going through there. And then this is across our loops. So we compared the data and it's working very good. Key findings and lessons learned. I'm going to say it's pretty amazing. Machine learning, it is learning, like I'm saying. And the challenges is data availability, data quality, validation of the outcomes, and so on. And so the next step, this is my basic thing that everybody's seen for years. I try to simplify all of this. Is we do control monitoring information. And now we have an advanced technology that can do control monitoring and information. And it can watch the 1,200 traffic signals, 4,000 miles of roadway, center line, whatever it is. And as it develops, we're going to see an improvement. The things that are slowing us down is the actual signal system itself, which 700 controllers need to be upgraded. So Laney left, but there's going to be dollars involved as we go on. So that's that, and I thank you all very much. Any questions? Am I still doing this?
Yes, sir.
Equity and manhole. Manhole. Thank you all.
All right, thank you, Gene. So before we break, just a reminder to sign in at the table out front for the afternoon session. Also that they're going to be taking a photo for the bracelets. Right now, there's a photo. So if you have a bracelet, hold it up. All right. Thank you all. So we'll meet back at 2:35. It's now time for our federal partners to share with us an overview of the Safe Systems approach. Please welcome Federal Highway Delaware Division's Senior Engineer, Dan Montag.
I thought it was gonna be Darth Vader walking in or something. So I'm in between you guys and Craig's presentation, so I'm not gonna try to go too long. So I'm gonna talk about the introduction to safe system approach. So for us, the safe system approach is trying to get, zero is our goal, and safe systems is how we're hoping to get there. So we also have lawyers that work for Federal Highways. So this presentation does not have any effect on the force or effect on law. The U.S. government does not endorse products or manufacturers or outside entities, and no lawyers were hurt during the presentation putting this together. So I think you've heard some numbers getting put out about number of fatalities within Delaware. Nationally, you can see there was an uptick from 2011 up through 2016, then when it started to go back down. Then in 2020, this is total traffic fatalities, both vehicle, pedestrians, bicycles. We have 38,824. And I believe the number I've got from 2021 was 42,915. So the numbers are going back up, and it's some very preliminary ones in 2022 is higher than 2021. Well, the vehicles are very concerning to Federal Highways, number of deaths, as well as US DOT. However, what's really concerning is the increase in pedestrian and bicycle fatalities. You notice that, yes, the fatalities for vehicles have gone up, but notice pedestrians and bicycles, have gone up over about 45% starting with 2010. And in Delaware, for example, in 2022, there were 33 pedestrian fatalities, 7 bicycle, and motorcycles are not included in that, but 22. So pedestrians and bicycles are probably the really greatest concern that a lot of transportation and safety engineers are looking at right now. So it's a disproportionate number of impact on people who are not in vehicles. So the guiding principle for this is it needs to be a paradigm shift. There's a new way ahead. It involves a paradigm shift to improve safety, culture, increase collaboration across all safety stakeholders, and focus transportation system design and operation on anticipating human mistakes and lessening impact forces to reduce crash severity and save lives. This is kind of what we are using for everyone to understand that there needs to be a new way of looking. The safe system approach aims to eliminate fatal and serious injuries for all road users by understanding that humans are going to make mistakes. And then when mistakes are made, keep impacts on the human body at tolerable levels. So I think you may have heard, talking about bicycles, the Netherlands, they have a very, very robust bicycling program. The safe system approach has been around for about 30 years. And these numbers are from the World Health Organization from 2020 to 2019. And if you notice, Norway, Sweden, the Netherlands, they're always up there, France. And the United States, we're 5.6% down. So a lot of area for the United States to make up. You say, okay, well, what is the safe system approach? What are its components? So really, the safe system approach is made up of three key components. There's the overall approach, which is kind of the middle of everything. There's the principles, which are on the outside, and there are the elements that make those up. And I'll talk about those all as we go through. So for the 6 principles on which the fundamental beliefs are that we want to reduce the deaths and serious injuries are unacceptable. Humans do make mistakes. Humans are vulnerable. Responsibility is shared. Safety is proactive, and redundancy is crucial. Now, the elements: safe road users, safe vehicles, safe speeds, safe roads, and post-crash care. And it's all basically layers of protection. And the way the layers of protection work are, they call it the Swiss cheese model of redundancy and layers of protection. So basically, an item, an issue, something has to get through all the layers of Swiss cheese. So for example, on the left, the system basically didn't allow the incident to become a fatality. However, death in serious industry only happens when all the systems fail. In other words, something made it through the Swiss cheese right through the middle. Taking that consideration, you look at the way a lot of us maybe went through school and talked about stuff. The traditional approach was we need to prevent crashes. The new way that we're trying to get to is, prevent death and serious injuries. The old way was improve human behavior. Now, design for human mistakes and limitations. Traditional approach, control speeding. Now, reduce kinetic system energy. If I understand it correctly, about 35 miles an hour is the number for when a vehicle hitting pedestrian. Above 35 miles an hour, the amount of kinetic energy, just potential for death is greatly increased. Individuals are responsible. Now it's a shared responsibility. We act based on crash history. Now proactively identify and address risks before they happen. This presentation is taken from about a 80 slide deck that was given at a presentation that was mentioned down in Dewey Beach back in October. I am not the safety person for our office, so I can't answer too many in-depth questions. But Federal Highways has a great amount of resources. If you go to Federal Highways or on USDOT and type in 0 deaths, you get a lot of more information on what's happening. So I can try to take questions from anyone but Mark, who's smiling at me, because he's already sent me pages of questions. But please, if you have any questions, if you're on the design side, safety side, please talk to myself, talk to LaTanya, and we'll try to work through as a team best way we can. Any questions you have for Highways? It's great. Craig's waiting to go here, so. First, when I pulled is DENREC. The second one is conduit.
All right, thank you, Dan. Let's hear a round of applause. At this time, DelDOT's North District Engineer Craig Stevens is returning to the Winter Workshop stage to present on how North District handles sinkholes.
I like that. So I guess I push to the right. Okay, all right. So this can be very short. I've been told by a few people, not naming names. Nick Dean told me to hurry up because we were ahead of time, were we not? And now we're a little bit behind time. So I'll try to hurry up. I did want to say, if you guys were wondering if I was working out, I know some of you are checking I am. I've now been working out for 5 days on my Bowflex at home. But hey, Kevin, Kevin left. I wanted him to stand. Who's seen Kevin recently? Svelte, is he not? He's looking really nice. So I was going to have him stand up. And another thing, if someone brought this up about Kevin too, because I love him. I went to school with him. We're good friends. But doesn't he look like he should work for iTunes or Apple today with the turtleneck? I was like, is that Steve Forbes? Looks good. I don't know where he went though. Poor guy. Anyway, moving on, sinkholes. So I can make this really short. Okay, this is our mission statement, and I realized that nobody really put this in there, so I told Jeff to do it. And listen, I really thought Jeff did a good job today. By the way, he's the best guy you could ever have working for you right there. That guy, Jeff, look at him. He's gorgeous. Woo! Anyway, here's what I said. I didn't know what to do. I was like, do sinkholes. And I was like, nobody cares about sinkholes. So here's what I said. Sink, descend, drop. That's from Oxford Languages. I don't think that I used my referencing correctly if you just got out of college. But on a hole, been on that for a little bit, a hole. Jim Pappas, come on, you got where I go. But it's just a hole, dude. It's a hollow place in a solid body or surface. All right, man, that's it. That's all I got for you. You think we need more? No. Anyway, Ann just told me I have to do more than that. Sorry, I really am. So we're going to move on, but that literally could be your whole thing. So, you know, someone else is up there going, we don't have sinkholes in Delaware, Craig. Have you ever been to Florida? We do have sinkholes, and you're about to see how bad they are. Here it is right there. Look at that bad boy right there. And swallow up a Empire State Building right there. So what is that? Does anyone know? George, do you know what it is? Very good, George. Just give George a hand. Took him a minute. You got to wonder, where'd you go to school? Was it CR or Dover, dude? Anyway, what kind of road is it? And what I mean by that, it's obviously asphalt, not tar and chip, like we heard earlier. But what type of road it is, I should say. Am I talking really loud? I'm sorry. Am I good? All right. And then do we need to close the road? How big is the void? Who do we call? What time of day it is? What caused this? How long? These are lots of questions. This is how hard my job is right here. I went from deciding on building bridges every 2.5 years to having to make a decision while standing in the middle of a highway. And there's a funny story. Don't let me forget this about what happened when we were out here. I forgot to put it in there. Anyway, guys, this is Delaware. So you can see I'm really trying to make this a presentation, but that's Delaware. You got it right there. That's where we are. And we were at Delaplane Avenue in Kirkwood. Anyone know where that is? Anyone been there? Jeff knows. Nobody here. Okay. All right. Moving on. That's the sinkhole location. I broke this up, didn't I, John? That's the sinkhole location right there, right in the middle of an intersection. And guess what time it was, Scott Walls? Rush hour. It was rush hour. It always seems to happen at rush hour. So if you notice here, the comments on Gateway, which is a great thing, says that the pavement there is in good shape. Low. It's in good shape, which it's really not. And this is a principal artery. Now, why do you think that matters? What's going to happen here? Does anyone know why it would matter? Nobody wants to answer. Monroe, you don't want to answer me? Come on, Monroe. I saw you winking at me, buddy. You didn't get to see the full me a minute ago, did you? Because you think I look good from here up, right? I got you. So anyway, long story short, it's basically how much impact are we going to have if we close down this road, or what we're going to do out there. You need to call TMC. You also need to call Madam Ann Brown, because if you don't call her and someone else calls her, she will get on the phone and yell at you.
But she's very kind. Then she'll tell you you're doing a good job right after that. You know, she kind of beats you a little bit, then builds you back up. It's nice. So there it is. How bad was the damage? It was pretty big. It did not span more than one lane, so we got away with one lane, but we did close the turn lane. I know you guys were worried. Are they going to close that turn lane? We did, Matt Buckley. We did. We closed that turn lane. And then fortunate that we got there when we did. It was literally falling in when we pulled up. Not only was it rush hour, it was also a Friday afternoon. Just to let you know. So we had to get it fixed. Here's my best guy, John Garcia. If he really likes his phone, he's like my daughter. But who stands in the middle of traffic typing in his phone? Who's he texting? I have no idea. Is he taking a picture? I don't know what he's doing, but there he is. But please remember that's Mr. John Garcia at DelDOT.gov if you'd like to say something to him. He takes text. So if you want to get in touch with him. But here's what someone else did social media today. This is what suddenly started popping up on social media today. So here's to John Tice, who was giving me a hard time. That's what they said happened out there. And I didn't realize that I was supposed to cross out these people's names. So I'm sorry. Listen, I really have no idea what I'm doing. I really have no idea. I just did this. So Mike Carter, I don't want to say anything. Mick Carter? Where is legal on this? They're probably mad at me. But anyway, that's China digging their way to Biden's estate. They're off a few miles. So that was, and I really got to hand it to some creative people on social media. Stacy Lynn is very unhappy, folks. She said, hopefully it will just swallow the whole state. Well, here's the scary thing. 5 people like that post. Are we that bad in Delaware? I have to say, I think we are. I don't know. But that's the only one I saw likes on, and it was that one. Like, oh my gosh, everything's bad. Little emo going on there. Don't fret, we didn't have this, but someone posted that. We're coming up on my favorite one. I love these two gentlemen fishing in a pothole, and I guess that's what they believe is happening here. Now that's not us because it doesn't snow in Delaware anymore. Does anyone notice that? It's over. It's over. The snow's over. And here's someone that doesn't like us too much. Jason, whatever. If DelDOT is on it, it will never be found. I'm not sure what that means because there were pictures of it, but I think they're saying that we're not doing a good job. That's what I think. So anyway, that's basically what happened. And so this is what they decided to put in the paper the next day, that this sinkhole was as big as a compact car. Or what, you know, and I don't know what size that is. Can anyone give me a dimension of a compact car? But that's what happened. I don't think a compact car would have gone in there, but that's what they were saying happened out there. So here's another one that came out. Now here's Ann Brown. We used to put out like weekly reports and she'd be like, no one's wearing their PPE. Can you take that off? That no PPE. And then Alistair calls me and says, you guys do anything right north? And then we argue, emails back and forth. Hopefully you don't FOIA us. But right there, that is not the appropriate PPE. Does anyone know what this is from? Is it Stranger Days? What is it called? Stranger Things. I'm an idiot, man. I'm moving on. So anyway, there it is. That came out. So I appreciate it. But here's what happened. I will say this about the Gateway. I think it's one of the best tools that we've ever gotten in this department, man. I use Gateway all the time. So what are you pointing at? Oh, there's Kevin right there. Woo! A tall glass of water sauntering in here quietly. Where were you? Number 1 or number 2? You're in there for a while, dude. I think it was number. All right. Whatever. Did you wash your hands? Sing Mary Had a Little Lamb while you wash your hands, Mark. So at any rate, NPDES is out there. So we looked at it and there's no pipe in that location. So we called the county out. This is your pipe. We said that this is your pipe. They're like, okay, let's see. And then we went and seen a dye penetration, put the dye down in it, and they ran it. We're sitting there for 30 minutes, nothing's coming out. And I'm like, I don't care what you say, it's your pipe. We're not fixing it. And I really, because look, NPDS says it's not our pipe, right? Because everyone sees it's not there. It's not in the middle lane. So I got very angry when I was out there. Then I took a Ritalin. And I sent John Garcia, who was in his phone at the time, to walk down to the stream, and he noticed that there was dye coming out of the stream. Guess what? It's our pipe. So I had to walk back up to the guy and go, hey, sorry, dude. It is our pipe. And the sad thing is the Newcastle County group, there was a crew that came out to do the dye penetration. Every single one of the people in that crew was a former DelDOT employee. How about that? So here's what we did. This right here on the left, anyone know what that is? You asked for it. We never get it done in time. What is that? Pipe video, Matt Benson, pipe video. That's what we got there. We took a look at it. It was an old abandoned brick. I don't know what it was, vault or whatever. So we excavated it out. Here's John again, fidgeting in the middle of the road. And there it is done. It looks beautiful. We went ahead and opened it up in less than 7 days. Frankly, I think it was probably even less than that. I think it was like 5 or something. 4 days we got it opened back up. But here, sinkholes aren't just water related. This is a recent thing where we said a legislative complaint came and said, your road is sinking. And we were like, what's going on? So we blamed it on the county again. And we went to dig it up and we realized that someone had hidden a truck under one of our roads. Who knew? So what's bad about this? Guess who gets a whiff of this? Jeff Leonard. There may be diesel out there. What are we going to do? There's diesel in my truck. Who cares? I don't care. We're going to go out there and what's in it now? I was going to say PCP, but that's not it. What is it called? What is it? PCPs are in that. And things just get better. So we filled it back up and put some crushed run on it, and we'll let our kids deal with it. I'm just kidding. We're going to take care of it. But that's one too. And then here's another one right up the street on Kirkwood Highway by Panda Express, where it looked very small. But if you look under, that was the whole lane was taken up. Guess what? This one was the county's. Yeah, that was a good day. That right there was a good day. I literally went out there for 15 minutes and left smiling the whole way home. This is not ours. So at any rate, that's pretty much all I got. If anyone, I doubt you do, but if you have questions, feel free to ask them. No? I have no idea how long I went. Oh my God, what? A 30-part question? Is a hole, that's a void that's created under the roadway, yes. Thanks for the very knowledgeable question. Can I pick my two? My word. Transit. The password is transit. Design resource engineer. Mark, you really look like you're into this, buddy. I got 3 all day. I don't put them back in, do I? All right.
Thank you, Craig. Mark, not sure how you're going to top that one, but Mark Lutz, DOT's Deputy Director of Operations, is here to present on the clankers that were installed in Newark.
Very disappointing. There's much better choices. What's the song that I found? I Love It. Somebody sing I Love It for me. Crashed into the bridge, and I don't know the whole song. It should have been I Love It, and I don't have it ready, so very disappointing. But anyway, thanks everybody for hanging in to the end. Before I start my presentation, to clarify, I think every designer in the room had a heart attack when Todd Revis said that all public workshops need a in-person component. That is only for official councils like the Bike Council or the Tiffy thing that Pam does, council thingy. It's not for like, yeah. It's mostly Pam's problem is the moral. So, so regular project workshops only need to have, if you have an EIS, which we have 0 right now, your EIS would have to have a hearing, which would have to have an in-person component, but pretty much everything else that, that project teams do, whether it's DOTs or planning, from like a bike trail standpoint, they can have a full virtual option if you want. So, all right, now on to clankers. And if you have no idea what I'm talking about, I think you're living in a hole, but in one of Craig's holes. How about that? I didn't even do that on purpose. All right, so Cashew Mill Road. This is an old bridge. This is a picture, and I'm going to whip through this because you all are ready to get the hell out of here. This is a really old bridge. That's a picture from a long time ago. This thing has been getting hit for many years. This is a newspaper clipping from 79. More recently, this was in 2016. Some people were riding in the back of a U-Haul. You shouldn't do that. Do I have to say that? You don't ride in the back of a U-Haul. They got hurt. So Cashew Mill Road Bridge, the CSX bridge over Cashew Mill Road, since 2005, 78 times a reported police crash report. So that's just reported crashes, we have no idea how many times it's been hit because innumerable times it's been hit. And the person doesn't even put in a crash report. So going with our first poll question of the day of which esteemed DelDOT person hit this damn thing. Well, thank you somebody for putting in for Jim Pappas. I appreciate it. But we're gonna move on because I hit the damn thing. I'm sorry. So it was a long day. It was snowing out. I am pretty sure there was snowpack on there. And the sign was covered in snow. I literally couldn't see the sign. And it was only the aero panel. I didn't ruin the whole vehicle. And nobody was riding on top of it either. So, all right. So, some pretty, a pretty fair size system was installed in early 2000s. That's, the vehicle height with the flashing lights and a overpriced garage door opener out there. The sign that's there, the 8'7" sign, that's a good number to remember. That actually, before 2015 or so, it was just stenciled on there, and I had the brilliant idea, oh, MVTCD, we need a real sign up there. Within a month, it looked like that. It was astounding how quickly that thing got the crap beat out of it. But remember those numbers, remember that sign, because I'll come back to both of those at some point. And again, it's not just the signs that are right here. In 2017, we improved that sign. We put bigger signs out there approaching it. We put more signs out farther away from the bridge to try to warn people that this is a low bridge. So lots of signs and stuff installed in 2017, and it didn't do a darn thing. We still have 5 to 10 hits a year. Again, police reports, not even counting how many times it's actually getting hit. So finally, at some point in there, the company that owns the bridge took notice of this, which is CSX, and they nicely requested that we just close the road, because that's what we do with the Department of Transportation. We close roads. No, we're not closing the road. We were not happy with that. The world freaked out at the time. DelDOT said no. The city of Newark said no. The legislators said no. We can't close that road. It carries whatever 15,000 vehicles a day. It's a kind of a key connection. There's not a lot of connections across the CSX tracks. So nobody wanted to close the road. And so in that whole time frame between 2015 and into that 2019, we had been thinking about more emphatic measures anyway. So we had already done the most we could do with flashy lights and signs. And so we had already started thinking about things like, has anybody ever heard of a sacrifice beam before? Anybody? Raise a hand. A couple people. Sacrifice beam. So basically a sacrifice beam is you put a beam in front of the bridge that's the same height as the bridge, but it gets hit instead of the bridge. So it protects the bridge. It doesn't protect the idiot in the back of the U-Haul that gets hit when you hit the sacrifice beam. So we weren't a big fan of that. But all of our ideas were going to, we have to do something over the road. We were just thinking of various options of things over the road. And then there are a few things out there that are over the road. So one of those is between Delaware and Knoebels, which if you have young kids, this is a very nice theme park up in central Pennsylvania. And here is something along one of the roads up in that area. So this is an example of what somebody else is doing with their clankers. Just wanting, again, there's not a lot of examples out there. This one's in New Jersey, and clearly this one got caught up in something and got ripped the heck down. And maybe the most famous one is the Holland Tunnel going into New York City. So we took our experience on Castro Mill Road. We were, again, already not happy with the crash experience we were getting. Then we get this letter from CSX that fires up the whole world. We have legislators telling us we really need to get something done. We're engineers that are naturally conservative. None of us are really interested in putting something out there that's purposely going to get hit. Like, that's just not what we do. We do the opposite. We protect things. We put clear zones. We put guardrail. We don't purposely put things out there to get hit. So we're being a little conservative on it. But again, we were kind of going this direction. We talked to our attorneys. We talked to the bosses, and we decided to move ahead with something that would eventually be, we were calling the clankers. So we were working out the design, and we were going with something maybe a little more softer than some of the metal things you saw on the other ones. But we were still debating how that was going to work. We knew this might be a maintenance issue, so we're all through this. We're working very closely with the city of Newark. They were very good to work with on this project. And this is just a copy of an agreement as we were finalizing the design that basically says, we're gonna fund it, we're gonna build it. If it gets tangled up, you're gonna go out and untangle it. So that's on the city of Newark to do that part. So just for Ann, that's just for Ann. So we wrapped up our design. I know you can't see all the details. I'll come back to this a little bit too. So early 2022, we finished the design, give it to one of our traffic open-end contractors. They get under construction in the spring going into summer. 3 more, we're there. Like now we have a work zone with orange stuff and it's 3 more times. It still gets hit while we're out there. Unbelievable. So the construction's moving along. And then if any of you were looking closely at our design plans, and again, you know about this because, well, you'll see why you know about it. If you don't know about it, again, I think you're I don't know where you've been. But notice on the plans, so that is not what we got out there. So you'll see, again, if you haven't seen it, what we did get out there, but that looks a little different. That kind of looks like what we saw from the other states in the area, because we're copying off of them, of course. That's what we do. So what happened? Why do you think we changed it? Any, just throw out an idea, guess, nothing? Of course, it's 2022. Every mistake, problem, delay is supply chain. Everything gets blamed on supply chain. So didn't have it, supply chain problems. So that's what we got. The new and improved clanker, and I had so it's a buoy. It's just a buoy. So again, we went with something that wasn't metal. We thought we would start with something more like plastic, and if we have to switch up to metal at some point in the future, we would do that. But supply chain is why we ended up with the spherical clanker as opposed to the cylindrical. So what else? If you're looking really closely, you'll see a word on the sign. I know it's a little small, but so we debated how emphatic we were going to make our sign. And I took it up to somebody higher than me, and they switched it out to smash. And so I'm not going to confirm or deny that somebody might have said hey, if the fabricator accidentally got the old the draft and you go with it, maybe just do it. I don't think I did that, but that's not what, kaboom, is what we ended up with on the sign. And so those are perhaps the two greatest design to construction mistakes we've ever made in all of our history, because the kaboom, sorry, is just way better than smash. And what you can do with the balls and social media will never end. We'll go for all the ball memes are endless. I mean, just start with Newton's cradle and then you go from there. So a little bit more on the design. So it's more than just the clankers, a lot of signing and striping leading up to it. There's kind of a close-up. We also installed the median islands on both sides. That gives you the mid-block median treatment. It also, part of the point of this was to put the flashing lights more right at your eye height as opposed to a little bit overhead. And if you haven't driven through it, like you need to drive through it, because the picture doesn't really give you the feel. Like, for whatever reason, like, it's the visual of these red balls, and even in a passenger car, you feel like you're going to hit them. And for whatever reason, it really stands out much better, just even visually, compared to the bridge itself. So that's what it looks like there. So now into the fun here. So back in 2014, if any of my team ever told me about this, I don't even remember, but somebody created the Facebook page, Castro, Mill, River, and Bay Authority. So of course, this is all made up. It's poking fun at the Delaware River and Bay Authority. And so they've been celebrating, I guess, the people smashing into this bridge since 2014. So particularly when we got out there in 2022, it just, their whole Facebook page went through the rails. It was pretty awesome. So there's Miley up there on our balls. While we're still in construction, you can see it's still in construction. Apparently we got the cameras up and running before the balls were even set up there. So grandma's checking that out. This guy, so this is not photoshopped. This jerk really did this. And he got arrested because he put it up on his own Facebook page or Twittergram or whatever he put it up on. So with his name, so the police didn't have, it wasn't a big CSI investigation. The police just went to his door. And so he got a trespassing ticket or citation, and I was in court when he pled out of that for 40 hours of community service. So Craig noticed I did take his picture out of there you go. See, that's how you do a presentation, Craig. Thank you. And that did lead to, so you will look at the picture. So this guy led to the signs getting installed. You'll see on the other, I'll back it up real quick. There, so that one's not even the most current. There, that's the most current one. So after we installed it, we made several tweaks. We put the chains between the different vertical chains. We put the retroreflective strip on it. That's so that people don't purposely just knock them over or hang on them. So, all right, lots more memes. I'm not going to go through all of them. I'm glad that Bernie's on top of this one too. All right, here we go. Next poll question. According to Castro Mill, River, and Bay Authority, what is Short Bridge Awareness Day? Now you guys got it wrong. Come on, I told you to pay attention to the number. August 7th, 8787. Come on, people, pay attention, pay attention. All right. Again, I got to imagine you have all seen the greatest video that DelDOT has ever posted on social. So it's just, I feel bad because Nicole and Shantae and the whole Georgetown Gateway team were out doing they were doing a ribbon cutting the same day as this happened. And their Facebook post got like 7 likes and this got 40 gazillion likes. And I'm sorry, but I'm sorry. So they have, like, this is not even, like, this is real. They make t-shirts. Like, this is not my family. This is not Scott and Peter and Buckley's family. Like, these are real people on this t-shirt. This is the Newark Halloween parade. Like, again, we didn't put anybody up to this. This is like, we're a cult phenomenon and we didn't even try. Halloween was outstanding. Again, not my house. And you know, anywhere that there's balls, they become clankers. So again, the one on the left, nobody was really doing that. That was just their Christmas decorations. And poor Macy's gets accused of doing clankers. I think this is about the last one. So Christmas time stuff with somebody even created a whole poem out of it. And it was too late for the presentation, but who knows from last week what happened? Who put something up last week, or what was the theme last week? Nobody. Come on, just the shape. Spy balloons. Spy balloons were the last week. All right. So last poll question of the day, as I try to wrap up here relatively quickly. What is the what do we call this road? It's all the above. Cashew, crasho, smasho. So, all right, all the above. All right, another video. This one's a little not as popular, but like, do you see that? Like, oh my God, like how do you do that? It's a giant sign. It's right there. On a slightly serious, like on a totally serious note. Oh yeah, they just left. They didn't stop. On a completely serious note, like all of us that are out on the road, like this is the insanity that can happen. Like that could be a person out there. Like we're really thankful there's not a person out there. So to the best of our knowledge, and you can see it from this video, and if you look at our cameras today, the sign on the bridge, which we replaced when we did the project, is still untouched. So I'm pretty sure, so there's 0 crash reports since last August when we installed this. The sign is untouched, so I'm pretty sure nobody's hit the bridge since last August. But that sign's been knocked down twice. So we need to put, that was the other joke, is we need to put clankers on the sign. All right, home stretch here. What else are we looking at? So we had been looking at trying to get that 8.7 taller. If you remember back to the very first slide, back in the day, it was like 11 feet. And over the years, pavement increased or whatever happened, and it got much shorter. But you know, we are looking at ways to possibly raise the rail or lower the road, but that's going to be very expensive, and maybe we can just bail on that now, because as of now, fingers crossed, the clankers seem to be working. So we are looking at many other locations. Number 2 on our list of hit bridges is North Chapel Street, also in Newark. So you remember it was 78 since 2005 for Casho. This is 53, so this one's a pretty high hit one as well. Telegraph Road next on the list with 30. The problem here is that this one's increasing. So it has 30 since 2005, but 8 last year. So this was our winner from 2022 was Telegraph Road. James Street, only 17 since 2005. The problem there is that you have an industrial area, and you know, one of those could be a truck carrying chemicals, and then I got a call jet. So that's another one that's on the agenda. And this one's actually ranked 7th, is our drawbridge in Milford. The problem with this one is that it got whacked really bad in December 2021, and then again, almost, I think it was a year and a day later in December 2022, to the point where the bridge was damaged that it can't be opened, which is a problem because it's a navigable waterway, and we can't open the bridge. Those repairs just started, I think, this last week. So that's just got it, repairs started going now. So those are all the locations we're looking at for clankers in the future. So that is winding down. I only left this one in because Buckley put it in there. Doesn't really mean anything other than the cartoon is funny. So thank you to the whole team in traffic, Peter and Scott, Whitman, who was really the lead on the clankers, but also Century, who's working on the rail stuff. A great team effort on that, as well as with the city of Newark. Thank you. Any questions before I draw some more bingo and then hit the closing remarks? All right, you guys are all tired and ready to go. Camden. I'm just going until we get a winner, so yell it out. Wally. Anybody close? Rehoboth. Next year, less choices, I think, is the lesson learned for interchange. I want to make sure everybody needs a. All right, Sean. Route 1. Baba. Parapet. Construction details. Flood. All right, Shante was definitely right. Townsend. Milford. Oh, thank God. Don't have to check him. He's good. I trust him. All good. All right. All right. We are winding down. A few things before we're done here. So make sure, remember, if you were here all day, you had to sign in twice. There was a morning one. You have to sign in for the afternoon, particularly if you want your PDH credits. You will get an email about the PDH, and you have to fill out the form. Do that before the 20th, so you can get your PDH credits. A couple of awards that I'm going to give out after the presentations today. These are purely my opinion, and you don't actually get anything. But best acronyms, and Fred. Good job, people. Most excited to present was definitely Maria. So good job, Maria. There you go. Good job, Maria. I'm going with the best meme to the Jim Carrey thing that Scott put up there. I thought that was the best meme of the day. Best intro song. I'm going with Chips for the Tar and Chip presentation. Like, that was awesome. So good job, whoever picked that one. Best mustache goes to Brianna. Best prop goes to me because I'm the only one who had a prop today. And all right, who saw which presentation had the biggest number in the presentation? No. Buckaloo had the number 8 trillion on his little, I don't know what they counted 8 trillion of, but they had 8 trillion of something on his little calculator when he was going to e-ticketing. So good job, Buckaloo, for the biggest number. Yes, I figured it out that it was 8 trillion. All right, so that is it, and I'm done with any more attempts at smart aleckness. So thank you, everybody, for coming for another outstanding winter workshop. I want to thank all the presenters for all the hard work that you all put in putting your presentation together. They were all well thought out, and definitely appreciate it. Thanks to Todd Revis and the T&I team for making it all look fancy schmancy, and hopefully all the online folks got as good of a show as we got here in person, because it seemed pretty flawless, which is pretty good because this was the first major event in this facility. So a week ago, I think the DOTS team and the T&I team were a little slightly panicked that everything wasn't going to work, but I think everything worked great. Thanks to University of Delaware, Sandy Wolf, and the T-Squared Center, Matt and Rusty, for all their help. Without this, we couldn't do this. And last but not least, the engineering support team for putting this all together. There's a lot of work that goes into this. Particularly thank you guys for putting me last and after Craig. Good job. Thank you. So all the engineering support team, but particularly John, Danny, and Bob for all the hard work they put in this. So let's have a round of applause for all of the above. That, I think we are done. Everybody have a safe trip home. Thank you.